morning, everyone. Welcome to Kaavya Dhaara, the one-day poetry event. May I request everyone who is outside to please join us in the hall so that we will formally start the event. Please come inside. Yeah, please call everybody. Please come inside. We will make a formal start now.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here to this unique one-day, all-day poetry festival of the Hyderabad Literary Festival. On behalf of our festival committee, which is chaired by Sri Jayesh Ranjan, who has been unfortunately called away by the Prime Minister to Ramagundam, as you know from the newspapers, my fellow directors, Amita Desai and Vijay Kumar, the core committee members, and our hard-working organizing team, which has been burning midnight oil since 2 days, I warmly welcome, firstly, all the poets gracing this festival, and I would like to invite some of them to the dais for the inaugural session. May I request Kalyani Thakur Charal to please come and grace the dais, please. NIRMILA PUTUL MURMU ji, please. INDU JOSHI. Our chief guest, GORATI VENKANNA garu, is held up in traffic because of some of the rerouting that has taken place due to the Prime Minister's visit today. So we'll introduce him as soon as he comes. And all of you here, special welcome to all of you to enjoy this poetry feast and to all our online viewers as well. I'm particularly grateful to all those who made it your time to come, because T-Hub, we know, is very far off for the typical average Hyderabadi, and still you made it here, and you made it for the inaugural session. Thank you very much. HLF has been innovative and has been adding several streams. We have as many as 13 streams in our annual festival, which feature fiction, non-fiction, poetry, lecdems like stage arts, stage talks, performing arts, visual arts, storytelling, workshops, special streams for children, Nanha Nukkad, young adults, and youth, Youngistan Nukkad, cultural programs, exhibitions, and so on. I think we try to give a slice of literature, arts, culture, and heritage in the festival, so that there is a little bit of something for everybody who visits the festival. And it's not just authors and books, but a lot more. In fact, we are also an inclusive trust, and when in our festival, we try and have as much of environmental friendly things as we can, and we try to include all sections of the society. HLF is perhaps the only mainstream festival that has an exclusive stream for poetry, Kaavya Dhaara, since the time we introduced it 4 years ago. And since then, it has been a very major draw for a lot of poets, and we've been able to feature a lot of resource persons because we introduced this stream. We have now gone a step ahead, and we are offering our audience a one-day dedicated to multilingual poetry. In fact, we had Gulzar Sahab inaugurate one of our online festivals, and he talked about 365 poems, a poem a day, with a language coming in, both in English as well as in the language. The poems were recited. We had a small session of that, but he wanted us to hold many more such festivals where the languages of India will be showcased at every poetry festival, and that's what we are doing now. Next month, these are some advance announcements I'm making. We bring to you a similar thing, multilingual translation festival. I mean, things are, this will be good because a lot of great regional works which will not have the kind of audience which we are not translated into other languages. It's necessary to focus upon them, and so that we understand and value the rich literature that is there in all the languages. It's called Anuvad, and we'll be sending you information about this shortly. And of course, in HLF, we have our annual HLF 2023. 3 days. 3 days of non-stop fun, which starts at 9 a.m. in the morning and goes on till 9, 10 in the night. And that will be held at Vidyaranya School. As you know, we had it just before the pandemic. After the pandemic, we have had only 2 online festivals, even though they were very popular. But we missed the connect. We missed the mixing with the authors, the talking, the discussions. We missed all of it. So we are going to have this physical festival once again. Please do come and reserve your places for workshops, because most of our workshops are usually overbooked. And we'll be coming with all the 13 streams. January 27, 28, 29, 2023. I would now like to give my heartfelt thanks to those who made this event possible, because HLF is a completely voluntary organization where, excepting one person, everyone else is a volunteer. We have our own work, and we somehow take some time and do it. So a lot of us have come together to put this festival year after year after year, and every year we wonder how we did it, and we do it again. We would be welcoming your donations, because to keep a festival open for everybody, free of charge, for any event, including workshops. We don't pay the resource persons, but still a lot of resource persons come. And we want you to help us fund this festival for the stay and the travel, at least that we should be able to manage to give our guests. I would like to give thanks to the government of Telangana, courtesy Sri Jayesh Ranjan, who gave us this venue. The International Literature Showcase, which is bringing in the UK poets. The T-Hub, Goethe Zentrum, which has been a long-time partner for HLF and a backbone of HLF. Arts and Humanities Research Council, Kadal Fest, and Vibrant Nissan, which never hesitates to provide logistics support to us unhesitatingly. I would also like to make a special mention of Naeem Khan, who, with a very short notice in 2 hours, he just translated our entire press docket into Urdu and made it possible for us to make a press doc available in all the languages of Hyderabad. Thank you, Naeem. We thank our events team, Mark 7 also, and for also burning midnight oil with us. And not to forget our volunteers, old as well as new. Both are here. Thank you very much. And who run about helping us. A special mention I would like to make about 2 of our youngest volunteers this time. Please, can you stand up? Vaishnavi and Jhansi. These are our sailing girls. They have taken part in the sailing championships nationally and have won medals and also participated internationally. They have won medals also, and they pursue their education as well. Because the Yacht Club of Hyderabad specially focuses on picking children from the not-so-privileged backgrounds and training them in sailing and also taking care of their education. So this is some great service that they're doing. They're not only developing national champions, but they're also taking care of their education and making them prosper in life. Outside the hall, we have a company called Library Solutions Private Limited, which has set up 2 story boxes. I urge you to please try them out. It's a fantastic innovation. There's one specially made for Kaavya Dhaara, and there's one which they always use for different schools and colleges and other places. Whatever you want, you can print it out. It is not ink printing, it is heat impression. And some of these poems have been selected by our poets and given into the story box. So please feel free to have the poems of the festival at the drop of a button. You can do that. See, these are the kinds of printouts you will get. Please feel free to take them, they're free. And so all the poets who are participating in this festival, you can carry back one of the poems of the festival, or all of the poems. I don't think they're going to stop you from printing all of them. So please do that. So with this, I welcome all of you for gracing this occasion. We are making a slight change because of the non-availability of our chief guest. So the first session would be Kalyani Thakur CHARAL, who will be in conversation with Sayantan Mondal. Okay. Now, I'd request Kalyani to remain on the dais, and I would request INDU JOSHI and NIRMILA PUTUL to thank you, and please return to your seats. Madam, आप बीच में आ जाइए. I have the pleasure of introducing Kalyani Thakur CHARAL. She is a Dalit feminist poet who writes in Bangla. Her books are outside available. Those of you who know Bangla, please pick them up. Please, Sayantan Mandal, please. Her publications include 4 volumes of poetry. I hope I am pronouncing it properly. Dhorle Juddho Sunischit, Jameye Adhar Gone, Chandalinir Kobita, Chandalini Bhone, a volume of critical essays, Chandalini Bibriti, a collection of short stories and an autobiography, Ami Keno Charal Likhi, Why I Write Charal. She has edited the volume Dalit Lekhika, Women's Writing from Bengal. Since 2003, she has been publishing a multilingual magazine, which is also available outside, Neer, which contains recordings of folklore, poetry, plays, fiction, as well as non-fiction writing focused on Dalit experiences. She won the Sparrow Literary Award in 2017 for her autobiography. Madam, thank you for coming, and thank you, Sayantan, for agreeing to be in conversation with her. Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed in not introducing Sayantan Mondal. He teaches in Geetham University.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Hyderabad. And on behalf of HLF, let me once again welcome Kalyani. It's wonderful to have you here with us. Yesterday, I had a chance to talk to Kalyani for a few minutes, and she was very eager to first read her poem. So after the introduction ma'am has already given, let me request Kalyani first to begin the session with one of her favorite poems. Anyone that comes to your mind first, একটা কবিতা, প্রিয় কবিতা,
This is one of my favorite poetry. When the people of Lalgarh happened, at that period I have written this poetry. Banglai boli. চণ্ডালিনীর কবিতা ৩৭। হাপরের পাশে শুয়ে শুয়ে হাতুড়িয়ার জ্বলন্ত লোহার প্রলাপ শুনেছি। তাঁত ঘরে মাকু হয়ে এ প্রান্ত থেকে ও প্রান্ত ছুটেছি। লাঙলের ফালা হয়ে কৃষকের কাঁধে চড়ে দূর দিগন্তে চলে গেছি। মাঠ ভরা ফসল ফলাবো বলে চষে গেছি দিগন্ত মাঠ, কেবল অন্নের অভাব ঘোচাতে। তবুও আমলা শোল দেখে যেতে হয়, সংসারে বিলোতে হয় লাল পিঁপড়ের সাদা সাদা ভাতের মতো ডিম। তাতেই পুষ্ট সন্তানেরা হাতে নেয় তীরধনুক, আর বিপ্লবের গূঢ় অর্থ না বুঝেই বুক পেতে দেয় বন্দুকের নলের সামনে।
Thank you. I'll try to quickly read through one of the available translation. It was done by Dr. Sayantan Dasgupta from Jadavpur. Stretched out beside the blacksmith's furnace, I have been privy to the argument of the hammer and the iron. I have become the shuttle in a loom and rushed about from end to end. I have become the plough and travelled far, riding on the farmer's shoulder till the vast expanse, so that the field teems with corpse. Just to fight the pangs of hunger, still I have to witness Amla Shol. I have to feed my family ant eggs that look like white grains of rice, that is enough to sustain the children They take up their bows and arrows, and even without caring for the true meaning of revolution, bare their chests in front of the barrel of the gun. It's the reference to Amla Shol, Lalgor. Would you like to clarify a bit for our audience today?
It was in Bengal, the red corridor area was Lalgod, and there was the Maoist activists were taken shelter that forest. So it was in a disturbed period, think the government of that period. And Amlashal is a place where the people of tribal people are hunger, and they died without food. That was Amlashal, the name of a place in Paschim Mednipur district. I like to say another poetry, as because Bengal is nearest to the to Bengal and Bangladesh, and there is so many partition and problems and the citizenship of the people, and it is very burning issue of today's burning issue it is. So I have written poetry about the women of Chit Mahal. Chit Mahal, that is the place, the people living there, but they have no country. They are treated no man's land people, no man's land people. So this poetry is poetry number. It has no headline. The name of it is also a poetry from the Chandalinir Kobita, number 44. Kono desh nei amar, nei kono potaka amar, 26শে জানুয়ারিতে কোনো পতাকা ওড়েনি এখানে। আমি বাঁশ কাটা ছিট মহলের মেয়ে, ভাঙা বঙ্গের সীমানায় না পূর্ব না পশ্চিমে দাঁড়িয়ে বলছি, আমার কোনো ভোট নেই, নেই কোনো রাজা। মা কাঁদছে, ভাঙা মা, ওদিকে ধর্মের তারা, এদিকে বেনাগরিক, মাঝখানে আমি ছিট মহলের মেয়ে বলছি, বলছি মাটিটাকে জুড়ে দাও, খুলে দাও কাটা তার, অন্যথা বসত গড়ে হাতে হাতে দাও পতাকা।
Thank you. Recently, cheat Mahal and cheat, these terms came to news, particularly when India negotiated its borders once again with Bangladesh. Some of you may remember this. There was an exchange of a square feet amount of land. So these lands are all marshy lands, cannot be really called islands, but they are connected through marshways and through the boats. So this poem particularly had been dedicated to the inhabitants of this Cheat Mahal, and the poem also talks about how these inhabitants have been voting at times for both the countries, for Bangladesh and for India, and subsequently living a life of perhaps dual citizenship or no citizenship, and the politics about it. I do have a translation. I'll try to quickly go through it. I have no country, I have no flags. No flags are hoisted here on January 26th. I am a Bashkata Chitmahal girl. I live in this fractured Bengal border. I stand facing neither east nor west. To put it lucidly, I have no voting rights. My mother is in tears. She is a broken mother. One religion pursues us on one side, another from the other. We, the undocumented people, reside in the middle. I am a Chitmahal girl. And I say, allow the earth to join, remove the mast steel wares, build a village in a new different land, distribute flags in every hand.
Actually, I like Sundarban dense forest and the people of Sundarban Delta. This poetry is about the fish catching girl of that delta. চন্ডালিনীর কবিতা নাম্বার 39, কবিতা 39। আমরা বাঘের পেটে যাই, কামট কুমিরে ছিঁড়ে খায়, আমরা যে মিন ধরা মেয়ে, আমাদের ভয় পেলে হয়। আমাদের বনবিবি আছে দক্ষিণ রায়, আমরা তো মৌলের বউ, কবে জানি স্বামী ঘরে ফেরে। আমাদের ঘর নদী পাড়ে, সুন্দর বনানীর ধারে, আমাদের রুটি রুজি ওই, জঙ্গল নদী ছাড়া কই। Bonobibi and Dokhinai are the folk god and goddess. The people who goes to the forest collecting honey, before that they pray to this god and goddess.
One of the things mentioned during her introduction was she has extensively edited works on folk religion practices, particularly in the context of Sundarban, as well as Motua practices. And this poem particularly takes us back at the 90s Kalyani, whom we used to know to be always spending her days, though she just got a job in the railways, mostly spending her times in Sundarban, collecting folk tales, collecting the ritualistic practices and documenting them. I'll also quickly read through its translation. We are devoured by tigers, crocodiles tear us apart. Hunters of baby prawn we are. Fear cannot be an excuse for us. We have born bibi, Dokhin Rai, wives of honey gatherers we are, uncertain of our husband's return. Our homes are on the river banks, beside Jungle Mahal. Our daily life thrives on forests, river, and that is all.
This poetry about some slogans. I am belong from Motua family. The Motua cult is a revolting religion of Hinduism, and Hurichand Guruchand, the pioneer of that religion. Guruchand Thakur was that people who said, যে জাতির রাজা নেই সে জাতি তাজা নয়. Those who are not alive, who has no their own king. It was Guruchand Thakur's slogan. Another slogan of communist, langol jar jomitar. And others, Kashiram ji says, वोट हमारा राज तुम्हारा नहीं चलेगा. तो ये तीनों को एक साथ करके हम एक पोएट्री लिखा. इस स्लोगान को लेके, যে জাতির রাজা নেই, 200 বছর ধরে মোছার চেষ্টা করেছো যে নাম, হরিচাঁদ গুরুচাঁদ, আজ তার অনুগামীদের ভিড়ে তোমাদের ভোট ভিক্ষের হাত দেখে বড় ঘেন্না হয়. আর কত ঠকাবে এদের. দাঁড়াও মতুয়া ভাই, ঠাকুরের নামে একটাও ভোট যেন যায় না অন্যখানে. ঘরে ঘরে বার্তা এই পৌঁছে দাও আগে, চাই না লাঙল আর জমি, আগে চাই রাজা, তোমার হুঙ্কার হবে ভোট যার রাজা তার. Actually, in Bengal, Motua vote bank is a very important question. If the Motua people think they will fall the government, they can do it. I just, a poet has no more power. I am not I can't do a revolution, but I can't want to say, or I think about it and just like so. You may.
Now, this is a wonderful thing that Kalyani just mentioned, that she was also mentioning this a little before. The slogans, the 3 slogans that she mentioned, which inspired her to write this poem, and also tie it up with the electoral politics involving the community in West Bengal. Let me quickly read the translation once. For 200 years, you have tried to erase the names of Harichand, Guruchand. Harichand and Guruchand are the father figures of the Matua community in West Bengal. Today, among their followers, you hold out your beggar's hand for votes. Stay, brother Matua, in the name of the Thakur, let not a single vote go elsewhere. Send this message to every door. We want to plow no land. We want our king. Let your roar be with our votes, our king. So this is perhaps one of a very strong and very bold poem by Kalyani, and she had to also go through a lot of hardships after its publication. So Kalyani, maybe this is a chance that you can talk about Chuni Kotal's poem.
Is here, and before that I will say about the poetry that is Baba Saheb Tomar Dike. ওটাকে একটু বের করে না বাবা সাহেব তোমার দিকে. Here I want to say once the people, some miscreant done that the statue of Baba Saheb there was given a হিন্দিতে ওটা জুতোর মালা পরানো হয়েছিল বাবা সাহেবের মূর্তিতে. তো সেই সময়ে আমি এটা লিখি, and at that time once situation happened in India that Prakash Karat, the communist leader, goes to Mayavati to make the government. Then I think the situation is going towards the way of Baba Saheb B.R. Ambedkar. At that time I have written it. Baba Saheb তোমার দিকে দীর্ঘদিন ধরে দেখছিলাম কিছু পতাকা পড়ে আছে, রোদ বৃষ্টি জলেও কোনো রং বদল হয়নি তার। পাশ দিয়ে যাওয়া জনতার ভ্রুক্ষেপও নেই সেদিকে, অগত্যা উইয়ে ধরার ভয়ে কাঁধে তুলে যেই হাঁটতে শুরু করলাম, জনতার সওয়াল সেই থেকেই। আপনারা কেউ তুলছিলেন না, তাই আমি তুলে নিলাম। এরপর দেখি একটা একটা করে সকলেই সে স্তূপ থেকে পতাকা কাঁধে নিয়ে হাঁটতে শুরু করে। কে কোন দিকে যাবে প্রথমে বুঝতে না পেরে ছত্রভঙ্গ হয়, কেউ কেউ ইতস্তত ঘুরতে থাকে। অবশেষে দেখা যায় সকলের গন্তব্য সেই একই দিকে।
Thank you, Kalyani. In your direction, Baba Saheb. For long, long days, I saw some flags lay. The color of them remained intact in shine and rain. The passers-by did not look that way. Last termite might damage, I perforce pricked them on my shoulder, and as I started marching, people began to raise questions. You people didn't pick up. That's why I picked up. Then I say everyone picked a flag from the heap and started marching with it on one's own shoulder, but knowing not which direction they should have moved in. They got scattered at first, moving here and there. At last it dawned, all have the same direction. This was translated by Dr. Joyjit Ghosh, and this was, as Kalyani was mentioning in the beginning, this was in response to an incident that happened in Bengal, where Baba Saheb's statue was attacked. It was inks were thrown on it, and the shoe garland were put on it. So it moved a lot of us. There was a lot of protest, and this poem was written during that time.
You know about the name of Chuni Kotal, Shabor girl who was student of Vidyasagar University, and she was humiliated by her professor, just like Rohit Vemula, and Chuni Kotal committed suicide in 1992. After that, Bangla Dalit Sahitya literature movement arose in Bengal that period, and Bangla Dalit Sahitya Sangstha established, and the people of Bengali people written more effectively Bengali Dalit literature. But the history of Bengali Dalit literature started from the period of Harichand Guruchand. Harichand was born in 1812 and Guruchand was 1846. At that period, the biography of Harichand Thakur and biography of Guruchand Thakur, the writer Taruk Chandra Sarkar, the writer of Sri Sri Hori Lilamrito, and Mohanando Haldar is the writer of Sri Sri Guruchand Chorit, the biography of Guruchand Thakur, where the Bengal social history is reflected in those books. And there was so many caste issues included of those books. But when Chuni Kotal case happened, actually primarily I wrote romantic poetry. But when I come to the Bangla Dalit Sahitya Sangstha, after that I tried to write about this type of writings about the social subject and others. This one is about Chuni Kotal. নতুন মশাল জ্বালি ভালোবাসা ধুয়ে যায় সৌজন্যের সাবান ফেনায় স্বপ্নের বাজারে আসে নরনারী সব নতুন ভারতবর্ষের পিঠে পিঠ ঠেকিয়ে আমরা এগোই গুণ ধরে টানলেই ঝরে পড়ে চিক জুতোর মালায় সাজে রাষ্ট্রনায়ক ধিক্কার দিবসে হয় সোচ্চার সব বাম ডান ঊর্ধ্ব অধরা সাদা কালোর ভারতবর্ষে দানা পানি খুঁটে খাওয়া মানুষের ভিড়ে মুখ লুকায় নতুন সভ্যতার জনক ভালো থাকে মন যদি খুলে নেওয়া যায় মুখোশের আড়ালের মুখগুলো সব জন্মদাগ মুছে ফেলে চলে আয় চুনি দিবসে আমরা জ্বালি নতুন মশাল.
So this was, as Kalyani is mentioning, this poem is actually written in a phase which, a transitory phase in her poetic career. She had been working on the folk, she had been working on the Motua religious practices. So in the 90s, in the early 90s, we had this Chuni Kotal incidents in Vidyasagar University, which led to a lot of uproar in the civil society. In fact, a new branch of Bangla Dalit Sahitya Samiti was established close to Chuni Kotal's sad departure. So, and this was closely linked to what happened to Ambedkar's statue, and which we talked in the previous poem as well. So, this poem is, as Kalyani mentioned, has marked a new beginning of her poetic career, and looking at caste also in a very different way from then onwards. I tried to translate this last night, as we didn't have an available translation. Let me give it a try. Let us light a new torch. Love washes away in the soapy foam of courtesy. In the market of dreams, all come, men and women. We move forward, our back against the back of the new India. One pull up the rope and the curtain drops. State heroes garlanded with shoes, in indignation, vocal everyone, the left, the right, the beyond, the untouched. In the crowd of the malnourished nibblers, in the black and white India, the father of the new civilization hides his face. It feels better when all those masked faces come undone. Don't wipe away your birthmark. Come this Chunikotal day, let us light a new torch.
Next poetry about when the Nondigram massacre happened, then I wrote it. Actually, the people who were raised, somebody raised about the Krishak, cultivator, or someone about industrialization. Then I write it, and there was a very chaos happened at that period in Nondigram issues, and then the government changed at Bengal. নেপোরা দই মারে চিরকাল। মাপ করবেন, আমি আপনাদের মতো কোনো মিছিলের পিছনে দাঁড়িয়ে সোচ্চার হতে পারছি না। যারা কৃষি জমি বাঁচাতে বা শিল্পায়ন চাইছেন, তাদের কারো 14 পুরুষে কি কেউ কৃষিকাজে ছিলেন? দুজনেরই ভোট ব্যাংক কৃষক। দয়া করে হাজার তত্ত্ব শুনিয়ে ওই চিরকাল খেটে খাওয়া সাদামাটা মানুষগুলোর সব কিছু গুলিয়ে দেবেন না। গুলিয়ে দেবেন না ওদের অবস্থান, ওদের কথা ওদেরকেই ভাবতে দিন। কেমন জো এলে ধান বোনা হয়, কয় কাড়া হলে চাল খাওয়ার যোগ্য হয় যারা জানে না, যারা কৃষকের চিরকাল কৃষকের তৈরি সরু চালের ভাত খেয়ে মানুষ, সেই সব ভদ্রলোক বিপ্লবীরা দয়া করে ওখান থেকে সরে দাঁড়ান। বিপ্লব হয় আপনাদের মসজিদে, গুলি খায় নন্দীগ্রামবাসী, জেলেও যায় নন্দীগ্রামের মানুষ। ভদ্রলোকেদের কারো কোনো দিন গুলি লাগেনি, লাগে না। তারা প্রয়োজনে পদক পান, আবার সময় বুঝে রবীন্দ্রানুগামী হয়ে গণরেটে তা ফেরত দেন। এ সময় আর একবার প্রচারে আসা যায়। এতদিন কি তারা চোখে ঠুলি পড়েছিলেন? কার উন্নয়নে কে বড় হবে? নন্দীগ্রামবাসী, সিঙ্গুরবাসী, মৃত মরিচ ছাপিবাসী স্বজনেরা ঘরে বসে বালিশ ভেজানো ছাড়া কিছুই করতে পারি না। আর কবে বুঝবে মাটির তুমি নও? তোমার ভোটটাই বড় জরুরি ওদের, চিনতে দেরি করলে আরও প্রাণ যাবে। এদেশে সব যুদ্ধে, সব দাঙ্গায় মরে শুধু দলিত আর মুসলিম, সে গোদরাই হোক আর সিঙ্গুর নন্দীগ্রামই হোক। মাঝখান থেকে নেপোরা দই মেরে যায়।
Well, this one is a very scathing criticism of the Bhadralok and their position within the Nandigram Shingur movement. And I think Kalyani Di and her very close ties to the ground once again comes to the forefront here. This one has been translated by Shipra Mukherjee, Dr. Shipra Mukherjee. Okay. Okay. And it's the title reads like The Opportunist Steal Your Thunder. Pardon me, unlike you, I cannot add my voice standing behind rallies. You who want to save the paddy fields or who desire industrialization, did you have any ancestor work in the fields? The farmers are the vote bank for both of you. Kindly do not confuse the simple minds of these perennially hardworking people with 1,000 theories. Do not befuddle their position, let them decide their own fate. Those who do not know how, when Joe comes, paddy is sown. And how many koras give out rice fit to eat? These are references to the exact the condition of the water and the length of the paddy plant about when it is fit to eat and when the paddy needs to be sown. I'll continue. Those who have grown up always eating fine rice the farmers produced, those Bhadralok revolutionaries may kindly stand aside. Revolution comes when you permit it, but the Nandigram dwellers are the ones who get shot. The same people of Nandigram are jailed. The Bhadraloks have never been hit by bullets, will never be. They are awarded medals when necessary. Again, in keeping with the times, they give them up. in huge numbers, as if inspired by Tagore. They got to be in the spotlight again. This way, were they blind all this time? Whose development will help whom? My people in Nandigram, in Shingur, the deceased in Morijhapi. I can do little but sit at home, wet my pillow with tears. As my people keep dying in Godhra, in Nandigram, in Shingur, the Dalits, the Muslims.
All the revolting poetry. Now I like to say about one of my favorite poetry, and the name of my book is Jeme Adhar Gone. আধারেও মেয়ে, যে মেয়ে আধার গনে তার কথা বলে দিও জ্যোৎস্নার কানে, যে মেয়ে ঘরের কোণে জোনাকিও তার কথা জানে, যে মেয়ে শব্দ ভাঙে হরিণেরা তার বন্ধুজন, যে মেয়ে বৃষ্টি ভেজা মেঘ জানে তার অভিমান, যে মেয়ে সাঁতার কাটে প্রতিকূল জলে তার পাল ছেড়ে না কো আশ্বিনের ঝড়ে, যে মেয়ে বাটনা বাটে শিল নোড়া তার সহচরী, মশলা জানে তার ভাষা আদা লঙ্কা জিরে পোস্তকারী। চমৎকার মনে হয় কঠিন মেয়েটিকে, ঘাম মুছে তুলে নেওয়া পুরনো জোয়াল সহ আধার মানিকে।
Let me go into the girl who tracks the darkness. So this is a different one that Kalyani wants to share with all of us. Whisper into the ears of the moonshine about the girl who counts the dark. Even the firefly knows of the girl in the corners of the room. The deer are friends to the girl who breaks words. The clouds know of her hurt, the girl who is drenched in rain. She is the girl who swims against the current, her boat with its tattered sail in the autumnal storm. The girl who grinds the spices has the mortar and the pestle for her companions. The spices know her language, the ginger, the poppy, the chili, the cumin. Fascinating she seems, this toughened girl wiping the sweat off the brow, lifting up the plow, the jewel in the dark. This was published as a collection, and one of the title poems of the collection, The Girl Who Tracks the Darkness, in 2000.
Next, I will only three little poetry I will say. আমি তো মুক্তিকামী ওটা দেবো নাকি অন্নদাস করবো? আমি তো মুক্তিকামী ওপরে আছে। হ্যাঁ 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 হ্যাঁ, ছোট ছোট কবিতা আছে। আমি তো মুক্তিকামী দিয়ে দিই নাকি? না, অন্নদাস আছে, অন্নদাস বের করতে পারবো? হ্যাঁ, হয়ে যাবে, তিনটি কবিতা হয়ে যাবে ছোট ছোট। মেরুনার কবিতাটা, মেরুনারটা আছে ট্রান্সলেশনটা? হ্যাঁ, ওইটা করে দেবো লাস্টে। অন্নদাস। দুর্ভিক্ষের কারণ ও ফলাফলবশত রাজা ও প্রজা পরস্পরের মুখোমুখি। রাজা তাহার ভাণ্ড হইতে কিছু অন্ন ছিটাইয়া দিলেন, প্রজাগণ তাহা ভক্ষণ করিতে লাগিল। কেহ নিজ হস্ত এমনই লেহন করিতে লাগিল যে তাহারা হাত তুলিয়া প্রতিবাদ করিতে ভুলিয়া গেল।
This one is in Sadhu Bangla. It's a change. As we say in Bengali, there is one way of saying the language almost in the times of Bankim Chandra in the 19th century. So this is written in that language. Rice slaves. As a result of the famine's cause and consequence, the king and his subjects confront each other. The king scatters some rice grains from his repository towards his subjects, who begin to feed on the given grains. And some are so engaged in licking their fingers that they grow quite unmindful of raising their clenched fists to the skies in protest. Translated by Dr. Shipra Mukherjee.
Another poetry, চন্ডালিনীর কবিতা 11 নম্বর কবিতা। আমি তো মুক্তিকামী, তাই একা ভাসায়েছি নাও, দেশান্তরে যাব বলে বয়ে চলি দূর নদী সাগরের পার। সীমান্তে রবে না প্রহরী, তরি একা তীর হতে তীরে নিয়ে যাবে মুক্তিকামী মানুষেরে।
This one is Longing for Liberty, poem number 11 from the collection Chandalini's Poems. I long for liberty for all. I sail the boat alone. I wish to cross the bar of the nations, sailing my boat crossing the rivers and oceans. No security here observes the borders. My boat will, from one shore to another, carry the people who long for liberty.
ঠিক আছে, হ্যাঁ, লাস্ট four lines only. চন্ডালিনীর কবিতা 52, 52। ভোরের পাখি ডাক দিয়ে যাই, কালো মানুষ জাগো, হাজার বছর ঘুমিয়ে থাকা মানুষের দল জাগো।
So this has been translated last night once again by Dr. Meruna Murmu from Jadavpur University. It's poem number 52 from the collection Chandalini's Poems. Akin to a bird of dawn, I beacon my people of color. Wake up from centuries of slumber. Wake up, people of my clan.
It's open to a couple of questions from the audience, please. Press it.
I think the bat, yeah. This was very moving, Kalyani Di. This was very nice. Do you feel a release of sorts with your poems? And do you find that you are reaching people and making a difference, do you think?
Actually, I am writing not very consciously. Actually, it is when I became emotional, then I write it, and I try to reach because there is so many resistance of Dalit writer. There is no publishers at all. There is no sponsor. So I write, I published, and I also sell all of these, and others writers also writings, as because I published, I edited a little magazine, because of that I can apply a table in the little magazine pavilion of book fair. And there I sold all these books and I displayed all. But so many writers are in Bengal or in all the country. Dalit writers are no sponsor or no publishers. So Dalit writings are written by the writer and published by the writer. But how to sold it and how to reach to the people, it is very difficult to the writer.
If I may just add, she recently is coming back by organizing a book fair in her locality where she stays. And she has fought her way there and also got a complete section for little magazines in that book fair.
Last 8-9 years, I only the title of the magazine is Need Ritupatro, and last 10 years it is published to, up to from 1994. This is 28th year of the magazine, and 22 issues have been published. Last 10 years I open for, it is written by the Dalit women writers. All the issues are written by Dalit women writers, poetry, short stories, essays, others writings, critical writings, and short autobiography, special issues on Ambedkar by Dalit women writers, and current issue is Motua Charcha of Dalit women writers.
We have time for 2 more questions, one and
Thank you.
one here.
Thank you. Kalyani ma'am, my question was about the poetry that you write. It reflects what's going on currently, you know. So it's about Nandigram was, I mean, it was in the media for a long time. So what are the repercussions of it, apart from, of course, not unable to reach to people, your poetry, your books, after publishing? What are the other repercussions that one faces? You know, I mean, we are in a democratic country, but it may not be always possible to write about protests or social issues.
Actually, at the first time when we write about Dalit writings, the writers, the repercussion was negative, repulsive. But now so many scholars are coming to us, the academicians coming to us, but we write for the people, those who are suffering, but they are not conscious about it till date. Actually, Nondigram massacre, Shingur massacre, and Morichapi massacre also mentioned, because Morichapi massacre was totally denied, and it was not published in the media, also does not cover it.
I got a sense of your poetry, very powerful. And in a country which has reached the kind of stage that we are in, it is so sad that we have left behind these voices. In my conversation with you, you mentioned you worked in the railways. So my question to you is about how working for the railways for a socialist government where still the situation prevails felt like.
Actually, when we says about all the, we can say when we are out of the institution, we can say very freely. But if you are within the institution, there is so many problems and pressures, because your bread and butter is related with that institution. But I revolted there, and then I was punished, and after that I have taken volunteer retirement from my service. I was suspended, and others problems happened, just like another revolutionaries face everywhere.
Oh, you paid a price. We'll take one last question.
Thank you. Hello, ma'am. Thank you, first of all, for your poetry. It is indeed quite moving. I don't understand Bangla, but I think the language of poetry is quite universal. You mentioned about a phase where you kind of transitioned from writing romantic poems into writing, let's say, socially relevant poems, right? Do you think for any young writer, I think every young writer starts off with romantic poems, but do you think this transition is necessary for any poet to kind of invent himself or herself as a poet, or reinvent themselves as a poet? And do you also think at a certain point, since we are all poets and we feel so strongly about social issues and we want to voice our opinions, the romantic aspect of poetry takes a backseat, at least in the poetic circles?
Actually, romanticism is in everywhere. If you go for revolution, there will be a love. ভালোবাসা ছাড়া যুদ্ধ, প্রেম ছাড়া যুদ্ধ হয় না। তো লাভ ইজ ইম্পর্টেন্ট, বাট in case of that, if you love your country, your people, your clan, that is another type of description of love. And I am very much depressed because the current generation are not so interested about Little Magazine, because Little Magazine is the core house of of a writer. They give the born of a writer. But social media is very strong. If they write in the social media or they do any creative works in the social media, that should be reached very quickly to the people, and reaction of social media is very effective, I think.
Thank you. Before I formally thank our panelists here, I'd like to recognize the presence of our old colleague, Mr. GSP Rao. Surya? Yeah. Surya is the editor of the online magazine Muse India, and he and Vijay started the very first HLF, where we all joined a couple of years later. And we are happy to have sailed with him for a long time, but ill health made him take a break. And I'm glad that in spite of his health issues, he has come all the way here to be part of HLF. Thank you, Vijay and Surya. The other person I'd like to recognize is our festival committee member, Mr. Bashir Babu Khan, at the back of a vibrant Nissan group of companies who, like I already mentioned, continuously has been supporting HLF, bringing all our resource persons and taking them back and forth, hotel, airport, festival. And in our annual festival, you can imagine we get at least 60-70 people from outstation. So you can imagine the kind of support we get. Apart from that, he is also guiding us on our festival committee. Thank you. I'm very thankful to Kalyani Thakur Charal for such an engaging session. And thank you, Shayantan, for making it so interesting. It flowed very smoothly, and it was a fitting start to Kaavya Dhaara. Thank you so much for being here, both of you. Thank you very much. Our next poet is GHULAM Mohammad Sheikh. He's a legendary artist, writer, and educationist. He published his first set of free verse Athwa in 1974 and is regarded as a pioneer of modern Gujarati poetry. The poem is presented in the poem that has been presented is translated into English by Hemang Desai. This is a pre-recorded video which will be played.
શહેર અજાણ્યો ગણી મને ધક્કા મારે છે, લૂંટી લેવાની ધમકી દે છે. રોજ રોજ ધરાર મને સ્ટેશને ધકેલી મૂકે છે. સ્ટેશને મારી જેમ શહેરની બહારની ઉચ્છિષ્ટ પ્રજા મોટરોના મડગાટને ચાટતા ભિખારીઓ દિવસે ડામર રેડી રાતના બોગદામાં વાળું રાંધતા ધુમાડે પરસેવે હુદાની જેમ ઉડતા ઓગળતા આદિવાસીઓ ચંપીને બહાને ગુહ્ಯಾಂગ ફંફોસતા ભડવાઓ કસાઈની જેમ બરાડતા ફેરિયા બસો બકરા કૂતરા ગાય કારકુનો ગંદવાડ લચલચતા ગલોફાવાળા લઠ્ઠાથી લાલ ઘૂમ આંખોવાળા રક્તપીતિયા મથુરાના ખંડિત બુદ્ધની આબેહૂબ પ્રતિકૃતિ રક્તપીતિયા લોક કીડીઓની જેમ ધારે ખડકેલી સાયકલોમાંથી મારી સાયકલ છૂટી પાડીને નાસું ત્યારે શહેર પાંજરે પૂરેલા સિંહ જેવું દૂર દૂરથી ત્રાળો નાખે છે. માર્ચ 1973. શહેર શહેર અજાણ્યો
Hello. Here is a poem by GHULAM SHEIKH. The title of the poem is City. The city jostles me like a stranger, threatens to rob me, shows me daily to the railway station, along with all the spat outs of the city, the insiders and the outsiders like me. Beggars licking mudguards of the cars, a bunch of tribals fluttering like moths, cooking supper into night's tunnel after the day-long toil of spraying tar, dissolve in smoke and sweat. Pimps fondling private parts under the guise of massage, hawkers blaring like butchers, buses, goats, dogs, cows, clerks, squalor, sorts with reddened eyes and bloated cheeks, leapers, the split image of the broken head of Mathura Buddha. As I unshackle my bicycle from the heap stacked like ant rows to flee, the city like a caged lion keeps roaring from behind.
For our next session, I would now like to invite NIRMILA PUTUL MURMU, please, and Mr. Harjinder Singh Laltu. NIRMILA PUTUL MURMU is an award-winning Adivasi writer activist from Dumka, Jharkhand. She writes in Santali and Hindi. Her two Santali collections of poetry were translated into Hindi as Apne Ghar Ki Talash Mein in 2004 and Nagare Ki Tarah Bajti Shabd 2005. Her third book of poetry, Beghar Sapne 2014, was originally written in Hindi. Her poetry has been translated into Hindi, English, Marathi, Urdu, Russian, and Korean. Honored with numerous awards, including the Sahitya Samman, the Rajakiya Samman, the Bharat Adivasi Samman, and the Vinoba Bhave Samman. Today, her panchayat, Kurva Panchayat, is very lucky because history has proven that those panchayats which are headed by women have seen a lot of development. She is currently the Mukhia of Kurva Panchayat, Dumka Block, Santal Parganas, Jharkhand. Talking to her is Harjinder Singh Laltu, who writes poetry, fiction, plays, books for children and neoliterates, and journalistic essays. His publications include 5 volumes of poetry, 1 anthology of short stories, a book of poems for children, a play, and a collection of poems for neoliterates. So over to you, Laltuji, please. Thank you.
शुरू करेंगे बात? कीजिए कीजिए। एक तो दरअसल मैं आप ही से बात करूंगा, बाकी हमारे जो श्रोता है सुनेंगे हमारी बातचीत। एक तो बड़ी खुशी मेरी कि इतने सालों के बाद आपसे दोबारा मुलाकात हो रही है। हम चाहेंगे ये कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आप अपनी रचनाओं के बारे में बात कर सकें। So I'm meeting her after a long time, and that's a great moment of happiness for me. And I will, I think the best thing would be that let her talk about her works as much as possible, and once in a while I may try to intervene and translate for you. ज़्यादातर बातें हमारी हिंदुस्तानी ज़बान में ही होंगी. We'll be talking in Hindustani language, and wherever you feel something needs to be translated, I will attempt to do that. कीजिए बात.
हेलो। सबसे पहले तो मैं अभिवादन करना चाहूँगी, चूँकि यह जो हैदराबाद लिटरेरी फेस्टिवल है बहुत ही अच्छा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आप लोगों ने किया है, और इसमें हम आमंत्रित हैं। तो ये हैदराबाद की धरती के लिए हमारी यहाँ खुशकिस्मत है कि मैं आप लोगों के बीच हूँ, और इसके लिए मैं तहे दिल से हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूँ और आप सबों को जोहार करती हूँ। मैं कविता के बारे में, मैं संथाली या हिंदी भी समझते हैं तो मैं संथाली हिंदी दोनों में बात कर सकती हूँ। फिर भी मैं पहले चाहूँगी कि पहले मैं संथाली जो अपनी लैंग्वेज है मैं उसमें कविता पाठ करना चाहती हूँ। तो पहली कविता का शीर्षक है इन्या ओड़ा सेंद्रा रे। भीतर रेन सामटाव का जोतो के जोतो ओड़ा पासनाव अकाने जोतो ओड़ा रे, मेनखान नुआ ओड़ा इन्या दो बांग काना। गाते कान को ढाबा रे गिद्र इन्यरेन काना को, आर बाहरे रे टांगाव कान युतुम बोर्ड रे इन्या जावाया काना। धरतीन बांग काना, गोटा धरती इन भीतर रे तहन काना, मेनखान नोआ इन लगे बांग काना। जहाँ रे जहान ओड़ा बनो इन्या बेच कॉम इंगे मिटन ओड़ा कनन, जहाँ रेन हड़ को तहन लटकाव कुकी खोन ले कते अटे नबे तलारे आयमा आयमा रूप रे। धरती रिया नोआ आड़े खोन हाना आड़े बे चुपुट सुमुंग कुकलियांते दड़ाते हपसावते नीराते सिंद्रा कनन सिदाय खोन सिदाय इन्या जाएगा इन्या ओड़ा इन्या ओड़ा इन्या ओड़ा। क्या मैं इसका हिंदी में कर दूं? अपने घर की तलाश में कविता का शीर्षक है। मैं अभी जो बात की, अंदर समेटे पूरा का पूरा घर, मैं बिखरी हूँ पूरे घर में, पर यह घर नहीं है मेरा। बरामदे पर खेलते हुए बच्चे मेरे हैं, घर के लगा बाहर नेम प्लेट मेरे पति का है। मैं धरती नहीं, मैं धरती नहीं, पूरी धरती होती है मेरे अंदर, पर यह नहीं होती मेरे लिए। कहीं कोई घर नहीं होता मेरा, बल्कि मैं होती हूँ स्वयं एक घर, जहाँ रहते हैं लोग निर्लिप्त, गर्भ से लेकर बिस्तर तक के बीच कई कई रूपों में। धरती के इस छोर से उस छोर तक मुट्ठी भर सवाल लिए दौड़ती हाँफती भागती तलाश रही हूँ सदियों से निरंतर अपनी जमीन, अपना घर, अपने होने का अर्थ, अपने होने का अर्थ।
I do not think it needs to be translated. Do you want me to try translating it into English? Is there anyone? It's okay, right? Oh, okay. Yeah. So, looking for my own abode. Within me, I have an entire home, and I am dispersed in this home, but this is not my home. I play in the the children playing in the balcony are mine. There's a nameplate outside the door, that's of my husband. I am not the earth. Within me is an entire earth, but it's not for me. There is no home for me. I myself am a home where people live detached from the time of being born, from the time of being born and the bed in many different forms. From this end of the earth to that end, I keep running, panting, with a fistful of queries, and I keep looking for centuries, incessantly, my own land, my own home, and the meaning of my being. मैं इस पर कुछ बातचीत की शुरुआत करूं या?
जी जी कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए कोई दिक्कत।
हमारे यहाँ इसके पहले भी जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने कल्याणी जी का कविता पाठ और चर्चा सुनी, हमारे यहाँ हाशिए पर खड़े लोगों को साहित्यिक कर्म के लिए इतने मौके मिलते नहीं हैं। तो जब मौके मिलते हैं तो कई तरह के सवाल वो सामने पेश करते हैं। तो ख़ास तौर से आदिवासी समुदायों के लिए एक तो जो मुख्य धारा के जो लोग हैं उनके साथ जो उनका द्वंद्व है उसके बारे में एक कहने की एक जद्दोजहद है, दूसरी ओर एक स्त्री अस्मिता है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है इस कविता में कहीं ना कहीं दोनों बातें सामने आती हैं। क्या ये बात सही है? आप क्या कहेंगे इस बारे में?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। जो आदिवासी दुनिया के बारे में हम बात करते हैं, जो अंदर उसके अंदर जो बेचैनी है वो किस तरह से अपनी बातों को लोगों के सामने में लाने के लिए, कहने के लिए आतुर रहती है, और उसके अंदर की जो छटपटाहट है, तो मौका नहीं मिलता है। बिल्कुल आपने ये कहा, लेकिन ये मौका नहीं, ये अंदर की छटपटाहट, एक बेचैन स्त्री की छटपटाहट जो अपनी छटपटाहट को कलम के माध्यम से उकेरती है और वो लोगों के सामने में लाती है, यह उसकी दिनचर्या है। मौका नहीं मिलता है, मौका अपने वो ज़िंदगी में जो उड़ती है, जीती है लाइफ को, वो वही चीज़ है। बल्कि यह कविता का रूप हो गया, ये अलग बात है, उसकी ये अपनी ज़िंदगी है। अब मुख्य धारा में शामिल होने के लिए तो लोग कई तरह के कतराते हैं, लेकिन यह बहुत ही कड़वा सच है कि उनकी भी अपनी दुनिया है, एक बेचैन दुनिया जो मुख्य धारा में आने का, और स्वयं एक वो मुख्य धारा है। वो नहीं ललायत होती है कि हम मुख्य धारा में आए, वो एक खुद मुख्य धारा ही है जो प्रस्तुत करती है कविता के माध्यम से, बातों को रख पाती है वो कविताओं के माध्यम से।
Yeah, I asked her if in this poem she is expressing a struggle as an indigenous person as well as a woman, and she says that actually there is no difference between the mainstream and the indigenous people. Of course, there is a struggle for seeking opportunities, but it's her poetry is part of the mainstream. There is really nothing distinct from the mainstream. That's what she has responded. मैं ठीक कह रहा हूँ ना?
जी जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
ये संग्रह जो है जहाँ से आपने कविता ली है, ये आपका पहला संग्रह था। इसके बाद आपके दो संग्रह और आए हैं। एक तो वो नगाड़े से,
नगाड़े की तरह बजते हैं शब्द,
हाँ।
और एक तीसरी भी है जो हरियाणा से आई है। तो कविताएं सेम सेम है, दोनों तीनों में कविताएं लगभग सेम सेम है, लेकिन कुछ रमनिका फाउंडेशन ने जो निकाले और जो ये ज्ञानपीठ ने जो निकाला, तो दोनों के पास पांडुलिपि मतलब गई हुई थी, तो दोनों ने कर दिया कि मुझे छापना है, मुझे पहले। मैं दोनों ये संग्रह आ गए। और जो बेघर सपने हैं, तो ये देश निर्मोही का जो ये है उसी प्रकाशन से आए हैं ये तीनों संग्रह, कविता
तो
संग्रह।
इसी दौरान आपको कई सारे सम्मान भी मिले, अलग अलग साहित्य अकादमी से भी एक सम्मान आपको मिला है और कई दूसरी संस्थाओं ने आपको सम्मानित किया है। क्या इससे एक हौसला अफजाई हुई है? क्या इससे आपको प्रोत्साहन मिला है कि और बेहतर आप लिख पाएँ?
बिल्कुल, ये सम्मान मिलना हमारे लिए या हमारे आदिवासी समाज के लिए एक नई चीज़ थी। ये सम्मान भी लिखने की वजह से लोगों को भरी महफिल में बहुत बड़े मंच से पुरस्कृत किया जाना, ये हमारे लिए एक 8वां आश्चर्य की तरह ही था। और उस समय लगा कि नहीं, ये कलम की ताकत कितनी होती है कि कलम कहाँ से कहाँ नहीं पहुँचाती है। वो उड़ान भरती है हवाई जहाज़ पे, रेलगाड़ियों पे, बसों पर, मोटरसाइकिलों पर सवार होती है। तो निसंदेह ये पुरस्कार सम्मान मिलके मेरा हौसला 2-3 गुना और बढ़ा है, जो लगता है कि खुद पोइट्री ही करती रहूं, यही हमारी दुनिया बन के आगे रह जाएगी, ऐसे लगता है।
She has 3 collections of poetry, and I was asking her that she has been receiving several awards, including one from Sahitya Academy, and I was wondering if that has helped her to continue writing on a regular basis. And she said it was very interesting for, coming from an indigenous people society and receiving such an award. It was like the 8th wonder of the world. And she says that, of course, you know, the power of the pen is remarkable. It makes you take a cosmic ride. I mean, of course, she used words like aeroplane, motorbike, etc. But that's what she was trying to say, that it makes you fly, you know, in the world of ideas. क्या मैं फरमाइश कर सकता हूँ कुछ कविताओं के लिए?
बिल्कुल।
आपकी एक कविता हम लोगों की बड़ी पसंदीदा कविता थी कि मुझे इतनी दूर न ब्याहना।
जी जी जी।
अगर वो आपके पास अभी है तो वो पढ़िए।
कोई आपत्ति आपको तो नहीं सर? मैं डायरेक्ट हिंदी में करूँ तो? चूँकि लगता है बहुत समय लग रहा है संताली। हिंदी में मुझे लगता है समझ पा रहे हैं लोग, और संताली का एक तो फिर सुनाएंगे बीच बीच में क्या? उतनी दूर मत ब्याहना बाबा ना।
So I just asked her to read a poem that do not get me married so far away. So this far is not just a geographical distance. The distance has several other metaphorical meanings. ये एक गुजारिश है कि अगर वक्त की पाबंदी न हो तो आप मूल संथाली भी पढ़ दीजिए ताकि उनको एक ध्वन्यात्मक सौंदर्य का भी एहसास हो सके।
जी जी, मैं बिल्कुल करूँगी। बिल्कुल नहीं सुन पाते हैं तो लगता है कि काश हम सुने आदिवासियों की किस तरह की बोली होती है, ये भी अच्छी बात है।
खास तौर से इतनी जद्दोजहद के बाद संथाली अब 8वें अनुच्छेद में आ गई है संविधान के, तो संथाली जितनी ज़्यादा पढ़ी जाए, सुनी जाए।
जी जी, और ऐसे भी बहुत राइटर अभी हो गए हैं, नए नए संथाली राइटर लिख रहे हैं, ये प्लस पॉइंट है। ये अच्छा लगता है कि कम से कम तादाद बढ़ी है।
Santhali is now included for several years now in the 8th schedule of Constitution.
एक मिनट। चूँकि ये फरमाइश वाले है तो थोड़ा।
जी जी, आप आराम से।
जन्मेगी निर्मला, पुतुल।
या अगर नहीं मिल रही तो कोई भी आपकी पसंद की पढ़ दीजिए, कोई बात नहीं। सही बात, आप पढ़िए अपनी।
ठीक है, मैं पढ़ रही हूँ उसी को। उतनी दूर मत बयाना बाबा, उन्ना संगिन आलम गोंकanya बाबा, बाबा उन्ना संगिन दो आलम गोंकanya, ukare do इन साव nyapamo senok लगit urak ren merom akriñ huyuk tam, alum jawai kanya ona disom redo. Jaha redo hor khukon berti bunga buru ko tahen kan, bir buru gada banu jaha re, onde do alum logon tik otukaa. Onde do arho ekal tigi bang, jaha riya sorok redo mone khon ho jasti tepi se dade kan motor gadi usul usul oda ar dukan mena latu latu. Alum jodawa ona oda re inya peda kata. Jaha oda redo marang okoi failaw raca bonu, jaha redo bang sitago kan sim sandiya kukudute ar ayub okte kudam se re buru re bir hasuro bai nyel nyamo. Nungkan jawai alum bacaunya jahai do handi tukui reku jobekoi. Jaugi bagua kane adi jukane melakon kuri angir aguku, in lagi unkan jawai alum bacaunya. Jahan thari luta doin bang kana, je tayom te jaha tin regi sanain bodola bugi badi huilen khan. Jahan katha riya galmarao paina mutuk riya ar nyam uduke a apadi tengo, jaha tin regi sanai seno ay Bengal, Assam, se Kashmir nungkan jawai do bang jarudnya. Ar uniya tire alum jibaya inya ti ukata ti te tis hombai rohoile jahan dari tis kinte tis hombai arjale posol jahata titikin jahai tis hombai gorowa ko jahaya boja tis hombai gongle jahai mato jahai gi jahata tire alok bai badai to te ti uniten tis raho alum jimaya inyati jawain khanem onde jawain me jaha kondo sita sen kate ayub habi in ruwar dadiya tadam te unkan ghat re jaha tiso bhavna te rage hanasa ghat re debrakan inya ra hombor anjom kate hej dadeya. Kijur riya gur binaw kate kul dadeyam am lagit onte kon hiju chala jahai ko jahaya tite kul dadeyain konda kaddu dangangra bir karla somoy somoy re in gogo lagit. Hat bazar nyel seno in hiju nyapam dadeya ko in apran ren ar ko lay dadeyain atu udak riya khobor kebri gay hoponen riya sombat ko em dadeyain jahai onte kon paromo te jawain unkan jayga re unkan disom re jawain me jaha re do bunga kom jasti manwi ko tahen merom ar turu jaha re do mi gat re da ko nyoi unkan te jawain me. Unkani jawain me okoy do parwa juri ar putam chede likai tahen jawgi saute uda bare ar khetriya kammi ko le kate nyinda suk duk hapatin habe. Nunkan jawai jahai do orongai tiriya nyohor onna gakur dhol tungda rure anggukan me जाओगे नेरोन दिन करे अगुवने जाओगे नेरोन दिन करे सूट रे रेबेद लगे मुरु बहा आर जहाय बांग उदुक ताय इन रेंगे ताहन रे उनकान साव जवाई कन में उनकान साव जवाई कन में। तो उसका हाँ हाँ मैं पढ़ देती हूँ तो अच्छा लगेगा
जी।
कविता का शीर्षक है उतने दूर मत ब्याहना बाबा। बाबा मुझे उतनी दूर मत ब्याहना जहाँ मुझसे मिलने जाने खातिर घर की बकरियां बेचनी पड़े तुम्हें। बाबा मुझे उतनी दूर मत ब्याहना जहाँ मुझसे मिलने जाने खातिर घर की बकरियां बेचनी पड़े तुम्हें। मत ब्याहना उस देश में जहाँ आदमी से ज़्यादा ईश्वर बसते हों। जंगल नदी पहाड़ नहीं हो जहाँ वहाँ मत कर आना मेरा लगन। वहाँ तो कतई नहीं जहाँ की सड़कों पर मन से भी ज़्यादा तेज दौड़ती हो मोटर गाड़ियाँ, ऊंचे ऊंचे मकान और बड़ी बड़ी दुकानें हों। उस घर से मत जोड़ना मेरा रिश्ता जिसमें बड़ा सा खुला आंगन ना हो, मुर्गे की बांग पर होती नहीं हो जहाँ सुबह और शाम पिछवाड़े से जहाँ पहाड़ी पर डूबता सूरज ना दिखे। मत चुनना ऐसा वर जो पोचय और हड़िया में डूबा रहता हो, अक्सर काहिल निकम्मा हो, माहिर हो मेले से लड़कियां उड़ा ले आने में। ऐसा वर मत चुनना मेरी खातिर। कोई थारी लोटा तो नहीं कि बाद में जब चाहूँगी बदल लूँगी अच्छा खराब होने पर। और जो बात करे बात बात में लाठी डंडा की, निकाले तीर धनुष कुल्हाड़ी, जब चाहे चला जाए बंगाल असम या कश्मीर। ऐसा वर नहीं चाहिए हमें। और उसके हाथ में मत देना मेरा हाथ जिसके हाथों ने कभी कोई पेड़ नहीं लगाए, फसलें नहीं उगाए, जिन हाथों ने दिया नहीं कभी किसी का साथ, किसी का बोझ नहीं उठाया। और तो और जो हाथ लिखना नहीं जानता हो हौ से हाथ, उसके हाथ मत देना कभी मेरा हाथ। ब्याहना हो तो वहाँ ब्याहना जहाँ सुबह जाकर शाम तक लौट सको पैदल। मैं जो कभी दुख में रोऊं इस घाट, तो उस घाट नदी में स्नान करते तुम सुनकर आ सको करुण विलाप। महुआ की लठ और खजूर का गुड़ बनाकर भेज सको संदेश तुम्हारी खातिर। उधर से आते जाते किसी के हाथ भेज सकूँ कोड़ा कद्दू खेक्सा बरबट्टी, समय समय पर गोगो के लिए भी। मेला हाट बाजार आते जाते मिल सके कोई अपना जो बता सके घर गांव का हाल चाल। चितकबरी गैया के ब्याने की खबर दे सके जो कोई उधर से गुजरते। ऐसी जगह मुझे ब्याहना, उस देश में ब्याहना जहाँ ईश्वर कम आदमी ज़्यादा रहते हों। बकरी और शेर एक घाट पानी पीते हो जहाँ, वहीं ब्याहना मुझे। उसी के संग ब्याहना जो कबूतर के जोड़े और पंडुक पक्षी की तरह रहे हरदम साथ, घर बाहर खेतों में काम करने से लेकर रात सुख दुख बांटने तक। चुनना वर ऐसा जो बजाता हो बांसुरी सुरीली और ढोल मांदल बजाने में हो पारंगत। बसंत के दिनों में ला सके जो रोज मेरे जूड़े के खातिर पलाश के फूल, जिससे खाया नहीं जाए मेरे भूखे रहने पर, जिससे खाया नहीं जाए मेरे भूखे रहने पर, उसी से मुझे ब्याना, उसी से मुझे ब्याना, उसी से मुझे ब्याना।
Yeah, since this is a rather long poem, so I think I better not do the translation of the entire poem. Basically, what she's saying is that don't get me married to a place where there's no harmony, where the man is a Casanova and is wasting away his life drinking, and so and also the mind where things are speeding away more than the mind can run, and so that's all that it is about. The distance is a metaphor, and she's basically talking about settling down at a place where she can come back to her parents' place, share her griefs with her family, and family includes the pet animals with them also. इस कविता में बहुत जाहिर होता है कि आप सिर्फ एक आधुनिकता की आलोचना ही नहीं, आप एक ऐसे जीवन की बात कर रही हैं जो आदिवासी समुदायों के लिए जो बहुत अहम ज़िंदगी है, ज़मीन से जुड़ी हुई, घर के जानवरों के साथ जुड़ी हुई, और परिवार और समुदाय के साथ एक जो गहरा रिश्ता है, उसकी बात करती है ये कविता। क्या ये बात सही है? आपको ऐसा लगता है?
बिल्कुल ही सही है, और ये पारदर्शिता है कि यह बिल्कुल वो एक गांव की जो दूर सुदूर में जो रहती है आदिवासी लड़की कहिए या स्त्री कहिए, जो उनके कल्पना वो किस तरह से अपने कल्पना करते हैं। उनका घर से एक लड़की होकर बेटे का जितना लगाव नहीं रहता है अपने माता पिता के प्रति, अक्सर देखा जाता रहा है, तो बेटियों का कहीं ज़्यादा झुकाव माता पिता के प्रति रहता है, और वो किस तरह उनके लिए चिंतित रहती है कि कल दिन शादी हो जाएगी, फिर पता नहीं कहाँ जाएंगे, कितना दूर जाएंगे, कैसे जगह में हमारी शादी होगी जहाँ से हम माता पिता को देख रेख नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो ये एक जुड़ाव उनकी जो अपने एक मानव मूल्य है, एक पिता होने का अर्थ और एक बेटी होने के बीच का जो संवाद है, वो किस तरह अपनी कल्पना करती है शादी के बाद वाला जीवन का। तो ये बिल्कुल एक स्त्री, गांव की स्त्री, वो इस तरह से सोचती है, समझती है, चीज़ों को देखती है उसके नज़र से।
तो आपकी कविता में जो मुहावरे आते हैं, अक्सर उनका भी संबंध आदिवासी माहौल से होता है। जैसे एक कविता मुझे याद आती है बांस, जिसमें आपने कहीं ये लिखा था कि बांस जहाँ भी होता है अपनी ऊंचाई का एहसास दर्शाता है। तो ये जो मुहावरा है, ये हिंदी की मुख्य धारा की कविता से बिल्कुल अलग है, क्योंकि अब मुख्य धारा का जो हिंदी प्रदेश है, वहाँ बांस बहुत कम जगहों पर ही उगता है, कम से कम बड़ी तादाद में तो उगता नहीं दिखता है। क्या आपका पर्यावरण आपको इस तरह के मुहावरे चुनने में प्रेरित करता है?
देखिए, जो आदिवासियों का जो दिनचर्या जीवन है, वो जंगल, पहाड़ों और नदी से होकर ही अधिकतर देखा जाता है कि जहाँ जहाँ आदिवासियाँ हैं तो वहाँ वहाँ जंगल बचे हैं। तो हमें लगता है कि आदिवासियों का उनके जल जंगल ज़मीन से बहुत ही अधिक वास्ता रहा है या नाता अभी भी है, जो कहीं भी वो अपने जंगल पहाड़ों का ही बयान करती है, और जैसे आसपास की चीज़ों को ही वो कविताओं में अपना पात्र बनाती है। जैसे बांस हुआ, और भी जो तमाम चीज़ें हैं उसमें पेड़ पौधे, उस वैसे चीज़ों को भी अपने पात्र बनाती है, और कविताओं में वो पात्र को वो दर्शा के अपनी कविता को लिखती है।
So what she's saying is that the immediate environment of a poet from the indigenous people is very important, and it finds expression in their literary works. आपने दूसरे रचनाकारों की बात की, जिसमें आपने कहा कि संथाली में भी लिख रहे हैं, और इसके अलावा दूसरी भाषाओं में भी या हिंदी में भी जो आदिवासी रचनाकार लिख रहे हैं, अनुज लुगुन है, जसिंता केरकेट्टा है, या दूसरे लोग जो आदिवासी समुदाय से नहीं आते हैं, रणेंद्र हैं, उन्होंने उपन्यास लिखे हैं, और आदिवासी समुदाय के जो संघर्ष हैं, और केवल आज के नहीं, मतलब जो पहले से सदियों से आते चल रहे संघर्ष हैं, तो आपकी कविताओं में इन संघर्षों का इतना जिक्र नहीं आता। हालांकि कविता में वो तकलीफ और दर्द ज़रूर आता है, पर सीधे सीधे उन संघर्षों का जिक्र नहीं आता। या क्या आपने कहानियाँ या और विधा में लिखने की कोशिश की है जहाँ इनका जिक्र आता हो?
बिल्कुल, कविता के अलावे कहानियों में हमने कोशिश की, बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं, लेकिन इसमें बहुत समय की आवश्यकता होती है। और जहाँ हम जैसे आदिवासी हैं वहाँ उनकी दिनचर्या, एक भूख, जो एक बित्ता का पेट है उसको भरने के लिए जद्दोजहद करते हैं, तो समय का अभाव होता है। तो उस विस्तार से उस तरह कहानियाँ उतनी शिद्दत से नहीं लिख पाते हैं, तो कविता के शब्दों में ही सरल लगता है, आसान लगता है, कविताएं जल्दी पूरी हो जाती है। इस वजह हमने कविता को ही एक अपना लिखने का विधा बनाया।
So she says that I was asking her that there are other writers who have very loudly expressed or written about the struggles that the indigenous people have been going through with the mainstream, mainland people. And I was wondering why we don't find an explicit reference to those struggles in her work. And so she says, no, she has attempted that in some fiction writing, but she finds it difficult to write fiction as much as poetry, because there is also a struggle for survival. And so there is less time available to write fiction, which probably requires longer stretches of writing. So she has used poetry as her principal medium of writing. तो ये जो दूसरे रचनाकार हैं, खास तौर से जो युवा रचनाकार हैं, अनुज लुगुन या जसिंता केरकेट्टा, इनके बारे में आप क्या सोचती हैं?
जी, हमको बहुत गर्व महसूस होती है कि आदिवासी साहित्य में लेखिकाएं आ रही हैं, फिर राइटर्स आ रहे हैं जो लिख रहे हैं, जेंट्स होते हैं। जैसे जसिंता केरकेट्टा की जो कविता आ रही थी, तो उन्होंने मुझे अपनी पांडुलिपि भेजी। उन्होंने कहा कि आप इसका बलर्ब लिख दीजिए, लेकिन मैं सच कहूँ तो मैं उनके बलर्ब लिखने के लिए वो समय की सीमा नहीं होने की वजह से मैं लिख नहीं पाई, लेकिन फर्स्ट ऑफर उन्होंने मुझे किया। और अभी उनकी जो पांडुलिपि अभी भी हमारे पास पड़ी है, और वो शायद दूसरे लोगों ने पांडुलिपि का बलर्ब लिखा, और उनकी कविताएं तो वाकई लगा कि ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि अब नए कलाकार, नए रचनाकार इस तरह से आ रहे हैं, तो खुशी होती है कि अपनी पंक्तियों में और भी लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, खड़े होते देखते हैं, तो ये खुशी होती है। और अनुज लुगुन की जहाँ तक बात करूँ तो ऑलरेडी प्रोफेसर, वो शिक्षा जगत से जुड़े होने के नाते लगता है उनका जीना, मरना, उठना, बैठना उसी में ही होता है। तो ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि वैसे लोग आगे आ रहे हैं, जो चीज़ों को ला रहे हैं और आगे बढ़ाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और भी संताली में राइटर हैं, जैसे चुंडो सोरेन सिपाही करके, वो लोग का NCERT पाठ्यक्रम में भी शामिल है कविताएं। तो अच्छा लगता है कि अब आदिवासी साहित्य जो है मुख्य धारा में आ रही है, और लोग विवश हैं उनको जानने के लिए कि आखिर आदिवासी है क्या चीज़, कैसे होते हैं वो लोग। चूँकि मैं भी जब पहले दिल्ली आए तो वहाँ के जो बड़े बड़े मठाधीश रचनाकार हुआ करते थे, तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि हाँ, निर्मला पुतुल आई है, तो कहाँ है भाई, कैसे, वो कैसी हैं? तो हम कहते हैं आदमी तो आदमी ही होता है, हाँ, तो फ़र्क क्या है, हमारे भी हर चीज़ नक्शा वैसा ही है। तो विश्वनाथ त्रिपाठी जी ने उन्होंने कहा कि जब मिले वो हमसे बहुत आतुरता से मिले, हम लोग बात भी किए, हाँ, और बहुत देखे, मुझे सर से पाँव तक, पाँव से सर तक निहारते रहे। तो बस तुम्हारी नाक है थोड़ी चिपटी है, बोले हो सकता है शायद इसी वजह से हम संताली हैं, संताली आदिवासी हैं। तो वो कैसे कैसे ख्यालात होते हैं उनके अंदर। एक ये भी हमारे लिए नयापन था कि औरों के मन में आदिवासियों के प्रति क्या सोच है, किस तरह हमें किस नज़र से देखा जाता है, परखा जाता है, कम से कम ये जानने सुनने को मिला। लेकिन अभी ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि यह कॉमन मुख्य धारा में आ गई है और संथाली साहित्य में लोग MA PhD MPhil भी कर रहे हैं, तो ये बड़ी खुशी की बात है.
So I was asking her about how she feels about the younger writers who are now becoming quite well recognized. She is from the generation when, for the first time, Santhali writers were getting recognized as a Hindi land, literary world. And so she was talking about now the younger poets are sending her manuscripts, and she hasn't been able to write anything critical on them, but that they do keep in touch with her. And when she first attempted to meet critics, she met very strange kind of responses. Like a leading critic, she in fact named him, Vishwanath Tripathi, told her that, oh well, you seem to have a little flat nose. And she said, yes, I'm Santhali, so this is how I appear. And so she says all these interactions were really interesting, whatever she meant by that. So, now I think we should have questions from audience. That's the note I received from someone. Yeah.
It's open to questions from the audience, please.
हेलो, नमस्कार, मैं सुहास. अक्सर विचार से शब्द तक की यात्रा का समय लंबा हो जाता है. आप उस समय का प्रयोग कैसे करती हैं या दूसरे विचार पे चली जाती हैं?
अक्सर विचार से शब्द तक की यात्रा में काफ़ी समय लगता है. आप किस तरह से ये सफ़र तय करती हैं?
बिल्कुल, कविताओं से गुजरना एक शैशव पीड़ा से गुजरने जैसा ही होता है. एक कविता जो जन्म लेती है, उसके पहले अंदर ही अंदर कई प्रताड़नाएं, वैसे तमाम जो भुक्तभोगी हैं, वैसे स्त्रियों की समस्याओं को अंदर ही अंदर लड़ते हैं. वैसी समस्याओं को लेकर, उनकी धाराओं को लेकर के हमारे अंदर एक युद्ध होता है. और युद्ध होता है, अपने में एक विचार जन्म लेती है, और विचार जब लेती है तो हम कविता तक चले जाते हैं और वहाँ से हमारी कविता का रूप ले लेती है. ये बहुत बड़ी बात है, जो अंदर द्वंद में एक अंतर युद्ध होता है, इसके बाद ही कविताएं जन्म लेती है.
She says there is a struggle that goes on inside with ideas, and only out of that struggle, creative work emerges. Please.
लालतू जी, मुर्मू जी, पहले तो मेरा आप दोनों को सादर प्रणाम. मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ, मैं हमेशा से क्लास का वो बच्चा रहा हूँ जिसको हर चीज़ में थोड़े ज़्यादा सवाल हुआ करते हैं. तो आपको अगर लगे कि मैं ज़्यादा सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ तो आप बेझिझक मुझे बोल दीजिएगा कि अब तुम चुप रहो. हम जब मुख्यधारा, क्या मुख्यधारा है और क्या मुख्यधारा नहीं है, इस चीज़ की बात कर रहे थे, तो ये कौन डिसाइड करता है कि क्या मुख्यधारा है और क्या मुख्यधारा नहीं है? और बातचीत के दौरान जब हम ये कहते हैं कि मुर्मू जी को जो एक सम्मान मिला था, उनके लिए ये बहुत बड़ी बात थी. बीइंग और शी कमिंग फ्रॉम इंडिजिनियस बैकग्राउंड, उनके लिए ये बहुत बड़ी बात थी. तो ये कहकर कहीं हम भी अनइंटेंशनली, मतलब मैं पूरी तरह से श्योर हूँ कि हमारी वो नीयत नहीं है, पर क्या हम भी अनइंटेंशनली इसको मुख्य धारा से अलग समझने की गलती कर रहे हैं?
वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जब हम ये कह रहे थे कि आपको सम्मानित किया गया, क्या ऐसा कहते हुए हम कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं कर रहे कि आपको मुख्यधारा से अलग कर रहे हैं? ये पूछ रहे हैं. और मुख्यधारा कौन तय करता है?
ये बिल्कुल हमारे अंदर भी आपने जो सवाल उठाया, हमारे दिल की बात आपने कही है. लेकिन हमें भी पहले लगता है कि मुख्यधारा में हम लोग को अक्सर बांटा जाता है. ये आदिवासी है तो ये हिंदी है, ये इस तरह का बांटने का जो एक मठाधीश वर्ग होता है, एक वर्ग उनका अपना चलता है, वो वहाँ डिसीजन लेते हैं. ये वो साहित्य है. चूँकि आप इसका हिस्ट्री में जाइएगा, आदिवासी साहित्य को हमेशा आदिवासियों ने नहीं लिखा शुरू से। उनकी तो अपनी एक लोकगीत है, लोक कथा है, वो नाचती है तो उसमें संगीत है, तो उसमें कविता है, वो उस तरह की उनकी कविताएं वहाँ से जन्म होती है। वो और वो युगों युगों से चलते आ रहा, वो हस्तांतरित होते आ रहा है अब तक। अब तो हालांकि लिखने पढ़ने का समय रहा तो लोग कई दशकों से लिख रहे हैं, संताली में या हिंदी में लिख रहे हैं, लेकिन हमें अक्सर बांटा जाता रहा। और ये साहित्य जो है हमेशा मुख्य धारा जिसको बोलेंगे, मठाधीश का वर्ग है जहाँ पर है, जो बड़े बड़े अपने आप को राइटर नाम देते हैं, वही लोग आदिवासियों के बारे में लिखते रहे, जंगल पहाड़ों के बारे में लिखते रहे। वो हमारी भूख की परिभाषा वही गढ़ते थे, जबकि वो भूख क्या जाने, भूख परिभाषा वही जानेंगे जिसको भूख लगता है, वही अच्छा से वर्णन कर पाएंगे। तो ये हम नहीं कहते हैं ये मुख्य धारा, और मुख्य धारा में हम आना भी नहीं चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये मजबूरी है। हम अपने आप को कब तक वहाँ पर ही रखें, कब तक हम भी नहीं फाइट करें कि मुख्य धारा में अपने आप को लाने का प्रयास ना करें। लेकिन हमारा जो मुख्य धारा में नहीं आने से भी हमारा कौन सा क्या बिगड़ता है, सब चीज़ें तो वहीं से आती है। वो जो अन्न होता है वो कितना मेहनत से अन्न उगाते हैं, और वो मुख्य धारा बाजार के लोगों तक कैसे पहुंच जाती है चीज़ें, आप वहाँ भी देखिएगा। तो मुख्य धारा हम नहीं कहते हैं, हमें बांटा जाता है। आप मुझे मुख्य धारा ना कहो, हमें भी तो इंसान का पर्याय दो, हम भी एक इंसान हैं आपकी तरह, बिल्कुल जीता जागता इंसान। तो आप क्यों मुझे काटते चाटते हैं, ये मुख्य धारा नहीं है, ये वो आदिवासी साहित्य है, ये संताली साहित्य है, ये अन्य साहित्य है, आप ही बांटते हैं, आप सिखाते हैं। तो मुझे इसीलिए मुख्य धारा में ये कहना पड़ता है। और जब तक हम नहीं कहेंगे, हमारे लोगों की जो बीच की बातें हैं वो आप तक भी नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे, और इस साहित्य की जो सौंदर्यता बोध जो है वो आप तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे। तो हम नहीं कहेंगे कि हम अपने से कह रहे हैं कि हम मुख्य धारा में आना भी नहीं चाहते हैं, लेकिन आप बांटते रहेंगे कब तक? हम जब तक मुख्य धारा में अपने आप को काटते भी रहेंगे या फिर शामिल होने का भी प्रयास करेंगे।
She says that she doesn't decide whether to become part of the mainstream or not, but her aesthetics have to be somehow, I mean, her aesthetics have to reach you, and hence either she must become part of the mainstream because that is the only way she can reach larger set of people, or she can remain isolated. So she says that the choice is not hers, it's other people who are deciding what is mainstream and what is not mainstream.
Exactly. I want to say that is what is mainstream, because who leads the mainstream? Actually, the question is there, who leads the mainstream? Because Dalit writing, Adivasi writing is rising now, but not elaborately, because they were not, one generation literacy is come to these people. So if they read more and more and they educated more and more, then the literature should be the direction of literature, or we will say the more people who are writing of these levels of people, this percentage of people of who are not literate till 1,000 or 2,000 years, who are not literate, then they are literate, the literacy came to them and they are literate. So there is the identity, if you miss your identity, there should be as a mingle, because the Hindus included you for their counting them. So if you want to lead, then there is something else, I think.
The last question, please. Yeah.
मैम नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मेरा नाम प्रदीप भट्ट है। मैं सबसे पहले आपको मुबारकबाद दूंगा, आपने बहुत खूबसूरत 2 कविताएं सुनाई। मैं एक बात नहीं समझ पाता हूँ, मैं भी 40 साल से इसी फील्ड में हूँ। ये मुख्य धारा की बात मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, मैं कह रहा हूँ ये दलित समाज, आदिवासी समाज, क्या इनमें भी भेदभाव है? क्या ये कहलाना ज़्यादा अच्छा है कि हम दलित समाज से आते और हम दलितों के लिए लिखते तो हम दलित साहित्यकार हो गए या आदिवासी साहित्यकार हो गए? मैं जब से देख रहा हूँ कभी मैंने नहीं देखा कि किसी को इस वजह से हिकारत से देखा गया हो कि आप झारखंड से आते हैं, आप दलित समाज से हैं। आप बात कर रही है मुख्य धारा की, मैं कहता हूँ आप किसी भी गांव के आदमी को दिल्ली बम्बई जैसे शहर में छोड़ दीजिए, उसके साथ वही होगा जो आप लोग महसूस कर रहे हैं। इसलिए सिर्फ दलित और आदिवासी नहीं। और एक दूसरी महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि मुझे लगता है कि आपको भी थोड़ा फॉरवर्ड आना चाहिए और ये बैगेज लेके नहीं आना चाहिए कि हम तो दलित हैं और हम मुख्य धारा में नहीं आ सकते या हमें बायकॉट किया जाता है। एक एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ, दुष्यंत कुमार त्यागी बहुत बड़ा नाम रहा है, उनको भी चढ़ने नहीं दिया गया स्टेज पर। क्या वो दलित थे? नहीं थे। आदिवासी थे? नहीं थे। उन्होंने 50-60 गजलें लिखी है, आज लोग उनकी गजलें गाते हैं। अगर आप में दम है तो आप आगे आएंगे। हल्दरनाग को देख लीजिए, कहां से उठकर राष्ट्रपति भवन पहुंचे। धन्यवाद।
बहुत अच्छी बात है। हम नहीं मानते हैं कि हम दलित हैं, ये आदिवासी साहित्य है या फिर मेन स्ट्रीम के हिंदी साहित्य है। हम तो ज़बरदस्ती घुसपैठ करते हैं। भाई हमारा साहित्य कहाँ कम है, ज़बरदस्ती घुसपैठ करते हैं। वाकई ज़बरदस्ती घुसपैठ करने की हमारी आदत सी हो गई है। हम वहाँ फाइट करना चाहते हैं। क्या हमारे साहित्य में क्या बुरा है? जैसे आप हैं वैसे हम भी हैं। और हम अपनी चीज़ों को जो आप दिखाते रहे हैं, हाँ, कि ये आदिवासी है और ऐसे लिखा गया है आदिवासियों के बारे में, सीधो कानू जो चांद भैरव हुआ करते थे वो लुच्चा लंपट थे। अब बताइए कितनी खतरनाक बात उन्होंने कहा, जबकि वो योद्धा हुआ करते थे उस वक्त। तो उनका वर्णन वैसे लोग, और कौन सा समय में कौन सा फूल खिलते हैं पहाड़ों पर, जंगलों पर, उनको ये नहीं पता। तो ये पता तो होना चाहिए ना। उन्होंने गलत ढंग से लिख देता है, इस समय में ये फूल खिलता है। तो हम आदिवासी हैं भाई, अपने बारे में खुद लिख सकते हैं, हम अपने बारे में खुद रो सकते हैं। तो हम क्यों नहीं अपने बातों को कहें? तो ये मौका हमें दीजिए। अभी हम अपनी बात कहने लगे हैं, लिखने लगे हैं, पढ़ने लगे हैं, विभिन्न भाषाओं में अनुवाद भी होने लगे हैं। तो ये बड़ी बात है। हमें आदिवासी, हम मानव हैं, हमें मानव ही रहने दीजिए, दानव मत बनाइए हमें।
It's okay. I mean, basically she's saying that, don't look at us as something different, distinct from you. We are, just like you. And that's all that she's saying. बड़ी खुशी मिली मुझे आपसे इस बातचीत की वजह से। आइंदा भी मिलते रहेंगे जी।
Nirmila Putul ji and Harjit Singh ji for having such a scintillating discussion today, and the confidence with which she spoke. She stands for all the things that. No, I can't take any more questions. I'm so sorry. Huh? Okay. Yeah, you can catch her at lunch and talk to her, please, and in more detail. Yeah. So thank you very, very much for this discussion for both of you, Nirmila Putul ji and Harjit Singh ji. Thank you very much. So we've had Bangla, Gujarati, and Santali Hindi. Now we shall have a pre-recorded video on Odia. This is a poetry reading by Jayanta Mahapatra. Jayanta Mahapatra is the first poet to win the Sahitya Academy Award for English Poetry 1981. Besides 20 poetry collections in English, he has published 7 of them in India, or in Odia. The Odia poem presented here is translated into English by the poet himself.
कविता से कही चले जे जंत्रणा कथा सते जमिति सेटा ताहारी केवल बोध हुए ता निजर परिकल्पना भल गुणटीए परी धरी रखिता है ताकू सी बोध हुए जने कवि घंटा घंटा धरी अपेक्षा रहे राति आउ गोटे रातिर अपेक्षा कहीं मंटुआ को अनुमति दिए से निसंग कांतटी से फांका झरकाटी केवल ताहारी ताहारी मास मास झरकाटी ताको विश्वासघात करुता है आलुओ पशि आसे ଆପଣ ମନକୁ ଚାଲିଯାଏ ପୁଣି ସେହି ଆଲୁଅରେ ନିଜ ହୃଦୟକୁ ଛକ୍ ଛକ୍ କରିବା ଚେଷ୍ଟାରେ ଲାଗିଥାଏ। ସମସ୍ତେ କହନ୍ତି ସିଏ ଜଣେ କବି। ଦେଖୁଥାଏ ତା ଅଇନାରେ ସେ ଯନ୍ତ୍ରଣାକୁ ଯାହା ଘର କରିଛି ତାହାରି ଭିତରେ। ଏହି କଥାଟିକୁ ତ କେହି ବି ଇର୍ଷା କରେ ନାହିଁ, କାରଣ ଏପରି ନିରୀହ ଖେଳ କାହାରି ନିଦ ଭାଙ୍ଗିପାରେ ନାହିଁ। କବି of a questionable conviction. This is a man who talks of pain as though it belonged to him alone. Maybe he has invented it himself and made a virtue of it. Maybe he is a poet. For hours he waits in the night. Toward another night he waits, for that is his excuse to live. The empty window in his lonely wall belongs only to him. For months together, the window has been deceiving him. Light comes in, then goes away on its own. He has been trying to polish the light on his heart. They all say he was a poet. His eyes saw the pain in the mirror that occupied him. They didn't judge him that. Such a harmless pastime never ruined anybody's sleep.
Thank you. Now I have pleasure of inviting Sri GORATI VENKANNA garu to the stage and T. Vijay Kumar, my colleague, for the next session. GORATI VENKANNA garu is a noted Telugu poet, singer and lyricist from Telangana. The winner of the Sahitya Academy Award in 2021 for his poetry collection Ballanki Taalam. He has published 3 other volumes of poetry, Ekunadam Mota, Rela Putalu, and Alasandra Vanka. He is a nature poet and a people's poet par excellence, whose narrative style is influenced by the oral ballads and the Yakshagana. Widely anthologized and translated into Kannada, Tamil, and English, his poems exhibit a mystical and Sufi worldview. Honored with numerous awards, including the Kabir Samman, the Hamsa Award, the Kaloji Puraskaram, and the Lankesh Award. He is currently the member of the Telangana State Legislative Council. Welcome, sir. Talking to him is my colleague T. Vijay Kumar, Director HLF, and also visiting professor, BITS Hyderabad.
Thank you very much, Kinira and Venkana garu. Meeru vachinanduku chala santosham. I think it would be very unfair to make somebody like GORATI VENKANNA garu to sit and talk, because he is not that kind of a poet, who sits in a comfortable chair and writes poetry. Give him the stage and leave it to him, and he will entertain you for a complete day. He is someone who has been extremely involved and very active in the second phase of the Telangana movement. And as all of you know, that the Telangana movement was actually run by poets and artists. Politicians may have joined later, but the movement was actually taken forward by poets like GORATI VENKANNA garu. వెంకన్న గారు చాలా చాలా సంతోషం మీరు వచ్చినందుకు. మొట్టమొదటిగా వల్లంకి తాళానికి సాహిత్య అకాడమీ అవార్డు వచ్చినందుకు అందరి తరఫున మీకు చాలా చాలా కంగ్రాచులేషన్స్. Again, my friend Laltu has set the right tone that I will let the poet read and speak in the language that he is comfortable with, and wherever, if necessary, I will try to translate it. So Venkanna garu, modalu మీరు మీ పోయట్రీ మీరు ఎలా స్టార్ట్ చేశారు, ఎక్కడి నుంచి మీ పోయట్రీ స్టార్ట్ అయింది? ఎందుకంటే నాకు తెలుసు మీరు చిన్నప్పుడు కూడా వన్ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ థింగ్, యునో he apart from being a poet, he is also a composer. He doesn't simply write lyrics. He sings and he composes music. And one of his songs, many of his songs have now been featured in films, but interestingly, he always had a very low opinion about film songs. In childhood, whenever he was asked to read or sing in school, he refused to sing any film songs. And he always sang bhakti poetry. Right? So Venkanna garu, మీరు మీ కవితా ప్రస్థానం గురించి మొదలు కొంత మాట్లాడి తర్వాత మనం పోయిటరీ గురించి చెప్తాం.
కవితా ప్రస్థానం ఏంది, చాలా చీకటి వస్తున్నప్పుడు, చిన్నప్పుడు అంటే మనకు ప్రకృతి చల్లని పిల్లగాలులు చక్కగా విచ్చిన పూలు కెంపుతో నుల్ల సమాడు ఆకాశము యూహములంజను పక్షు సమతదు మెల్లగా మింటదారు చిరుమేఘములు. అట్లా ఊర్లో ఇట్లాంటి పాటలు అనేది చిన్నప్పుడు. అయ్యపరాత్రి వెనుక రాజిల్లెడు సూర్యబింబము వచ్చేంపగా శక్యమే సంధ్య సంపదల్. నాకు సంగీతం తెలియదు, ఎవరైనా పాడుతుంటే మేము కూడా అనేది అంతే. మా ఫాదర్ పాడేది. జ్ఞానానందము గనుటకు మానవ జన్మమే గాని మరి ఒకటి ఉందా. పక్క ఫోకు క్లాసిక్ మిక్సట, అది తెలియదు చిన్నప్పుడు. ఆ పాటలు వింటుంటే గ్రామాల్లో శిష్ట సాహిత్యం, వ్యావహారిక శిష్ట సాహిత్యం మీద మా ఫాదర్కి మక్కువ. అంటే క్లాసికల్ పోయిటరీ మీద, అంటే ప్రాచీన సాహిత్యం మీద చాలా నన్నయ్య, పోతన, భాగవతం అట్లాంటి సుమత శతకాలు అట్లా పాడేది. అట్లా నుంచి వినేది. అట్లా అర్థం కానీ లోతు కానీ మాకేం తెలియదు. వి బిలాంగ్స్ వెరీ అంటే ప్రిమిటివ్ నాలెడ్జ్ అండ్ రూరల్ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్నెస్ అండ్ డౌన్ టౌన్ కమ్యూనిటీ అన్న ఏమి గొప్ప జ్ఞానం కానీ గొప్ప ప్రశాంతత కానీ పాట ఉండేది. మంచి ఫుడ్ ఉండాలా, మంచి బట్టలు ఉండాలి కదా, కానీ పాట మాత్రం ఉండేది. పాట ఎందుకు దాంట్లో కవిత్వం అనేది, ఇది పక్షి, ఇది ఉపమానం, ఉపమేయం, చేమేంద్రుడు, మమ్మట్టుడు, ఆనందవర్ధనుడు, కుంతకుడు, ఆ పేర్లు మాకేమి తెలియదు అసలు. అంటే అయితే అవి తెలిసిన వాళ్ళ ఉన్న ఊళ్ళు. మమ్మట్టుడు కానీ ఆనంద మాతన అంటే ఎక్కువ అంటే మా ఊరు కొంచెం అంటే కొంచెం సాంప్రదాయ కవిత్వం తెలిసిన ఊరు అన్నట్టు. అది మొత్తం మాకు తెలియదు కానీ మమ్మట్టుడు we don't know, బట్ మమ్మట్టుడు, కుంతకుడు, వక్రోక్తి, ధ్వని, ఆనంద అంటే ఇట్లాంటి పేర్లు అనేది వాటి గురించి మినిమం ప్రైమరీ నాలెడ్జ్ కూడా మాకు లేదు. కానీ అవి ఉన్న ఊరు అది. ఎందుకంటే వేద పాఠశాల ఉన్నది మా ఊర్లో. ఇంద్రకీల అంటే విజయవాడ నుంచి, త్రిపురాంతకం నుంచి కూడా వచ్చేది. డాక్టర్ హరహర్నాథ్ గారు రాసినారు. అలాంటి ఒక ట్రెడిషన్ ఊళ్ళో ఉంది. దాంతో పాటుగా తెల్లవారున మార్నింగ్ గేలలో వేస్తే గద్వాల కోట మీద గద్దరెక్కల కోడి కూసే నాగరాళ్ళ నల్ల వెట్టున్న ఓ పాలిరో. వాటర్ వస్తుంటే మోట్లోంచి ఈ పాట ఇక్కడ గురిలోకి వచ్చి అవేం తెలియదు కానీ ఆయన ఒక రిథమిక్ అతను వాడేది. ఇదంతా కలిసి మా ఫాదర్ కొంచెం అక్షర జ్ఞానం ఉండేది. శతక పద్యాలు ఆయన నుంచి మా ఫాదర్ మదర్ పాడేది. ఇది కవిత్వం అని నేను ఆ 7 ఏళ్ళప్పుడే ఏదో పాటలు పాడుతుంటే జొన్న కంకి, సద్దసేను, మామిడి చెట్లు, పూతలు వాటి గురించి పాడుకునేది. అంతే తప్ప అది కవిత్వం అని తెలియదు. నేను అవే పాడదు. కానీ మీరు అన్నట్టు సినిమా పాటలు ఫస్ట్ నుంచి కూడా నాకు పెద్ద ఆసక్తి లేదు. ఎందుకంటే కారణం అంటే విస్తృతంగా అప్పటికీ తెలంగాణ గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో, మాది రాయలసీమకు దగ్గర కనుక భక్తి సాహిత్యం, అచల సాహిత్యం, తర్వాత పౌరాణిక నాటక సమాజాలు, కర్ణాటక ప్రభావంతో ఉన్న యక్షగాన ప్రభావం, ఇవన్నీ ఉండటం వల్ల ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళు అసలు రాసేది నన్ను మీద చూసి బ్రోవుమా, రూపకం తెలియదు, ఏం తెలియదు. నన్ను మీద చూసి ఎన్నటికి నెక్కు సాయను, నిన్నే శరణన్నా నీకన్నా ఎవరున్నారిక నన్ను. చాలా వాడు మా ఫాదర్ వాడుతుండేది. మునినాయక విను మీ నెల దినములలో ఘనముగా మీరు నమిచ్చద దయచూటుము అనుమానము పని లేదిక కనికరమున కరుణింపుము నన్ను మీదయ. అసలు మునినాయక వినుమీ నెల దినములలో ఘనముగా, చాలా చిన్న ఏజ్లో ఒక్క సంయుక్తాక్షరం, ఒక ద్వితం లేకుండా ఇంత అందంగా రాసినారనే ఎరుక నేను చదువుకున్నప్పుడు, చిన్నప్పుడే నాకు ఇష్టం. అందుకని నా పాటల్లో ఎక్కడ ఒత్తులు, ప్రౌఢమైన పదాలు, కొరకరాని లయాత్మకత అలవక గ్రామీణ నుంచి వచ్చింది. నేను కావాలని అంటే రాయాలను అనంత కాంతి పుంజములతల నుంచి నింగిరిడంతరంబు వెలుగు పూలు నేలకు వెద జల్లువాడు సెగల తీరు చుట్టు భూమిని పగలు రాత్రి తిప్పేవాడు లేడి పరుగులతో వేడి గుర్రములాడించేవాడు అతనేమో మండె కొలిమి సాగరముతో చెలిమి నింగి సాగరాల మధ్య బంధము జలచక్రమని. ఇందులో కూడా ఒత్తులు లేవు, నేను రాసిన ఒత్తులు లేవు. కానీ అది ఎవరికి అర్థం కాకపోయేది. కావాలని రాసే ఇటు రాయినప్పుడు ఇదేదో బాగా అన్నారు, ఇంత నీ ఇట్టు రాసిన నాకు తెలియదు, ఊరికి రాసిన అన్నావా ఏముంది. పారెబాగు వంకలు ఆ పచ్చని ఏదైనా అంటే గ్రామంలో చూసిన సంత, స్ట్రీటు, మనిషి, ట్రైబల్, ఆదివాసి, ఆవులు, పశువులు, పశుపక్షాదులు, పంచభూతాలని స్థావర జంగమాత్మక జగత్తు ఏదైతేని అనంతమూర్తి గారు మీలాంటి వాళ్ళు చెప్తారో అవి ఏవి తెలియకుండానే మాలో కవిత్వము, పాఠం అది కవిత్వం, అది వచనం, అది ప్యూవర్సా అంటే వచనమా, అది దీర్ఘకాలం, అది రితమిక, ఇవన్నీ ఏం మాకు తెలియదు. తెలియనప్పుడే రాసిన పాటలు. అట్లా తెలియనప్పుడు చాలా బాగా రాసినాం, తెలిసిన తర్వాత చాలా ఆలోచనలు పడి రాయాలన్నా వద్దా, ఇది ఉందా, ఇట్లా అందది.
I think this really deserves a quick translation. I will not translate the whole thing. He credits his village background to his poetry. And he says he never knew that what he was writing is called poetry. He grew up in a village. He comes from a very disadvantaged background. But he grew up in a village which was very literary, right? And including mainstream literature. And his village had a Vedic school. And he comes from a village which is close to Rayalaseema. So on the one hand, there was the influence of classical poetry and classical literature, and on the other hand, the influences of Yakshagana and the folk thing. He says that the first thing that attracted him was simply the rhythm of poetry. He did not know the meanings of the words, he did not know grammar, he did not know what, rhyme and rhythm is. He simply followed the rhythm that he heard in the village, and he just picked up writing, the sense of sound, both from the village temple where the pujari was reciting probably very Sanskrit shlokas, and also his father was a singer, a kind of folk singer. And so, but what he says something is very interesting. He says that he wrote very good what people recognized as poetry when he did not know what poetry was, what grammar was, etc., etc. He says that after coming to know about these things, he says he is not able to write that well in this. So, Venkanna garu, మీరు ఒకవైపు భావకవిత్వం, ఇంకోవైపు మీరు ప్రజానాట్య మండలి అలాంటి లెఫ్టిస్ట్, కమ్యూనిస్ట్ ఐడియాలజీ ఉన్న పోయిటరీ దాంట్లో కూడా చాలా యాక్టివ్గా ఉన్నారు. ఈ రెండింటిని మీరు ఎలా సమన్వయం చేశారు?
భావకవిత్వానికి ప్రధానంగా మా ఫాదర్ వాడే ప్రాచీన యక్షగాన కళారూపాల్లోని, అంటే యక్షగానాలు అంటే తెలంగాణలో యక్షగానాలు కాదు, కుప్పం భాగవత పక్కన ఉన్న కొంత కవితాత్మక సిస్టమ్, తర్వాత అద్భుతమైన నడక ఉన్న దానివల్ల భావకవిత్వం కొద్దిగా అంటే యశోధర లేకుంటే అల్లిరాని, లేకుంటే ద్రౌపది, అన్నిటికంటే సారంగధార ఇట్లాంటి వాటిని చూడటం వచ్చింది. రెండవది ఏంటంటే మా ఫాదర్ భాగవత పద్యాలు వాడిది. భాగవతం పద్యాలు చాలా ఆటి వల్ల కొంత. అన్నిటికంటే మా ఊర్లో ఉన్న ఈ ట్రెడిషన్ ఉందా, రిచెస్ట్ ట్రెడిషన్, పూజారి అతను చాలా గొప్పవాడు, సంస్కర్త. అతను బ్రాహ్మడే కానీ అంటరాని దళితులకు కూడా తన పొలంలో తన బావిలో తాను ఒకవైపు సందే వార్చుతుంటే మరొక వైపు దళితులు స్నానం చేసే కల్చరు మా ఊళ్ళో ఉండేది. అది సత్యం కూడా, అది అసత్యం ఏం కాదు, మీరు తెలుసుకోవచ్చు. ఎందుకంటే పైగా తను మున్నవ లక్ష్మీనారాయణ మాలపల్లి నవల్లో రాసినట్టుగా మీరు నమ్మరుని దళితులకు ప్రత్యేకంగా తను ఆ ఊరు భూస్వాములకు భిన్నంగా అంకాలు, నరసింహ, మా ఫాదర్ ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళకు కొంత వాళ్ళను ఆర్థికంగా ఎదిగేటందుకు కోసం తను చాలా సహాయం చేసే పద్ధతి. తర్వాత వాళ్ళకు జ్ఞానం ఇచ్చే పద్ధతి. మా ఫాదర్ కూడా చిన్న అట్లా ఈ రెండింటి మధ్యలో వచ్చినాం. కానీ పేదరికం ఆయన మాత్రం పోగొట్టాడు కదా. అందుకని ఆకలి, కరువు, బాధ మిగతా ఆయన బాగున్నాడు, కానీ దోపిడీ ఉంటుంది కదా. దోపిడీ కోసం ప్రజానాట్య మండలి, విప్లవ సాహిత్య సంస్థలతోని తెలంగాణలో పుట్టిన ప్రతి కవులు ఎవరైనా ఆ ప్రభావానికి గురవుతారు. అదే సందర్భంలో అన్నము, పట్ట, సమాజమే కాదు, లోపల అంతర్లోకం ఉంది కదా. మేము చూసే పాలపిట్ట, ఆకాశము, సుక్కలు, నక్షత్రాలు, వెన్నెల, పొదలు, తీగలు ఇవన్నీ మాకు భావకవిత్వం కృష్ణశాస్త్రులకు రాలే. మేము అనుభవించిన ఈ ప్రకృతిలో వివక్షత లేని, అంటే మా ఊరి బ్రాహ్మణ అయ్యగారి దగ్గర వివక్షత లేదు, ప్రకృతిలో వివక్షత లేదు. మిగతా అదే శూద్ర అప్పర్ క్యాస్ట్లో వివక్షత ఉంది. కనుక వివక్షత లేని ప్రకృతి మమ్మల భావకవిత్వం వైపు నడిపించింది.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. ఐ వాజ్ ఆస్కింగ్ హిమ్, వెంకన్న గారు, నేను ఈ మధ్యలో మీరు వానొచ్చినమ్మ అది మీరు వెతికి పెట్టండి, నేను అది నెక్స్ట్ చదువుదాం. అది ఐ వాజ్ జస్ట్ ఆస్కింగ్ హిమ్ దట్ ఆన్ ద వన్ హ్యాండ్ he was influenced by as well as wrote the so-called romantic poetry. But at the same time, he was deeply involved with the leftist movement and the Prajanatya Mandali, which was a kind of cultural front of the leftist movement. And so I was asking him, how was he able to reconcile the two? And he says that from his background, he believed in two things: nature, which does not discriminate, and secondly, he says that there is hunger, there is the physical discrimination, but there is also a soul, right? So the nature poetry was very close to him because nature does not discriminate, right? And that's how he says that was something that drew him towards romantic poetry. But at the same time, there is hunger, there is the physical pain, which made him take very active role in the leftist movement. I was listening to NIRMILA ji in the session before, and she was talking about how the home does not consist only of people, but also animals, trees, etc. And if there is one word that explains and that describes Venkanna garu, is that everything in nature, if you look at the titles of his collections, all the titles are taken from nature. Birds, flowers, right? The rhythm of, the brooks. So most of his poetry, I would say almost all of his poetry, draws its inspiration from the nature that, and he's not the romantic poet of the classical sense, but he looks at things that are around him, and that's why I requested him to read one of his famous poems, Vaanochanamma, which is, okay. He says that the priest in his village was so progressive that on the one hand, while he was taking a bath in the river and changing his cross belt, in the same stream, Dalits were taking bath. And it was his pujari, the temple priest, who actually taught the underprivileged children many things. And so he says, neither did the pujari nor nature discriminated. And that is why he says that he took inspiration from that. So the first poem I'm requesting Venkanna garu to read is a poem titled Vanochanamma. I mean, the rain has come, and there is already a translation available. I'll read that, but first, Venkanna garu.
వానొచ్చెనమ్మ వరదొచ్చెనమ్మ వానతో పాటుగా ఉనుకొచ్చెనమ్మ చెట్ల కురులా మీద బొట్లు బొట్లు రాలి చెట్ల కురులా మీద బొట్లు బొట్లు రాలి గట్ల బండల మీద గంధమై పారింది కొట్టాము పైవాడి మట్టంత గడిగింది కోడి పుంజు చుట్టుకొంటే గదాకింది దున్న పోతులనేమో దుంకులాడించింది బల్రమందానేమో సెల్లల్ల ముంచింది వానొచ్చెనమ్మ దొచ్చెనమ్మ వానతో పాటుగా ఉనికొచ్చెనమ్మ గద్దగూటిలోని గడ్డిని దడిపింది గద్దగూటిలోని గడ్డిని దడిపింది గువ్వగూటి గులకర్రాళ్ళను జరిపింది తీతువా గొంతును తీయగా చేసింది పరిగి పిట్ట ముక్కు పాసీని గడిగింది ఎద్దుము పూరాన్ని ముద్దాడి మురిసింది ముల్లుగర్ర ఒళ్ళు సల్లాగా చేసింది వానొచ్చెనమ్మ వరదొచ్చెనమ్మ వానతో పాటుగా వణుకొచ్చెనమ్మ కొత్త నీటితో వచ్చి కోనేట చేరింది పచ్చని నాసును పలుగజీరేసింది సేపకేమో నీటి పులుపును దాపింది కొంగకేమో విందు కోరిక రేపింది కప్పల పండుగ కళ్ళార చూసింది తావేలు పెళ్లికి తల నీరు పోసింది వానొచ్చెనమ్మ వరదొచ్చెనమ్మ వానతో పాటుగా వణుకొచ్చెనమ్మ ఎర్ర భూముల నెర్రెలన్నీ ఊడ్సినాది రేగడి నేలను మాగాని చేసింది తువ్వగడ్డాలల్ల కవ్వాతు చేసింది నరరారా తువ్వగడ్డాలల్ల కవ్వాతు చేసింది సౌడు భూముల దాకి దౌడు తీసినాది పొంగేటి కల్లులో పోసింది సన్నీళ్ళు ఈత చెట్టు లొట్టి మూతిని గడిగింది వానొచ్చెనమ్మ వరదొచ్చెనమ్మ తాను రాక ముందే తూనీగలా లేపి తన పాటకే తాను దరివేసి ఆడింది తులసమ్మ దీపము సిప్పలో చేరింది ప్రమిద తులసమ్మ దీపము సిప్పలో చేరింది నీరెండ పులుపుకు నిగనిగా మెరిసింది ఎర్ర మల్లెను గడిగి ఎరుపునే పెంచింది ఎర్ర మల్లెను గడిగి ఎరుపు తెల్ల మల్లెను గడిగి తేటగా చేసింది ఎర్ర మల్లెను గడిగి ఎరుపునే పెంచింది వానొచ్చెనమ్మ యములాడ రాజన్న వేడుక చూసింది మందింటి కొయినంక మైల గడిగేసింది రావి ఆకుల దడిపి రాలిపడి సాధులా సామాది సన్నిధికి చేరింది సూపీల దర్గాల చుట్టూ తిరిగి మొక్కి సూపీల దర్గాల చుట్టూ తిరిగి మొక్కి ఎగిరే దట్టిలకేమో ఎండి మెరుపద్దింది పారాడి గోదారిలో కలిసి సీతమ్మ పాదాలు శిరసుంచి తాకింది రామయ్య కాదు పారాడి గోదారిలో కలిసి సీతమ్మ పాదాలు శిరసుంచి తాకింది వంకలు డొంకలు వనములెల్లా తిరిగి కృష్ణమ్మ వడికోయి ఇష్టంగా ఈదింది దుందుబి తలకంటి దుమ్మంత గడిగింది అందమైన ఇసుకను అద్దములా చేసింది ఇష్టముందో లేదో పట్నానికొచ్చింది ఇష్టముందో లేదో పట్నానికొచ్చింది ముక్కు మూసుకొని మూసీల మునిగింది ముక్కు మూసుకొని మూసీల మునిగింది
How do you translate a poem like this? And I must both pity and congratulate my friend Sunita Rani of University of Hyderabad, who tried to translate this into English. And I will read that out. But as you can see, there is nothing which is a kind of a substitute anywhere near the kind of rhythm, the kind of sound that Venkanna garu brings into his poems. It's Raining Dear by Gorati Venkanna, translated by Sunita Rani. It's raining, dear. It's flooding. Rain brought shivers along with it. Dear, it trickled on the tree hair, flowed like a sandal on the bank rocks, perched on the hut, cleaned the mud, naughtily stroked the rooster's comb, drove the buffaloes around, dipped the flock in the lake, drenched the straw in the eagle's nest, shuffled the pebbles in the sparrow's nest, sweetened the voice of the lapwing, cleansed the moss on the budger's nose, rejoiced to caress the bull hump, cooled the thorny stick's body off, reached the pond along with new water, split the thriving water weeds, made the fish drink the water's pride, sparked the crane's desire for a feast, fondly watched the frog festival, performed ablutions at the turtle's marriage, filled the cracks in the red soil, prepared the cotton soil for cultivation, paraded in loose soil lands, galloped forward, touching the barren grounds, poured cold water on the foaming toddy, washed the wild date toddy pot's rim, woke up the dragonflies even before it arrived, danced beating time to its own song, showed the white jasmine even more transparent, washed the red jasmine and increased its redness, reached the lamp shell at the Tulisamma altar, gleamed in the gentle evening sunlight, watched Vemulavada Rajanna's festivity, cleaned the dirt after people left for home, drenched the fig leaves and dripped to reach the abode of saints' tombs, encircled the Sufi dargahs and bowed before them, applied silver light to the flying flags. Flowing onward, it merged in Godavari. Bowing down, it touched Sitamma's feet. Interestingly, it's not Sri Rama's feet, but it touched Sitamma's feet. It touched Sitamma's feet, roamed around streams, ravines, forests, fondly settled in Krishnamma's lap, cleared the dirt on the Dundubi's confluence, transformed the beautiful sand into a mirror. It came to the city, willingly or unwillingly, closed its nose and took a dip in the river Musi. I think I will now request Venkana Garu to read his second poem. Again, all his poems talk about nature and the changes, that come in nature. And the second poem is a poem titled Oketova. Oketova, translated into English as the same path.
గంధాపు కొమ్మైనా గరికమ్మ పువ్వైనా ఊపే ఉయ్యాల ఒకటే చిరుగాలి మేళ ఒకటే మేడైనా గూడైనా నేల మీదేనంట ఉండెందుకు తావేనంట మేడైనా గూడైనా నేల మీదేనంట మెత్తాని పరుపైన అల్లిన సాపైన మురిపేమెందులా కంట నరుడా ఓ నరుడా నిండైనా నిదురే ఉంటే సాలంట కమ్మాని విందైన కమ్మాని పలహారం కారం విందైనా రుచిలో కొంచెము తేడంట తీరే ఆకాలి ఒకటేనంట నెలవంక నవ్వైనా మినుగూరు దివ్వైనా చీకటిలో చిన్న పెద్దంట పగటి కంట ఉన్నా లేవంట ఆ రెండు పగటి పూట ఉన్నా లేవంట, వాగైనా ఏరైనా పరుగు భేదమంట, పారేది నీరేనంట, సంద్రానికి తోవేనంట, అది సంద్రానికి తోవేనంట.
Does this remind you of any Carnatic classical bhajan? Brahma Mokkate. Right? You know, this is a poem where, and the reason why I asked him to read this is that this is where, you know, his mysticism comes out. You know, he says that whether you are eating a sumptuous meal or a humble breakfast, it is, after all, it's your hunger that you are satisfying, right? So this is a poem, and by the way, idokkasari istara idu. Yeah, I know. This is the book for which he was honored with the Sahitya Academy Award. Vallanki Talam. Vallanki is a very ordinary bird, right? So it is the song of the bird, very common bird, right? Not very exotic bird, but just a common bird. The reason why I mention this is because this book has 32 poems, and each one of them is about either a flower or a bird. So it's all about flora and fauna. 32 poems, all about them. This is a poem that I had asked Venkanna garu to read, and you have enjoyed the original. This is titled, translated as Same Path, Oke Tova, translated by Sunita Rani. Same swing, same mild breeze, be it the sandalwood branch or the grass flower. Be it a mansion or a nest, it is on the earth a mere space to live. Why rejoice whether it is a mattress or a mat? Deep sleep is what matters. Be it a sumptuous feast or rice with chili powder, no difference in hunger, but only in taste. The smile of the crescent moon or the glow of the fireflies, big and small, only in darkness exist, but not in daylight. Be it a stream or a river, variance only in the flow. Flows only water a path to the ocean. Thank you, Venkanna garu. మీరు మీ ఇంకొక పోయం చదివే ముందు మీరు మీ పోయిటరీ గురించి ఇంకా చెప్పండి. చాలా నేర్చుకోవాలి మేము. మీరు ఇంతకుముందు బయట ఒక మాట అన్నారు, తెలిసి రాసేది కవిత్వం కాదు అని. దట్ ఈస్, poetry is not that which you write knowing what you are going to write. He says poetry is something that comes to you automatically and you can't do without writing it. So కవిత్వం గురించి మీ ఒపీనియన్ చెప్పండి.
ఎందుకంటే బాగా అనేక భాషా శాస్త్రం, సాహిత్యం, మార్మికమైన కవితా ప్రక్రియలన్నింటినీ అధ్యయనం చేస్తే మేము ముందు నేను మాట్లాడటం అనేది, ఎందుకంటే బేసికలీ ప్రిమిటివ్ అని చెప్పినాను నేను కనుక వాటి గురించి వివరించే సామర్థ్యం లేదు. కానీ అంటే ఇంతకుముందు గతంలో కూడా చెప్పాను, కళలో పొలవరింతలాగా అది రాస్తున్నప్పుడు నేను రాయలేకుంటే మనగడ లేని, ఈ రాయకపోతే ఈరోజు 120 డిగ్రీల జ్వరంతో బాధపడుతున్నంత స్థితిలో రాయాలి. ఊరికి రాయడం ఎందుకయ్యా వెతకదలచుడు బండ్లకుల దిగ కావ్యరాసలు జాతి నాడులలో వెళ్ళేసి గీతికొక్కడు రాయపూడి సుబ్బారావు అన్నట్టు నేను ఎందుకు రాయడం అనేది రోజు కనపడుతుంది. అని ప్రతిదీ కవితాత్మకం చేయడం కావచ్చు. ఎందుకు రాస్తున్నామో, ఏ వస్తువు ఎప్పుడొచ్చి కూర్చుంటో తెలియదు. 20 ఏళ్ళు ఒక్కొక్కసారి అడవిరా అనుకున్న, ఎప్పుడు చాలా ప్రాజెక్టులు ఉంటాయి. ప్రాజెక్టు పెట్టుకొని రాస్తే నవలిస్తూ కొన్ని ప్రాజెక్టు కొంత ఇతివృత్తం చేయొచ్చు. కథా రచయితలకు ఒక జీవితం ఉంటుంది. తర్వాత ప్రధానంగా కవులకు ఏంటంటే అసలు అట్లా శూన్యంలో అంటే జలాలుద్దీన్ రూమి మౌలానా చెప్పినాడు అని అంటారు కానీ అతను చెప్పకముందే నాకు తెలియక ఐ డోంట్ నో జలాలుద్దీన్ రూమి మౌలానా శూన్యంలో అంటే ఏది లేకుండా ఏది కాకుండా తిరుగుతూ ఏదన్నా ఇష్టపడదు. సంత చాలా అలాగా అందరు చూడండి, సంత చూసినాం, అందరూ చెట్టు చూస్తాం, కొంగ చూస్తాం. నేను 10 సంవత్సరాల కొంగ పాటరాల కొంగనిట చూసేది పొలంలోకి ఇట్లా చూస్తుంటే ఏదో వెరైటీ ఉంది, ఏదో ఉంది. సడన్గా ఒక్కరోజు రాయించుకుంటుంది. అడవి మీద రాయాలని ఒక దాదాపు 6 years అడవిలో తిరిగినాం. చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి అడవి దగ్గర మా ప్రాంతం 20 kilometers దూరం. కానీ ఒక్క రోజులో రాయించుకుంటుంది. అట్లాంటి ఒక స్థితి, ఒక మైకం అంటారా, తాధ్యాత్మత, అన్కాన్షియస్ ఏమంటారా అవన్నీ. కానీ ఆ మార్మికత కవికి కూడా తెలియద్దు ఎట్లా ఏ సందర్భం రాస్తున్నానని. ఆ రాసే ఈ సందర్భంలో ఈ వాతావరణంలో ఈ సిచ్యువేషన్లో రాస్తున్నామని మనకు తెలిస్తే మనం రాయలేము. ఆ సిచ్యువేషన్ భిన్న రూపం ఎప్పుడు ఎట్లా ఉంటుందో తెలియదు. నిద్రలో కలలో పడుకున్నప్పుడు మన గాఢ నిద్రలో కళలు నేను అద్భుతం ఇంగ్లీష్, నేను ఐ డోంట్ నో ఇంగ్లీష్, గుడ్ ఇంగ్లీష్, బట్ కళలో ఇంగ్లీష్ మాట్లాడతా బాగా. నేను దంచోదం చేస్తున్నాను, నేను డ్రీమ్ చాలా బాగా మాట్లాడతా. అసలు నేను కళలో మోడీజీకి పోయి అలా ఇస్తాను, లేకుంటే కేసీఆర్తో ఆడవిస్తాను. కళలో ఉట్టేప్పుడు పోయి కలవాలంటే భయపడతాము. కళలో వాళ్ళ దగ్గర కూర్చొని తాగుతా, తింటాం, మజా చేస్తాం. లేకుంటే కళలో ఔశ్వర్య రాయ్తో కలిసి ఒక్కోసారి చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉన్నాం. అంటే ఆ కళ ఇటు రావాలనుకోకుండా వస్తుంది. అట్లా ఈ కవిత్వం కూడా అట్లా ఎప్పుడు ఎందుకు వస్తుందో నా పోయమ్స్, నా అనుభవం ఏంటంటే నేను చెప్తున్న గొప్ప పని కాదు, చాలా వెర్రిగా అనుకోకుండా వచ్చినవే. ఒక్కోసారి ఇప్పటి పోయం కొంచెం ఆలోచించి మీరు అన్నట్టు అన్నమయ్య లేకుండా ఏదో ఇది కూడా అంటే నీకు కంచెరే కానీ ఏదన్నా నా 90% నా పోయం నాకు తెలియనితనంతో నన్ను నేను మర్చిపోయి రాసినవే. నాకున్న పద్యాలు నేను 100 పద్యాలు చదువుకుంటాను, మీలాంటి కవులందరూ ఇష్టపడతాను. కానీ అన్నీ మర్చిపోయి ఎవరిని అంటే అభిజాత్యం, జాతీయ జెండాకున్నంత గర్వం అని గుంటూరు స్టేషన్ శ్రీమంతుడే, అంత అభిజాత్యం, అంత వెర్రితనం, అమాయక వెర్రితనంలో ఒక చిన్నటి పలవరింత లాంటిది కవిత్వం అనుకుంటాను.
Again, after I try to translate what he just said, or try to summarize what he said, we will take questions now from the audience. I was asking him about his idea of why and how does he write his poetry. He says that you can't write poetry with a target in mind, with a plan in mind. He says with a plan in mind, probably you can write a novel. You can take it up as a project and write a novel. But he says poetry is something, it's like, what you dream in your dreams is beyond your control. And he says that he doesn't say, words like unconscious and all that. He says that in dreams, he can do anything that he did not even expect. And similarly, he writes poems not when he wants to write a poem, and he gave a couple of examples where he wanted to write about forest and he roamed around in the forest for 6 years, but he could not write it. But on one day, suddenly, he doesn't know what happened to him. He just wrote it in one stroke. So he says poetry is something which cannot be planned, and it's something that it's like fever. And he says you go into a trance, right? And you write without being conscious of what you are writing. So this is his idea of poetry. Venkanna garu, thank you so much. Now we'll take a few questions very quickly. Keep them brief, please. Yeah.
మీ రెసిటేషన్ చాలా నచ్చిందండి, చాలా నచ్చింది. మీరు మీ కవిత్వం చదివేరే, ఆ విధానం చాలా నచ్చింది, కాంటెంట్ కూడా నచ్చింది, దేని గురించి రాశారో అది కూడా నచ్చింది. ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ నేను ఇక్కడికి రాగానే స్టోరీ బాక్స్లో ఒక పోయం కోసం నొక్కితే మీ తాడు లేని నీడ వచ్చింది. సో మీరేం అనుకోకపోతే మా కోసం ఆ తాడు లేని నీడ చదువుతారా?
చదవండి. ప్రేక్షక మహానుభావులు వాళ్ళనేమో మనం
Sarla asked for a poem which she got from the story box.
Yeah.
She said it's in English. I want the recitation because his recitation is good. She wants it in Telugu. I would like to remind you that you have already heard so many poets today. All their poems are available in the story box. During lunchtime, please feel free to take a printout.
Yeah, చదవండి.
నా నీడ వెంబడే నా కాలి నడక, నా నీడ వెంబడే నా కాలి నడక, నే వెన్నెలైనప్పుడు అది అలక పడక, నా నీడ వెంబడే నా కాలి నడక, చీకటిల హల్లుకొని నా పక్కనే ఉన్న తడిమితే చేతికి తాకనే తాకదు, వేకువలనే లేచేదాకా తను లేవదు, కాకమ్మ కావన్న కదులదు మెదలదు, కోకిల పాటిన్న నా సాటు నొదులదు, తొలి సందెనే కదుల అది ముందలుంటాది, తొలి సందె నే కదుల అది ముందలుంటాది, నడి ఎండ తానుండ తా నేనే తన గొడుగంది, నడి ఎండ తానుంట నేనే తన గొడుగంది, ఎండ తగిలితే తాను కందిపోతనుకుందో పట్టపగటి వేళ పొట్టిగైపోతాది, పట్టపగటి వేళ పొట్టిగైపోతావి, సందేల కాంతులకు సందేల కాంతుల వాన కన్నీ మెరిసే, సందేల కాంతుల వాన కన్నీ మెరిసే, నేల మెరువనని దిగులుంది నాదేమో, పొద్దునడుగుట కరకు పొడుగైపోయింది, పొద్దునడుగుట కొరకు పొడుగైపోయింది, నే కాలు గదిపితే అది కాలు దూతది, నే వేలెత్తి చూపితే వేలెత్తి చూపితే తను వేలు నెత్తుతుంది, నే వేలు కదిపితే నే వేలు కదిపితే వేలెత్తి చూపుతుంది, నే తింటే తిన్నట్టు నన్నెక్కిరిస్తాది, అలసటుందే కొండవాలు నడకల కూడా, అలసటుండే ఎత్తు కొండవాలుల కూడా, ఏ అలుపు ఎరువక ఏ అలుపు లేకుండా తానెత్తుకొస్తా, ఏ అలుపు ఎరగక ఎత్తులను ఎక్కుతది, వంకర తోవలో ఒడుపుతో నా నడక, నా మనసు పసిగట్టి నన్నే వణికిస్తాది, నా మనసు పసిగట్టి నన్నే వణికిస్తా, నీ తోడు నేనుంట నాకెవరు తోడంటూ పెదవి విప్పాకున్న పెను ప్రశ్నగా నుండు, అన్నిటినీ అవలీల వదులుకున్న ఎట్టి అవధూతలను కూడా అది వదులనంటాది, అవధూతలను కూడా అడిగి ఎక్కిరించి, అన్నిటినీ నీవు అవలీల వదిలినవు నన్నొదులుతావగని నవ్వుతాది నీడ, నన్నొదులుతావగని నవ్వుతాది నీడ.
I'll just translate just one line of the last line actually. He says that even avadhutas who sacrifice everything, the shadow continues to follow them, right? They can get rid of anything and everything, but their shadow always follows them. Even it does not leave the avadhutas alone, right? So this is about the shadow, and the poem is available. Naeem has a question there.
It's always a sheer pleasure to listen to you. You have been, writing this, natural poetry. Your expression is marvelous. Your style is so brilliant. So how did you enter into this Viplava Kavitvam, basically the revolutionary poetry? So was that also a conscious or unconscious way of writing?
Prakriti padyalu rastu ee progressive movement లాంటిది, leftist movement లాంటిది, అది కూడా కాన్షియస్గా చేశారా లేకుంటే మీకు తెలియకుండానే?
అంటే ప్రకృతికి నా ఏ కవికైనా తెలిసి తెలియక తాత్వికత ఉంటుంది. హ్యావింగ్ ఫిలాసఫీ ఖచ్చితంగా. అది ఫిలాసఫీని వ్యాఖ్యానం చేసి దాన్ని విశ్లేషణ అనాలిసిస్ చేసేంత శక్తి సామర్థ్యాలు ఉండకపోవచ్చు, కానీ పరిమితత్వం, ప్రశాంతం, సహజత్వం, పరిమితత్వం అనే గ్రామీణ అంటే ఒక రకంగా గాంధీ, ఒక రకంగా ఈ దేశంలోని బుద్ధ భగవానుడు, తర్వాత కార్ల్ మార్క్స్, వీరు నేను చాలా గౌరవిస్తా. అందుకని ప్రకృతిలో అన్నీ ఆశ లేకుండా బతుకుతున్నాయి. చెట్టు తనకెంత జాగా కావాలో అంతే తీసుకుంటుంది. జంతువు అవసరమైతేనే క్రూరంగా, సింహం వేటాడితే వాటికి నొప్పి కలగని తిమ్మిరి వచ్చే ప్లేసులోనే వేటాడుతుంది, ప్రకృతి లక్షణం. కానీ మానవుడు క్రూరంగా హింస కానీ అన్నీ కానీ తనకు కావాలనుకునే తత్వానికి నేను మార్క్సిజం తెలియకముందే భారతీయ దేశంలోని అంటే పుష్పం సమర్పం, పత్రం సమర్పం, వస్త్రం సమర్పం కాకుండా ఆత్మావత సర్వభూతాన్ని, అందరిలో భగవంతునుడనే అచలము, సిద్ధ సాంప్రదాయము, నాగార్జునుడా లేకుంటే బైరాగి సాంప్రదాయం, అవధూత సాంప్రదాయం, అఘోరము, అమనస్కము, వీటి తత్వము, వీటి లోతుల్లో తెలియదు. దేవిప్రసాద్ చట్టోపాధ్యాయుని వారు చెప్పకుండా గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఒక ప్రత్యామ్నాయ సిద్ధాంతం ఉంది. అది చూస్తే మార్క్సిజానికి చాలా దగ్గర ఉంది. బహుశా అవన్నీ బౌద్ధం నుంచి, వాటి మూలాలన్నీ బౌద్ధంలో ఉన్నాయి, సిద్ధ సాంప్రదాయం. కనుక పరిమితత్వం, ప్రశాంతం, సహజత్వాన్ని భంగం చేసే ఇంపీరియలిజం అయినా, సామ్రాజ్యవాదమైన, క్యాపిటలిజం అయినా, కంటికి కనపడకున్న వీసే గాలినిజం, వీణులు లేకున్న అవని పరుగునిజం, తనువుల దాగున్న సూర్యుని వేడినిజం, తాపమనదిలించే గంగా పొదుగునిజం, నిజాలకే మసిపోసే క్యాపిటలిజం కాదు నిజం ప్రాప్టిజం అని. అందుకని నేను అంటే గాంధీ చెప్పినట్టు గ్రామ స్వరాజ్యాన్ని, అంబేద్కర్ చెప్పినట్టు కుల వివక్షత లేని సమాజాన్ని, బుద్ధ భగవాన్ చెప్పినట్టు అన్ని మానవుడి అహంకారం, ఈర్ష, అసూయల్ని మానవుణ్ణి ఉన్నతీకరించే బౌద్ధాన్ని, మార్క్స్ చెప్పినట్టు పీడిత పక్షుల పక్షపాతాన్ని తెలిసే చేశాను నేను. అది
I think there are a lot of questions, but I'll allow two more. One is Amita and another is Sunita.
I would also like Venkanna Garu to just recite only one perhaps stanza of his most famous song, Palle Kanneeru Pedutundi. This is probably he will recite the one stanza of this. This is probably the most famous song of Venkanna Garu, Palle Kanneeru Pedutundi, right? This is about globalization, and this is anti-globalization because this is connected to what Naeem was asking. And this is a poem which talks about the ravages that have been brought by globalization, particularly on villages. And this is about the villages are crying. Palle Kanneeru Pedutundi.
టైం ఒక్క మాట చెప్తాను. అయితే ఈ పాట రాసినప్పుడు నేను తెలుగు సమాజంలో చాలా చర్చ విపరీతంగా అయింది. నా దృష్టిలో ఏ సిద్ధాంతమైనా అది సమగ్రము, పరిపూర్ణం కాదు. ఆల్ రియాలిటీస్ ఆర్ నాట్ ట్రూత్స్. యథార్థాలని సత్యాలు కంటే గాంధీని కూడా నేను అనేక కోణాల్లో ఇష్టపడతాను. బీయింగ్ ఏ దళిత్ కమ్యూనిటీ వచ్చి అక్కడ ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది. గాంధీని, అంబేద్కర్ని కలిసి ఇష్టపడటం అనేది చాలా కష్టం. ఎందుకని నా పాఠం వచ్చింది, అది కొద్ది ప్రాబ్లం కాదు. బుద్ధుడు వరబారో పల్లె కన్నీరు పెడుతుందో కనిపించని కుట్రల, నా తల్లి బందీ అయిపోతుందో కనిపించని కుట్రల, కుమ్మరి వావిల తుమ్మలు మలిసెను, కమ్మరి కొలిమిల దుమ్ము వేరెను, పెద్ద బారిస మొద్దు మారినది, సాలెల మగ్గం సడుగులిరిగినవి, చేతి వృత్తుల సేతులిరిగిపాయే మా పల్లెల్లోన, గ్రామ స్వరాజ్యము గంగలోన వాయే ఈ దేశములోన. అంటే లాంగ్ పోయాం.
As you could have guessed, this is really something that, makes you very agitated about how the traditional crafts in the village, whether it is the weaver, or the potter, and their hands, he says, have been chopped off in the sense that they have lost their occupations, traditional occupations, and how globalization has decimated the village structures.
అయితే ఈ పాట చాలా లెంతీ సాంగ్, సాంజాస్ 50 చివరిలో చెప్తున్నాను. ఏలేడంతా టూత్ పేస్టుకు 50-60 రూపాయలట, సంకల జల్లు కొనేటి స్ప్రేకు సగటు రేటు 600 దాటు, తోటల వండిన టమాటా పండ్లకు కేజీ రేటు మరి ఆట అనంట, అది ఏసీ హోటల్లో ఫ్రై అయితే ప్లేటుకు 1000 రేటేనంట. జీవగింజలకు ఈ దోపిడిని తెలిపింది మాత్రం మార్క్సిజమే. ఇది మార్క్సిజం రాజ్యం అయితే ఎట్లుంటుంది మళ్ళీ నాకు సంబంధం లేదు. పోరాటం వరకు ఓకే, మార్క్సిజం రాజ్యం అయిన తర్వాత నువ్వు స్టాలినా లేకుంటే ఇంకోటి నాకు తెలియదు, కమ్యూనిజం, అది వాటి మీద నాకు కొంచెం అంగీకారం తక్కువ. కానీ ఈ దోపిడిని ప్రశ్నించడం అనేది మార్క్సిజాన్ని కొంచెం చదువుకోవటం వల్ల వెంకటరెడ్డి సార్ అని ఒక మాస్టరు, ఆయన ప్రయత్నపూర్వకంగా ఆయన పేరు చెప్పాలా, లేకుంటే నాకు మార్క్సిజం తెలియకుండా నేను పక్కా ఆర్ఎస్ఎస్లో ఉండాల్సిన ఆయన గడవకపోతే. ఎందుకంటే నాకంతా మా ఫాదరు నందనార్లు, నయనార్లు, ఆర్వార్లు, అక్కమాదేవి, అల్లమ్మ ప్రభు, దాసమయ్య, ముకుందూరు, కబీరు, నామదేవ్, తుకారం, వాళ్ళలో అయితే వాళ్ళలో అంతా చాలా గొప్ప తత్వం ఉంది. చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి చిన్నాళ్ళు వాళ్ళలో మార్క్సిజానికి దగ్గర ఉన్నారు. వీళ్ళ పేర్లని చెప్పి ఆరేస్తున్నారు. కానీ ఆ వెంకటరెడ్డి సార్ అనే వాళ్ళు అవే పేర్లలో ఉన్న మానవీయతని చెప్పి నన్ను కొంచెం మార్క్సిజాన్ని పరిచయం చేసిన ప్రాథమికంగా పొద్దు తెలియదు, అందుకని ఎక్కువ తెలియకపోవడం వల్ల ఈ పాట రాసిన.
Yeah, I don't think I can translate this, except that he was saying that given his father's influence on him, for the father who used to sing bhakti poetry and so on, he would have actually ended up in RSS. But for the fact that a teacher, Venkat Reddy, was the one who had progressive ideas, and he says that he does not know what Marxism is, etc., but he knows what exploitation is. And to recognize it as exploitation, he says, was something that he learned from Marx. So Venkana garu, thank you very much. I'm sorry, but we have to close this session here, right? Thank you very much. And once again, Venkana garu, ధన్యవాదాలు.
Thank you.
మా కావ్యధార కావ్యోత్సవానికి వచ్చి
అమ్మా,
పాటలతో ఆరాధించినందుకు మా హృదయపూర్వక కృతజ్ఞతలు మీకు. Thank you, Vijay, for this. Obviously, we have run out of time, but please remember there is one more pre-recorded video of a very young poet, again from Jharkhand, JACINTA KERKETTA, who is an Adivasi poet and freelance journalist from Jharkhand. She is the author of 2 collections of poems, and her poems have been translated into Italian, French, and German. So please see this pre-recorded video, and then we break for lunch and assemble at 2 o'clock. Okay? And all these poems are available in the story box. Please take them.
ओ शहर, भागते हुए छोड़कर अपना घर, पुआल, मिट्टी और खपरे पूछते हैं अक्सर, ओ शहर, क्या तुम कभी उजड़ते हो किसी विकास के नाम पर? नदी, पहाड़ और बाजार। गांव में वो दिन था एतवार, मैं नन्ही पीढ़ी का हाथ थाम निकल गई बाजार। सूखे दरख्तों के बीच देख एक पतली पगडंडी, मैंने नन्ही पीढ़ी से कहा, देखो यही थी कभी गांव की नदी। आगे देख जमीन पर बड़ी सी दरार, मैंने कहा इसी में समा गए सारे पहाड़। अचानक वो सहम के लिपट गई मुझसे, सामने दूर तक फैला था भयावह कब्रिस्तान। मैंने कहा, देख रही हो इसे, यही थे तुम कभी तुम्हारे पूर्वजों के खलिहान। नन्ही पीढ़ी दौड़ी, हम आ गए बाजार। क्या क्या लेना है पूछने लगा दुकानदार। भैया थोड़ी बारिश, थोड़ी गीली मिट्टी, एक बोतल नदी, वो डिब्बा बंद पहाड़, उधर दीवार पर टंगी एक प्रकृति भी दे दो। और ये बारिश इतनी महंगी क्यों? दुकानदार बोला, ये नमी यहाँ की नहीं, दूसरे ग्रह से आई है, मंदी है, छटाक भर मंगाई है। पैसे निकालने साड़ी की कोर टटोली, चौंकी, देखा आंचल की गांठ में रुपयों की जगह पूरा वजूद मुड़ा पड़ा था। आदमी की भाषा। पहाड़ पर बैठा अकेला मैं देखता हूँ कैसे पेड़ की डाली धीरे से छुड़ाती है पत्तों को अपने सीने से, जैसे माँ बढ़ते बच्चे से छुड़ा रही हो दूध अपना। हजारों उड़ते पत्तों में से एक पत्ता अचानक ठहर जाता है करीब मेरे, जैसे बतियाना चाहता हो मुझसे दो जहान की बातें। तब मौन मेरी आत्मा सुनने लगती है उसकी बातें, और इस तरह मौन देखता है दो आत्माएं कैसे बतिया रही दो जहान की बातें। नहीं हो पाती दर्ज जो कभी किसी दस्तावेज में, और जो दस्तावेजों में शब्दों की भीड़ भरने में व्यस्त हैं, उनके शब्द आज तक नहीं समझ सके क्यों आदमी नहीं।
The poems just played were from a bilingual English and Hindi poetry collection called Angor, written by Jacinta KERKETTA and translated by Bhumika Chawla D'Souza. O Sheher, translated as O City, leaving behind their homes, their soil, their bales of straw, fleeing the roof over their heads, they often ask, O City, are you ever wrenched by the very roots in the name of so-called progress? Nadi, Pahad or Bazar, translated as the river, the mountain and the bazaar. It was a Sunday and I, holding little posterity by the hand, set out for the village bazaar. Coming upon a narrow path, amidst dry and withered trees, I said to little posterity, look, 'tis where the village river used to be. A deep furrow in the ground ahead swallowed all the mountains, I said. Suddenly struck by fear, she held me tight. A graveyard, vast and sinister, lay in sight. I said to her, do you see? 'Tis where the barns of your ancestors used to be. Little posterity ran on. We're here at the bazaar. What would you like to buy? The shopkeeper asked. Brother, a little rain, a handful wet earth, a bottle of river and that mountain preserved. There, hanging on that wall, a piece of nature as well. And why is the rain so dear, pray tell? It comes from another sphere. Times are slack, have ordered just a sack. Fumbling for money in the corner of my sari, I untied the knot only to see, in place of a few folded rupees, the crumpled folds of my entire being. Admi ki bhasha, translated as the language of man. Sitting atop a hill alone, I watch how the bough of a tree gently lets go of its leaves from its sylvan bosom, like a mother weaning from her milk her growing young one. Of the thousands swirling in the wind, one leaf stops by me all of a sudden, as if to have a word or two with me about heaven, earth, and everything in between. And then my silent soul begins to listen to what the leaf has to say, and so watches silence, two souls in a lively give and take, about heaven, earth, and everything in between. A conversation that could never be described in the annals of history. And words they cannot comprehend, that those busying themselves on end with filling realms of endless words, creating worlds of words preserved, and yet man fails to understand the language of another man. Thank you.
Friends, we are going to start the next session in the next few minutes. So those of you who have finished your lunch, please come into the hall. We will start the next session very soon. Check. Check. Check, check. While we are waiting for the green signal from the tech team, let me quickly announce the format of this session, which is slightly different from the ones that we have had in the morning. This is coming to you live from London. IMTIAZ Dharker will be joining us from London, and we are here in Hyderabad. And the format of the session is that after a very brief introduction to IMTIAZ Dharker, who many of you know is one of the best known South Asian poets from South Asia, not only just India, but entire South Asia. And IMTIAZ, of course, will be joining us from London, and she will begin with 10 minutes of talking about and reading out her poems. And then we will have a 10-minute session where both I and you can ask her questions. And then again, we will have another 10 minutes, the second round of 10 minutes of her reading and speaking about her poetry. And we'll end with another round of audience question answers. I hope this is clear, and IMTIAZ is here. Thank you very much, IMTIAZ, for joining us from London. We are all waiting for your session. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, an introduction to IMTIAZ Dharker. Obviously, I can get away by saying that she's one of those who doesn't need any introduction, but since we have it here, let me read it out. IMTIAZ Dharker is a poet, artist, and video filmmaker, and she was awarded the Queen's Gold Medal for Poetry in 2014. Her 6 collections, all published by Blood Axe Books, include Over the Moon, 2014, and Luck is the Hook, 2018. Her poems have featured widely on BBC Radio, television, the London Underground, and Glasgow billboards, and to top it all, on Mumbai city buses. She has had 11 solo exhibitions of drawings. She also scripts and directs video films, many of them for non-government organizations working in the area of shelter, education, and health for women and children in India. IMTIAZ Dharker appears at Kaavya Dhaara, the HLF Poetry Festival, with the support of the International Literature Showcase ILS Collaboration Fund. And as many of you know, ILS is a partnership between the National Centre for Writing, Norwich, and the British Council in London. So thank you very much, IMTIAZ. I hope you can hear us, right?
I can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As I was explaining to our audience here, IMTIAZ, we will begin with a 10-minute slot of you speaking and reading your poems. Then we will have a 10-minute Q&A, followed by another 10 minutes of your speaking and reading your poems. And we'll end with another round of Q&A. Is that all right, IMTIAZ?
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you for inviting me to
we are delighted that you have been able to join
us.
us.
It's a great day in London, and I hope it's sunnier there. I'll read today some older poems and maybe 1 or 2 new ones. And I'll start with something that I wrote more than 20 years ago, but its time seems to have come back again. When I can't comprehend why they're burning books or closing borders, when they can't bear to look at God's own nakedness, when they banned the film and got the seats to stop the play, and I ask why, they just smile and say, she must be from another country. When I speak on the phone and the vowel sounds are off, when the consonants are hard and they should be soft, they'll catch on at once, they'll pin it down, they'll explain it to their own satisfaction, they'll cluck their tongues and say, she must be from another country. When my mouth goes up instead of down, when I wear a tablecloth to go to town, when they suspect I'm black or think I'm gay, they won't be surprised. They'll purse their lips and say, she must be from another country. Maybe there is a country where all of us live, all of us freaks who aren't able to give our loyalty to lying fools, the crooks and thugs who wear the uniform that gives them the right to wave a flag, puff out their chests, put their feet on our necks, and break their own rules. But from where we are, it doesn't look like a country. It's more like the cracks that grow between borders behind their backs. That's where I live. And I'll be happy to say I never learned their customs. I don't remember their language or know their ways. I must be from another country. There are many ways to deal with the devil, and this was one I heard about on a taxi journey through Bradford. Dealing with the devil. Arshad said his uncle from Bradford switched off the TV set one day, right in front of the children's faces, in the middle of Jay-Z, dragged it out, smashed the screen, and carted the corpse away to the dump, leaving them sitting there, the world cast out, all chatter exorcised. Arif, Zubeda, open-mouthed Nasreen, their faces left quite bare, as if they'd been pulled off. One devil had been dealt with. You have to start somewhere, Arshad's uncle said. As you know, I spent many years living in and working in what was then Bombay, now Mumbai. And to me, it looked as if it was, so much of it was held up with sticks and string and scaffolding and sellotape almost. And it began to feel like an image of a fragile world. But then it began to look to me again as if that was how the whole world was heading. The whole world was beginning to look like some kind of a toppling, just about held up structure. Living space. There are just not enough straight lines. That is the problem. Nothing is flat or parallel. Beams balance crookedly on supports thrust off the vertical. Nails clutch at open seams. The whole structure leans dangerously towards the miraculous. Into this rough frame, someone has squeezed a living space and even dared to place these eggs in a wire basket, fragile curves of white hung out over the dark edge of a slanted universe, gathering the light into themselves as if they were the bright, thin walls of faith. One breath. All it would take is one slammed door to make the whole thing fall. One bottle hurled against a wall to start the hammering on the heart and crack the body's shell. One sneeze, one cough, one doubt. All it would take is one breath, no more. And I read almost my very, very first published poem, but again, its time seems to have come back. Parda, 1. One day, they said she was old enough to learn some shame. She found it came quite naturally. Parda is a kind of safety. The body finds a place to hide. The cloth fans out against the skin, much like the earth that falls on coffins after they put the dead men in. People she has known stand up, sit down, as they've always done. But they make different angles in the light, their eyes aslant, a little sly. She half remembers things from someone's life, perhaps from yours or mine, carefully carrying what we do not own, between the thighs, a sense of sin. We sit still, letting the cloth grow a little closer to our skin. A light filters inward through our body's walls. Voices speak inside us, echoing in the spaces we've just left. She stands outside herself, sometimes in all four corners of a room. Wherever she goes, she's always inching past herself, as if she were a clod of earth, and the roots as well, scratching for a hold between the first and second rib, passing constantly out of her own hands into the corner of someone else's eyes, while doors keep opening inward and again inward. And one that I wrote much more recently, a century later. The school bell is a call to battle. Every step to class, a step into the firing line. Here is the target, fine skin at the temple, cheek still rounded from being 15. Surrendered, surrounded, she takes the bullet in the head and walks on. The missile cuts a pathway in her mind to an orchard in full bloom, a field humming under the sun, its lap open and full of poppies. This girl has won the right to be ordinary, wear bangles to a wedding, paint her fingernails, go to school. Bullet, she says, you are stupid. You have failed. You cannot kill a book in it. A murmur, a swarm. Behind her, one by one, the schoolgirls are standing up to take their places on the front line. And I'll end this session, this part of the reading, with again a very old poem. At last, I'm taking off this coat, this black coat of a country that I swore for years was mine, that I wore more out of habit than design. Born wearing it, I believed I had no choice. I'm taking off this veil, this black veil of a faith that made me faithless to myself, that tied my mouth, gave my God a devil's face, and muffled my own voice. I'm taking off these lacy things that feed dictator dreams, the Mangal Sutra and the rings rattling in a tin cup of needs that beggared me. I'm taking off this skin, and then the face, the flesh, the womb. Let's see what I am in here when I squeeze past the easy cage of bone. Let's see what I am out here, making, crafting, plotting at my new geography.
Thank you very much, IMTIAZ, for those absolutely evocative poems. And I was about to ask you, because I think everybody who has been through, I think, university education would have come across your Parda poems. And thankfully, you read one of them. Imtiaz, let me ask you this question, which I'm sure must have been asked by almost everybody who interviewed you. Besides being a poet, you are an artist and a filmmaker, and you also write other things than poetry. So when an idea comes to you, how do you choose the medium in which you want to express that particular idea, that particular thought? How do you choose between your painting, your poetry, and your filmmaking? I know that you don't make the commercial films, you make documentaries and films for NGOs. But how do you decide the medium in which you want to express?
Well, I think for me, it starts with this, what causes the poem or the drawing or the piece of writing. What causes it for me is usually an image. For example, those eggs in a wire basket. That was something I saw in Dharavi, out over the edge of this ramshackle structure made of hand-me-downs, corrugated tin and pieces of plastic. These eggs were hanging out. And it seemed impossible that they were so beautiful and so perfect in that wire basket, and that they had survived amidst such it's such a fragile thing in the middle of such an impossible situation. So it was that image that started that poem, and that image became a drawing as well. So I think I started drawing and then the poem followed, but it could have been anything. When I carry around sheets of blank, unlined, and always work with black pens, so that when I touch that paper, it could be, if it becomes a drawing by chance, it can become a drawing that I can keep. And if it becomes a poem, of course, it's just, then it's words, and then those A4 sheets can be. So when I begin, when I put my pen to that paper, I actually don't really know which thing is going to happen first, whether it's going to be the word or the drawing. The audio visuals and films, video films for NGOs, I see as in a completely different category, because very often those are things I've been asked to do. They're things with a message, and there is no, I have a particular purpose when I start. With the poems and the drawings, I don't know where I'm heading when I begin, when I first touch that paper and first make a mark. But I mean, to me, it's really mark making. And when I make that first mark, I don't really know which way I'm going and where the poem or the drawing is going to end, or even which it's going to be. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you so much. And this is similar to the question that a few poets in the earlier sessions also said, that poetry is not what you plan. It's something that comes quite spontaneously. And while I invite the audience to think of their questions, and we will take the questions, one or two questions from the audience in this segment, and of course we will come back to you again. But while you are mulling over your questions, let me also ask you, Imtiaz, you have written about your famous poems, of course, Parda poems 1 and 2, and then you have also written about honor killings. And I remember that description that you once gave about, it's like the striptease of the soul. You know, writing is some kind of a striptease of the soul. But what I was asking is, when you look at what is happening, for example, in India or in Iran or in Afghanistan, about this whole notion of shame that you spoke about, right? What is your response to that?
I can only respond in poems, and I'm doing that at this moment. It's not something new. The whole thing is that when I was writing 30 years, people have been writing about this forever, but when I was writing 30 years ago, 20 years ago. It was out of my own lived experience, not just of the covering, but the parda of the mind. And for me, that is something that all human beings have sometimes been forced to take on. The parda of the mind is something that is used by despots and the wrong kind of leader, the kind of people who are foisted on us. And that's something that whoever we are, we have to try to live without that parda of the mind, even just to connect with each other as human beings, to take off that covering of our souls, which is I saw as symbolized by the actual parda, by the actual veil, chadar. But what is different now, and it's wonderful to see, is that young people are standing up with so much bravery and throwing off this parda of the mind, throwing off this assumption that, okay, we're being suppressed and we have to live with it. No, they're showing the utmost bravery. And I'm trying to write about that as well, but that's a poem I can't quite share with you just yet.
Thank you. We have a question from the audience, and my request is please keep the question brief so that we save on time.
I'm Sushanta Bharcharji. I want to ask you that in reference to your first poem, that do you think that your home is in transit? Because home, you are also in the Bombay, maybe in nostalgic area. Home now, you are also struggling with the inside and outsider. Home maybe in near future, mean a dreamy land. What is your conception about this home? That means, is it in a transit point? That's my question to you. Because home is every time is changing, and you are also struggling with your home here, there, and also have. So sometimes it looks me that your home is also maybe in transit that way. Thank you.
That my home is?
Because your...
Sorry. That was my grandfather clock that wanted to chime in as well. So I lost the end of your question, sorry.
Reference to your first poem, I want to ask you.
I think she understood the the whole part of it, except the last word. I think he was saying that whether your home is in transition.
Yes, in transition.
Yes, very good question. Yes, of course. And yes, of course, because I cannot pinpoint, and I'm not looking at home in some nostalgic, to distant past geographical sense. Although maybe I'll read a poem later that talks a little about that. But for me, home is in the ancestors that I live with in my mind. And with those ancestors, I'm including people like Fairs and other poets, people who've written, John Donne, Gerard Manley Hopkins. I'm including of songs that I've heard and loved and voices that I've heard. So they're things that you carry with you. And yes, it's transitional, but it's a transition, it's a movement. Home to me is something that I can carry with me.
Yeah, you mentioned both Fairs as well as Hopkins, John Donne, etc. So, Imtiaz, I wanted to ask you, although you write in English, you are of course very steeped in several other languages. So, do these other languages somehow get into your English poetry?
Yes, they do. And I think it's important not to reject when I'm writing English. I let all the other languages. You see, I grew up listening to those songs, listening to ghazals on my parents' big Grundig tape recorder. So those are part of my language as well. And I'm not going to reject the words, the beautiful words out of those songs, the Urdu words, the whole richness of that. So I do let them come into and unapologetically come into the English language poems. And when my publisher asked me, do you want a glossary? I said, no. People can understand, they can follow what that word means just in the context of the poem. So I don't believe in glossaries. I don't believe in having to explain what the word means. People half hear things. Even as children, we half hear things, we half understand. We don't always understand every word, but we can make sense of it just by the context. We're very often, a lot of our lives is about making sense of things that we haven't learned yet. And actually, that's what poetry is for me too, that writing a poem is a way of making sense of the world that I haven't really learned yet.
Thank you. So we move on to your second installment of reading and speaking about your poetry, IMTIAZ. Over to you.
I'll read you a poem that I've written very recently, and this isn't published. The map of this country is made of scars. They will put the body on a slab for examination. No. Out of respect for this body, no. There will be an inquiry to determine, no. It is clear the bullet came from, no. There was some jostling, two sides clashing, no. As we heard the news, no. There is no clear indication, no. Both sides were at fault, no. If there is a river, its color is grief. You could say it is the color of blood, but the blood has flowed so many years, you could say it is the color of rust. Those who have been killed and killed again and thrown aside are bodies that have done their best to be counted before they turn to dust. Out of respect, the wounds will be inspected and sewn up to look like a map of a country that does not exist. They will carry the body tenderly, as if it is a homeland they have lost, and brought to a field of poppies to anoint and lay to rest. On their shoulders, they will carry the coffin. Yes, the mourners will lift their hands to honor her. Yes, there will be a bullet. Yes, there will be jostling. Yes, the body will spill out. Yes, this is a wound opening. Yes, this is a country being torn. Yes, again and again and again. Yes, a person falling apart. Yes, and everyone watching. Yes, did we watch this happening? Yes. Did anyone see? No. And the next one is a poem about, it contains words like terrorist, but it's more to do with how you can take a single image and give it many interpretations. As you said, I've worked with film, video, and I know that I can take one image and put on different sets of words and give the same image different meanings. But that's what's happening all the time in different news channels, different versions of the truth, depending on who is telling it. The right word. Outside the door, lurking in the shadows, is a terrorist. Is that the wrong description? Outside that door, taking shelter in the shadows, is a freedom fighter. I haven't got this right. Outside, waiting in the shadows, is a hostile militant. Are words no more than waving, wavering flags? Outside your door, watchful in the shadows, is a guerrilla warrior. God help me. Outside, defying every shadow, stands a martyr. I saw his face. No words can help me now. Just outside the door, lost in shadows, is a child who is crying. One word for you. Outside my door, his hand too steady, his eyes too hard, is a boy who looks like your son too. I open the door. Come in, I say. Come in and eat with us. The child steps in and carefully, at my door, takes off his shoes. I grew up in Glasgow, where my parents went when I was less than a year old. And my parents were the kind of immigrant who really felt that they wanted to fit in with the country they had come to. My father was very proud of fitting in with local habits and customs, but most of all, he was especially proud of speaking the language like a local. And I need to explain to you that the term for a young girl in Glasgow, colloquially, is hen. Chaudhry Sher Mubarak looks at the loch. Light shakes out the dish-rag sky and scatters the water with sequins. Look, hen, says my father, Loch Lomond, as if it were all his doing, as if he owned it. Laird of Lomond, laird of the language. He's proud to say hen, and even more loch, with an och, not an och, to speak proper Glaswegian like a true-born Scot, and he makes the right sound at the back of his throat, because he can say chush and chwa and chamosh, because the sounds for happy and dream are the words that swim in the water for him. So he says it again, hen, look, the loch. Sometimes, out of the grey Scottish day, my father would bring me something in a brown paper bag bought off a barrow. And to me, it didn't look as if it was just from another country, but from another planet, a mythical thing. How to cut a pomegranate. Never, said my father, never cut a pomegranate through the heart. It will weep blood. Treat it delicately, with respect. Just slit the upper skin across 4 quarters. This is a magic fruit. So when you split it open, be prepared for the jewels of the world to tumble out, more precious than garnets, more lustrous than rubies, lit as if from inside. Each jewel contains a living seed. Separate one crystal, hold it up to catch the light. Inside is a whole universe. No common jewel can give you this. Afterwards, I tried to make necklaces of pomegranate seeds. The juice spurted out bright crimson and stained my fingers, then my mouth. I didn't mind. The juice tasted of gardens I'd never seen, voluptuous with lemon, jasmine, and alive with parrot's wings. The pomegranate reminded me that somewhere I had another home. And that was for you who asked the question about home. All the time that I was growing up, I was sure that real life was going on somewhere else, in some other country, somewhere where I was not. And when I met my late husband, Simon Powell, who was from Wales, he said he felt exactly the same growing up in Wales. No reflection on those places, it's just a question of being young and wanting to get out of where you are. In Wales, wanting to be Italian. And for those of you who know German, please excuse my imaginary German. Is there a name for that thing you do when you're young? There must be a word for it in some language, probably German. Or if not, it's just asking to be made up. Something like Fremd, Landisch, Gehör und Lust. Or perhaps Ein zum Mann, das Land, Gehör und Wunsch. What is it called? Living in Glasgow, dying to be French, dying to shrug and pout and make yourself understood without saying a word? Have you ever felt like that? Being in Bombay, wanting to declare, like Freddie Mercury, that you are from somewhere like Zanzibar? What is that called? being 60 Wales, longing to be Italian, to be able to say aloud without embarrassment, Bella, Bella. Lounge by a Vespa with a cigarette hanging out of your mouth and wear impossibly pointed shoes. I think I'll end with some love poems, just a few of them. Undone. My husband, Simon, was a great talker. And when there was no one else to talk to, I'd hear him talking to himself or out in the workshop, talking to his motorbike, scolding a saw or a drill, or, having a discussion with an electric bill. Undone. That tongue of yours is silver when you speak and silver when the speaking's done. Those eyes have a look that turns my quick to silver and proves my body's not my own, but away on loan to your fingers, bold in their skillful wheeling and their dealing. Your mouth the alchemist, I'm gold, blown through the eggshell of the ceiling into a clear Murano sky. All that goes with me is the scent of you, which could be the scent of me, for there is no I or you, flung as we are to glassy blue. See how well I'm undone with one touch of your silenced silver tongue. Slightly naughty poem. And Hirayat, Old Bombay. Hirayat is one of those almost untranslatable Welsh words that means something like a longing to return to something that's no longer there. And Bombay, of course, is a city whose name has been changed. I would have taken you to the Naz Cafe if it had not shut down. I would have taken you to the Naz Cafe for the best view and the worst food in town. We would have drunk flat beer and cream soda and sweated on plastic chairs at the Naz Cafe. We would have looked down over the dusty trees at cars creeping along Marine Drive, round the bay to Eros Cinema and the talk of the town. We would have held hands in the Naz Cafe over sticky rings on the tabletop, knee locked on knee at the Naz Cafe, while we admired the distant stock exchange, Taj Mahal Hotel, Sassoon-Dock, Gateway. We would have nursed a drink at the Naz Cafe, and you would have stolen a kiss from me. We would have lingered in the Naz Cafe till the day slid off the map into the Arabian Sea. I would have taken you to Bombay if its name had not slid into the sea. I would have taken you to the place called Bombay if it were still there, and if you were still here. I would have taken you to the Naz Cafe. And I'll end with this poem called The Trick. For many months, years in fact after Simon died, I wanted to write a dream where he came back, but the dream didn't work. It can happen. You're writing a poem, trying to write a poem, and it just doesn't work. The dream it didn't feel right in any of the poems I wrote. But suddenly, when I came to write a poem, a sonnet, about something completely different, the dream appeared in the middle of the sonnet, and there was something about the formality of the sonnet, the form, the structure that allowed the dream to take its place there. The trick. In a wasted time, it's only when I sleep that all my senses come awake. In the wake of you, let day not break. Let me keep the scent, the weight, the bright of you. Take the countless hours and count them all night through till that time comes when you come to the door of dreams, carrying oranges that cast a glow up into your face. Greedy for more than the gift of seeing you, I lean in to taste the color of your offered mouth. For this I fall asleep in haste, willing to fall for the trick that tells the truth, that even your shade makes darkest absence bright, that shadows live wherever there is light.
Friends, we have now time for a few questions from the audience. Please raise your hand so that I can ask our volunteers to bring the mics to you. And meanwhile, IMTIAZ, if I may ask you this question, since you mentioned private grief. So how do you deal with this private grief being expressed through a public medium like poetry? So how does the private life become public, and what happens to the private life in that process of making it public?
In the moment of writing, it's still private. In the moment of writing, I have no interest in an audience or a reader. In the moment of putting pen to paper, it's just about to make sense for myself of what is happening. And that is to do with all experience, whether it's happiness or grief. The thing about the moment of letting this poem become a public thing is that somehow you are taking, I felt I was taking Simon, taking my grief. It wasn't about my grief anymore. And it wasn't about grief anymore. It was about love. These poems, I don't see them as grief poems. And then you take that love and you put it out into the world and you share it with the world. And in a lot of ways, I was sharing this wonderful person with the world. And quite honestly, he would have loved it. He would have enjoyed every bit of it. And when I read these poems now, this person that I love becomes someone who is given to the world. And in a lot of ways, if people respond to the poem, they're responding to him as well, and responding to a shared feeling of love, recognition, a shared humanity, I think. So the poem does become something bigger than a personal thing.
Yeah, and if writing poetry, as you said, is still a private affair, is that why you withdrew from the possibility of becoming the poet laureate? Did you feel that that public role would somehow impinge on your writing of poetry, which you described it as a purely private affair?
There are so many things that happen around being offered a great public honor. You have to take into consideration who is offering the honor. You have to take into consideration what goes, what responsibilities you take on, what limitations you take on by accepting that honor. And that's true of any honor anyway. So there are things attached to it which you have to take account of. And even just the fact of public roles. There are many things that would, yes, I think, for me personally, I would have found it difficult to perform such a public role. And maintain the privacy that I need while I'm actually writing the poem, I wasn't sure that I would not, in a way, censor myself. And I'm using censoring in a sort of very much more than a political sense. I'm talking about, you know, edit out things if I were to be writing in a public role. Now, having said all that, I was considered for the role. I didn't let it go to the last stage, and we have a very, very wonderful poet laureate in Britain at the moment who is well equipped and enjoys the role and wanted to do it and is doing it very well.
Thank you. Just to give you, ladies and gentlemen, the context to this question, IMTIAZ Dharker was considered for the Poet Laureate honor, and after Carolyn Duffy, but she withdrew from it. She withdrew from that contestation because, as she said, of course, she has been extremely careful about what she was saying. She somehow felt that that public role would, you know, kind of come in the way of her private pursuit as a poet, and so she withdrew from that contestation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question, please, this is our last chance to have a chat with IMTIAZ Dharker. IMTIAZ, thank you very much once again for joining us from London, and we are delighted to have you with us in Hyderabad, you know, even if not in person, through this technology that has enabled us to meet you virtually. Thank you very much.
Thank you for letting me be in that lovely city, to imagine being there, even if I'm not actually there in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we have JAMEELA NISHAT. I think everybody in Hyderabad knows her. So, over to Kinnera to introduce JAMEELA, and over to the next session. Thank you.
Like Vijay said, it's not necessary to introduce JAMEELA NISHAT, but we would not be doing, I mean, we would be depriving our outstation poets of not knowing her. So JAMEELA is a friend of HLF and known to all of us as a very dear person who does a lot for the society here. She's a and her poems will be in Urdu Dakhani. She is a Hyderabad-based Dakhani poet, founder of Shaheen Women's Resource and Welfare Association, where she is doing yeoman service in rescuing young girls and women from abusive environments and patriarchal strangleholds. And some of her girls are also here, girls who were in tremendously difficult circumstances, now confident young women charting their own course of life. Here to you, JAMEELA, please come.
I don't have a problem. पहले एक शेर पेश करती हूँ। ये दर्द है कैसा जो अपनों ने दिया हमको, ये दर्द है कैसा जो अपनों ने दिया हमको, दिल चीख रहा था जब खामोश किया हमको। ये बिल्कुल हाल ही में नई नज़म है, इसका ट्रांसलेशन हुआ लेकिन मेरे पास है नहीं। लौट न पाई, लौट न पाई, दर दरीचे खोल न पाई, मेरी माँ क्यों चीख रही थी, मेरी माँ क्यों चीख रही थी, डर डर के मैं जी ना पाई, कोख में बैठी आंसू माँ के रोक न पाई। लोग थे कितने माँ के बदन पर चढ़े रहे जो, लोग थे कितने माँ के बदन पर चढ़े रहे जो, उनको कैसे हटा पाऊंगी समझ न पाई, कोख में बैठी आंसू माँ के रोक न पाई, मैं दुनिया में आने वाली लौट न पाई। इस दुनिया में कैसे आऊं, इस दुनिया में कैसे आऊं, यहाँ है नफरत जहाँ है दहशत। अभी इम्तियाज ने दहशत के बारे में बात की। जहाँ है नफरत जहाँ है दहशत, मेरी माँ जिस कौम से थी वो तो देश की है अक़लियत, खुद दुनिया में कैसे आऊं, हमको कमतर माना जाता, दुव्वम शहरी जाना जाता, बुनियाद परस्त हम कहलाते हैं, भूखे जाहिल जी जाते हैं। देशवासियों, देशवासियों बोलो बताओ, कहाँ है राहत, कहाँ है उल्फत, इस दुनिया में आ ना पाऊं, माँ की कोख में मर ना जाऊं, कहाँ मैं जाऊं। एक और नज़्म है जिसका ट्रांसलेशन उसका भी ट्रांसलेशन नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन अगर आर यू एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड और डू यू नीड सम ट्रांसलेशन? यू आर एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड? ये मैं अपनी माँ को डेडिकेट की हूँ। मेरी माँ बेड रिडन है। ये भी बिल्कुल ताज़ी नज़्म है जिसको ट्रांसलेशन हुआ है, लेकिन मेरे हाथ में अब फ़िलहाल नहीं है। मुझे पता नहीं था कि ट्रांसलेशन लाना है। आवल से मैं लिपटी थी जीवन की जो डोरी थी, आवल से मैं लिपटी थी जीवन की जो डोरी थी, तू खांसती रहती थी मैं रोती ही रहती थी, सांसें तेरी फूलती थी सांसें मेरी चलती थीं, दिन बीत गए कितने अब याद नहीं मुझको, मैं कोख से कब निकली और धूप में कब बैठी, और ये धूल भरी दुनिया ये क्यों मुझे तकती है, क्यों आंखें मेरी माँ की यूं आंसू पीती हैं। कुछ पूछते हैं ये सब, क्या फिर से हुई बेटी, है चारों तरफ खिलखिल, आगे है मेरे खिलखिल पीछे है मेरे खिलखिल, हंस पड़ती हूँ अब मैं भी, जीवन की जो डोरी है मजबूत वो होती है, माँ ही तो सहारा है, ये सोच के हंसती हूँ, रोते हुए कहती हूँ अब दूध पिला दो माँ। मैं रोती ही रहती हूँ पर ये न समझ पाई कि बोझ बनी हूँ मैं, ये भूल गए हैं सब इस जग की मैं बेटी हूँ। अब दूध पिला दो माँ यूं कोख में मत मारो, ये कार्य जहाँ सारा चलता है मेरे दम से, मैं नस्ल बढ़ाती हूँ मुझे कोख में मत मारो। दुर्गा हूँ मैं यल्लम्मा, हवा हूँ जुलेखा हूँ, बसती हूँ बसाती हूँ, मिट्टी मैं मुलायम हूँ। सदियों से कई जहाँ पर जो जुल्म में सहती हूँ अब सह नहीं पाऊंगी, आवाज का तूफान है उठता है गलियों से, अब दर्द के रिश्तों को क्या नाम भला दोगे, तुम दूध पिला दो माँ, तुम हौसला दो ताकि दुनिया को बदल डालूं। एंड लास्ट वर्ड No, no, not this one. हम उठेंगे हर मिट्टी से, हम उठेंगे हर मिट्टी से, दुनिया की हर एक बस्ती से, पैगाम मोहब्बत लाएंगे, इतिहास बदलते जाएंगे। जब जुल्म और सितम के पेड़ों से कलियां भी लहू टपकाती हैं, जब जुल्म की चीखें उठती हैं, नाले नारा बन जाते हैं, हम उठेंगे हर मिट्टी से, पैगाम मोहब्बत लाएंगे। मणिपुर, सिक्किम, आसाम से, कश्मीर, कन्याकुमारी से, बस्ती बस्ती गूंजे नारा, ना बदलो आईन हमारा, ना बांटो फिर कौम खुदारा। हम उठेंगे हर मिट्टी से, दुनिया की हर एक बस्ती से, गुन आज़ादी के गाएंगे, इतिहास बनाते जाएंगे। तुम जितने सरों को काटोगे, फिर उतने सर उठ जाएंगे, इंसानों की हर बस्ती में हाइड्रा बन के फैलेंगे। हम उठेंगे हर मिट्टी से, दुनिया की हर एक बस्ती से, इतिहास बनाते जाएंगे।
Here's a translation of the last poem called We Will Rise. It was translated by Uma Damodar Sridhar. We will rise from every clump of earth, from every town in every land, to make history anew. When tender buds drip tears of blood from the trees of oppression, when screams of pain turn wails to cries, voices will rise from every street to make history anew. From every head that is cut, a new one hydra-like will spring, and voices will rise from every town in every land. May our laws be preserved and our unity conserved. Rebellious voices will rise from every nook of every place to make history anew. Thank you.
Thank you, Jameela ji. Our next session is live again. It's actually a live plus in conversation with Giridhar Rao here. So it's going to be a very interesting interaction. I have pleasure in introducing our next poet, Claire Pollard, who has recently published 5 collections of poetry with Blood Axe, most recently Incarnation in 2017, and a pamphlet, The Lives of the Female Poets, Bad Betty Press, 2019. Her play, The Weather, 2004, Faber, premiered at the Royal Court Theatre. Her poem, Pollen, has been nominated for the Forward Prize for the Best Single Poem 2022. Her latest book is a novel, Delphi Fig Tree, UK Avid Reader, US 2022. Claire Pollard appears at Kaavya Dhaara, the HLF Poetry Festival, with the support of the International Literature Showcase Collaboration Fund. The International Literature Showcase is a partnership between the National Centre for Writing and the British Council Live. In conversation with her is Dr. A. Giridhar Rao, a member of the core team of the Hyderabad Literary Festival, who also teaches at the Azim Premji University, Bangalore. Over to you, Giri, to carry the conversation forward.
Yeah, okay. Welcome, Claire.
Hi.
Good to see you. You've just been introduced by one of our colleagues here, Kenera. I wanted to add to that Claire, apart from working as a poet, is also a broadcaster, a teacher, and an editor. She has written and presented documentaries for television and one for radio. So it's a varied career in the literary world. I'm hoping also the poem Poland was mentioned. I'm wondering if you will be kind enough to read that as well.
I'd be glad to, thank you.
Okay. So we thought the session could go as follows. After this brief introduction, Claire will read her poems, and either before the poem, each poem, or after it will give us a bit of context for the poem. And then after about 10-15 minutes of that, we'll have a conversation about the poems she's read and about poetry in general, and then open it up for conversation with the floor, with the crowd here. Yeah, is that okay? Yeah.
That sounds great, thank you.
Okay, so over to you, Claire. So please go ahead.
Thanks. What an honour to be here. Thank you for having me. It's breakfast time in London where I am. Just having a quick coffee. But amazing to be able to read at the other side of the world. I'm going to begin with a poem from my collection, Changeling, which uses a lot of sort of British folklore and myth. And this is a poem. A lot of British folklore is about the fairies, who are like in Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream. They're not little; they're sort of full size, often mischievous or malevolent presences. And this poem opens Changeling, and in it, Tamlin's wife, a figure called Tamlin's wife is told he's going to be taken forever to fairyland. And the only way she can keep her husband is if she passes this challenge. She's got to hold him through one long night, and he's going to transform in her arms to molten lead and a wild boar, all sorts of things, and she has to not let go of him. And I wrote this poem around when I got married, and it seemed to me a sort of a good metaphor for marriage, I suppose. Okay, Tamlin's wife. They sat us in a pale and private place, quietly conveyed the worst, explained the curse that was your fate, and how for one long ill-starred night you turn and burn, become all beasts you could dream up. I think that I cried out. They said that if I want to have you, then I have to hold, to hang on tight and not let go until you wake entire again within my arms, pale skin, dark tufts of hair, long bones, in crumpled daylight. And now the sun has sunk, dark taken hold, and in my hug you jolt to sudden adder, X-mark, zigzag, venom, quick, then rear to brute-neck dog, as black as forest and spume-jawed. I tell myself that you are still my love, although I'm wet with blood, and you're a lynx, filthy with fingerprints, clean pink mouth, snapping teeth near heart, my throat. I keep you caught and don't let go, and feel your skull become a bleached December sun, your eyes hot coals, you burst to blaze, a wicker man, you're searing through my fingers, molten lead. Dear husband, all those things I prize in you, your beauty, kindness, laugh, are stripped off one by one, but even with them gone, my boy stares out from stricken shapes, and love has no conditions, none. It's quite weird. I'm reading and I can only see a picture of myself and the logo, but I have to remind myself I'm not just in my bedroom. There's people there. Okay, I'm going to read another of these folktale fairy ones. This is a ballad. Ballad form is what a lot of the oldest British poems are written in, rhyming 4-line verses, quatrains. It tells a story, usually a ballad, and there's lots of ballads in this book. And this is another fairy one. There used to be this idea that if people seem really drained and tired all the time and lacking in energy, people would say, oh, the fairies must have been taking them off dancing in the night. This ballad's about that, but also I suppose it reminded me of the way, you know, going to this unreal world every night. A lot of people spend so much time playing computer games or on the internet and sort of prioritizing this unreal life over their real life, you know? The lure. When you are knackered and cheap food cramps up your guts with pain, you'll hear the fairies through the glass, beyond the mizzling rain. They sing you deserve more than this, more than the toil and blame, somewhere that's light and glittering, escape child to Elfame. They lured me barefoot from my bed through night to the wild hill. I watched it split like a dark skull to show a wondrous hall, with violins and green cupcakes, rubies and perfume, and cocktails of nightingales' tears all framed by crystal walls. And the Earl Queen in pure gold robes whose hand I dipped to kiss said, if you look, child, but don't eat, you can aspire to this. And so each dusk that fairyland called me across the vale. I danced the night with comely men and leave there drained and pale. At home I became listless, cold, I would abruptly snap. I spat their soup out, called them bores, their kindnesses were traps. They said, there's beauty here as well, in hedge and bloom and day. There's us. I laughed out loud at that. My whole life passed this way. I knew I deserved more than them, more than the hard and plain, somewhere that's light and glittering. I belonged in Elfame. Then one day thought, what if I ate those cakes that they forbid? What if a morsel means I stay? And all illusions fled. After one crumb, the glamour slipped. Water rats gnawed in swamps. The fairies were the grinning dead. The hall was a death camp. It was a blasted, withered place, the wasteland where I'd been. The spell, once broken, broke my heart. It smashed like a glass screen. I use a lot of form. I like form. Free verse is more popular in the UK right now, but I ignore them. No, there has been a sonnet revival though, and this is a sonnet. A sonnet set in a supermarket, which I always think supermarkets these days are sort of, especially in the UK, a sort of moral maze, you know. In one way, they're a symbol of what privileged society we are. There's so many different foods from all around the world. But at the same time, there's always, you know, they're asking for contributions to food banks because people are very poor and suffering cost of living in Britain at the moment. There's security locks on the butter because it's got so expensive. And also there's all these, you know, you're told, you sort of know you shouldn't have so much plastic, you shouldn't have things that have air miles that have been flown a long way, you should avoid palm oil, you should be buying organic and free range and so on and so, but every single choice it feels like is a moral dilemma when you're just trying to buy some food for your family. Anyway, this is my sonnet about supermarkets. Dinner for two. The CCTV's globed eye stares me down, as in the supermarket's blinding maze. I pick spice from the Indies, Asian prawns, and blueberries as dark as Incan skies, New Zealand lamb and Guatemalan peas. A girl tuts know the air miles that munch too, and I too feel that bland guilt nag at me, but words of worlds are nothing next to you. I take my plunder home, prepare a feast to show I care, to counter your day's stress. I pour Sancerre like perfume on your feet, the spoils of sea and sky, the east, the west. The earth contracts, our room is everywhere. In love one kiss, and any trade seems fair. Okay, I'm going to read one from my latest book, Incarnation, which I wrote pretty much in the year after I had my first child. I've got two young children, and I wrote a lot of this pushing the pram around Peckham where I live, after I'd had my son. And Peckham is famous for being where William Blake was a little boy. And William Blake, the poet, famously saw angels in the trees on Peckham Rye. So this is about that. And there's a line in this from Blake. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would be infinite. A famous line. He was a visionary London poet. At Peckham Rye. Lately, I see through a narrow chink in a stairgate. I see doors and think, can I get my pram through that? In the park, I dole out small snacks, rice cake, popped grapes, elven cheeses. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would be infinite, but I've closed us up in stacky cups, in nap times, in a rhyme for snug. On warm grass, students sip their drinks, fill me with last night's drugs. Sleeplessness, I've heard, can induce visions. I try to let pale roses pool with supernatural light, but only think of baby wipes. Blake was 4 when God put his head to the window. 4. I am 35 and have wanted for there to be something so long and so much. And yes, my child reveals the holy in dull reality, but he makes dullness and reality my responsibility. At 4, I believed I too was destined to see visions. On Rye Common now, I scrub puree off my jeans, knowing angels bespangle every bough of every tree. For my son, perhaps, or for someone not me. And I can't see the time on my phone when I'm in Zoom, so doing all right for time. I think I'll just read one more poem for now, but maybe if there's time, I could always drop more poems into the conversation. But I'll read one more now before we start. So this is a recent poem. It's on paper, not in a book, which has been nominated for the biggest prize in England for an individual poem, the Forward Prize. And it's a pandemic poem. We got quite severely locked down in London for quite some time. And I had to homeschool my children for a lot of that time. And this was written during the first lockdown, where the one thing you were allowed to do every day was sort of you were allowed a 20-minute walk, but not to sit down on any benches or anything. And all the play parks were sort of chained up. So I would take my children just to this little patch of grass with a couple of trees they could climb on, just for some fresh air. And during that first lockdown, I suddenly noticed this pollen everywhere, this really thick pollen off the trees like cotton wool. I don't know if it was just because you just noticed more because you were locked down. I think people just noticed more. I've never noticed it before, and I've never really noticed it since. But anyway, in this poem, it becomes a sort of metaphor, and this is a pandemic poem. I've been thinking a lot about how to write about it, because we lived through this huge historical event, and I want to bear witness to it. But on the other hand, I think a lot of people don't really want to read about it or think about it, and I know it was absolutely terrible in India as well. And my novel Delphi is about that, is about the pandemic. And this is the poem. This is the poem Pollen. The medium death chose this time was love. Kindness, or what we'd thought was kindness, was now harm. And it was best if we just locked ourselves away and didn't show we cared, and hardly lived in weeks, which were our work. One week, though, I recall the pollen came, piled in our street like snow, or no, like baby hair. I saw a boy that stroked its fur, how on their walk girls kicked at it. Its carriage on the air from home to home, over fences, yards, the apple blossom, in through kitchen windows, to where we stared at screens on makeshift desks, its waver on warm currents of my breath, how my eyes streamed with tears. Tell me that you noticed. And did you close the window too? uncertain now what you were meant to do with all that tenderness. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Claire. I know you couldn't see us, but we were
Yes.
we were listening attentively and applauding. One thing
Oh, thank you very much.
something that struck me about the volume Changeling was how it was simultaneously contemporary in many of its themes, and yet constantly kept referring back to other poets. You mentioned Blake in another poem just now, Doors of Perception Being Cleansed, and so on. And there are references to all kinds of other poets. So I wanted to begin the conversation by asking you about your sense of continuity with a literary tradition that preceded you. Could you say a little bit about that?
Yeah, thank you for noticing that. Yeah, that's very much what I'm interested in. I was very lucky. I grew up, I went to a state school in Bolton, but I did go to Cambridge University. I got into Cambridge when I was 18, and that was one of the great pleasures of my life. I spent 3 years studying English literature there and discovered so many things from, and at Cambridge they start Beowulf and they go all the way through all the different eras, and I learnt about Greek tragedy and a Shakespeare paper, and I'm really steeped in all that. I think a lot of my contemporaries just read each other, which is easy to do. There's so much modern poetry out there, and there's so many hot new books out all the time, and things on the internet. But a lot of my contemporaries, you can hear they just read each other, whereas I'm always in conversation with the canon, I think, and I have different. Each book I like to sort of tap into a different energy and read a lot of a different writer. So Changeling, I was reading a lot of Yeats. I like the way he took the sort of folk tradition of Ireland but made it very political and relevant and of its time. So I was sort of following him particularly in that book. John Donne is a favourite. I've also translated Ovid's Heroides, Ovid's heroines. I'm very into the classics. That's why my new book's called Delphi. But actually, the poetry, I'm working on a new poetry collection at the moment that's called The Lives of the Female Poets, and all the poems are in conversation with or alluding to different female poets who've been a big influence on me. So you're right, my work's very elusive. I'm always building on that. I'm really interested in the idea that of recovering people to the canon as well, because, as I say, I love canonical poetry. I love all these. I love T.S. Eliot and John Donne and all these old guys. But I do feel that we have to question as well the Western canon and think, are these guys really the greatest, or is it just because they were sort of straight white men from middle class backgrounds that they've been invited into this canon? And actually, what about all the other voices who should be part of the canon? What about the people who've been dismissed or forgotten or not anthologized? And I'm particularly, it's always been a project of mine. I was editor of a magazine called Modern Poetry and Translation for a few years. It's always been a project of mine to sort of say, who are we not translating? Who are the great female voices from the past we should be listening to?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've gone on a bit there.
No, yeah, perfectly all right.
But
yeah, go ahead, please.
So my sonnet Dinner for Two, for example, I'm not really interested in writing a sonnet just for the sake of it. I would only write a sonnet if I'd also be referring to that whole history of the sonnet, and just a woman writing a sonnet to a man is in itself quite subversive, I think, if you think that whole history of sort of the male sonneteer and the, writing seductive poetry to the to the beautiful woman and so on. and I'm, you know, referring to that whole tradition when that idea of the globe and everything. It goes back to John Donne talking, "Oh, my America, my newfound land," and you know, I feel I'm always referring to literary history.
A couple of related questions. One has to do with the fact that perhaps in the modern period, a lot of people will not get the allusions that you make to various poets in the canon. No? So I was wondering if that bothers you, in the sense that if you say the lone and level sands somewhere and nobody gets the idea that it's from... so does that, as a poet, do you imagine a readership that actually is well versed with the canon? That's one part of it. And if the poem has to travel to, say, India, would you think that that might be a barrier to accessing the poems?
Yeah, it might. You know, that might be why. To be honest, I've not been translated hardly at all. Does anyone there who's interested? Considering I'm quite a big figure in the UK on the translation scene, I've edited a translation magazine and so on. But I personally, my poems have not been translated a lot, and I wonder if perhaps they are so elusive in many ways that's something that's hard to carry over into different languages. I do think that might be a reason I've not been translated a lot. As to whether for an English speaker it matters or not, I think those are almost like what do they call it in movies when you get like little hidden treasures in a movie? You know, they're bonuses, these things. If people get that allusion to that's Shelley's poem, Lone and Level Sands, then great, they'll get something extra out of the poem. But if they don't get the allusion, they'll think I wrote the line. And it's a really good line, so they'll still think it's a good poem. I don't think it would stop them understanding the poem. It's just like an extra for those in the know.
Yeah. So once I began to notice allusions to earlier poets, I began to get the sense that I was not reading one poet called Clare Pollard, but perhaps an entire generation of poets or tradition of poets, and that your poetry was refracted, so to speak, through the voices of so many others. A linked question is a set of allusions to extremely contemporary phenomena. So I noticed that there was by the way, I hope you will be able to read that out, the prose poem called The Oil.
Oh yeah, I'd be glad to.
Right. So why don't we hear that first, and then let me pose my question. Yeah, is that okay?
Yes, that's one of my favourites. Thank you.
Thank you.
And at the moment in Britain, there's a big campaign, a lot of activists going under the title Just Stop Oil, a sort of anti-fossil fuel group who I very much support. So this is called The Oil. I should mention at the end, there's a reference to a woman called Neda, who's an Iranian. She was in a protest and she was shot, and the image of her last moments went viral on YouTube at the time I wrote this. The Oil is all stealth at first, hushed and lovely, a soft shifting shape in the deep, an expensive silk scarf loosed from her throat, groomed hair, ink scrawling an autograph, signing a prenup. In the aquamarine, the plush gush has a caviar gleam, the colour of sultry night when we sprawl on our decks near Cannes or Mystique, illiquidity lapping the hulls of our yachts. But then it is suddenly not. It's morning and noticed, and cameras are focused, and now the leak's writhing like shoals of suffering fish, like death in gulls' guts or bad debt. It's the spill of the ash from the second tower, a disgorging helm and bomb, smokes pour through the underground. And we say concern, heartbroken, keenly aware. And besides, with the cure, we have solvent, explosives, concrete, a saw. But we know, don't we? We know it's not true. We know that we can't put it back. What mortal could catch such a god, such omnipotent, muscular black? And see how the slick spreads quick as denial or deforestation or AIDS or Al-Qaeda, as blood from the weapon expert's wrist, as blood's foul as face in that YouTube clip. So it's a bit of a cheat. It looks like a prose poem on the page because I wanted it to, I felt like it should look like an oil slick. It was a time there was a big oil leak. And you could watch it on YouTube. You could watch, they had a live link and you could just see the oil pouring out. And it was kind of mesmerizing, almost beautiful. And that's where the poem comes from, a series of images for that oil. But yes, it looks like a prose poem, but it's actually, like stuff, it's very rhythmic, really. It's a bit of a cheat.
Yeah, actually, the way the images build up in this prose poem, a poem, the images link to each other, and there's an accumulation of those images, and it culminates or ends in this Neda's face on a YouTube clip. I was wondering about these accumulation of images. How do you work your way through the images in your poems? Do the images come unbidden, so to speak, or do you go quarrying for them, as another poet has said? How do these images hang together?
That's an interesting question. Yes, I think image making is absolutely at the core of all my writing, and my favourite poets are also great image makers. When I started writing poetry, it was because I loved Sylvia Plath. I was obsessed with Sylvia Plath, who is such an astonishing image maker. So for me, it's something about metaphor, about connecting one thing with another is for me what poetry is, and sort of how my poetry brain works. Most poems start with an image. They start with an image for me. And in this case, I just literally watched some of this footage and started jotting down images, and in a sort of, it's almost like free association, isn't it? And then just started picking out the best ones and ordering them. So the idea was just to order them so that they started off sort of luxurious and beautiful. Because it did have some of that about it, and then slowly got more
yes,
unsettling.
Yes, and it's quite clear that the ideas for the poems, for the images, come from just about everywhere, including contemporary events and so on. I mean, you have a poem called Adventures in Capitalism, for example. The title itself is a...
Yeah, I mean, I'm always writing about now. And I always tell my students they should write about now. You know, I mean, I think we live in a sort of terrible but also amazingly interesting period of human history. You know, there's so much to write about. And, you know, if you try to write something that's universal about the moon or a lamb or something, it's very hard to write something new that people haven't written about before. But if you write about now, nobody's written about now before, you know. If your concern is being original, then the sort of inordinate now is waiting for you. Nobody's given it words yet, you know. So I'm known for being a writer who's very contemporary, and I think it's important to analyse the language of your time. I think it's important to interrogate political language of your time, to use brand names, to use these, to use our language and make poetry out of it, and not to just only use a very narrow strip of language, because that's poetic, you know.
Thank you. Time now for taking questions from the audience. Yes, Vijay.
Hi, Claire. Just a quick question while you were mentioning the various dead, straight, white male poets. I did not hear any woman poet's name there. But apart from that, what I was really wanting to ask was, while you acknowledge being part of a literary tradition, do you ever feel worried, or do you have that anxiety of influence? Do you feel that your own individual voice might be kind of drowned by all these influences that you are so willingly accepting?
That's a really interesting question, and I certainly know writers who are like that, who, when they're writing a book, don't read others. I think for me, because I'm such a contemporary writer, it brings together those two things I've been talking about. Because I'm such a contemporary writer, I'm not worried that if I read a lot of, John Donne or Ovid, that I'm going to sound too much like them, because I know I'm going to sound very contemporary. I'd be more worried actually about reading a lot of my peers, my contemporaries, because then I might be worried that I'd absorb it and sound like them, and that would be plagiarism or boring or, copying. But I think if I'm reading someone who's far enough back, then I can't sound like them in a way, if you see what I mean. So actually I find it much easier to absorb older influences in my work, I think, knowing I can bring them up to date and modernise them. And I do that all the time. I take old fairy tales, folk stories, old ballads, and rewrite them. And I'm constantly sort of taking old texts and making them new. That's a lot of what I do, I think. But yes, you're right. I haven't mentioned many female poets. I'm reading a lot of Elizabeth Bishop at the moment, American lesbian writer, who I think is one of the great geniuses of 20th century poetry. So I do read a lot of women as well. I've just not mentioned them today for whatever reason.
Sorry, could you repeat the name of the poet you're reading currently?
Elizabeth Bishop.
Elizabeth Bishop, of course. Okay, yes, thank you.
She's one of my favourites.
Any other questions? Any other comments? Okay. Maybe one last poem I can ask her to read. Yeah. Can I request you to read a different kind of poem, a dramatic monologue that you've written, introducing that most marvelous human freak, the bearded lady, Miss Lupin?
Yes, I'd be glad to. Thank you.
We can end
good
with
choice.
that. Yeah. Thank you.
So this uses a little. I'm very interested in dramatic monologues as a form. So Ovid's Heroines, which I translated, is the first ever book of dramatic monologues, in which Ovid takes on the voice of sort of Phaedra and Medea and Ariadne and all these women from Greek and Roman myth. It's an amazing, fascinating text. So I've always loved dramatic monologues, and I'm quite interested in how do I make their voices sound just a bit different from my own, so it's not just me in fancy dress. And in this one, there's a sprinkle of what's called Polari, which is the traveller language that was around freak shows and circuses. Stealing, shushing means stealing in this. And what else have I got? Sorry, I've not performed this one for a while. I'm trying to remember, but there's still a sprinkling of this sort of Polari, this traveller language, the plinky plonk, the stick and rag show, the tented dark, and so on. Okay, it's called Introducing That Most Marvellous Human Freak, the Bearded Lady, Miss Lupin. So this is in the voice of a bearded lady. So here you are, sir, in the shadow of the tilt, the tented dark, done with the stick and rag show, the dizzying, plinky plonk galloper tunes, the popcorn piranhas and pinheads, the half woman, a bust on her pedestal, the mule face who brays in his booth, the Ethiop's savage girl white as your wife. And here I am, wonder of wonders. You look nervous, sir. Is it the mule of the tiger? He's harmless, toothless. The bird-headed lady only squawks for the skeleton man, whose heart at last ate of itself, and the grind shows are shutting, the last thieves shushing those foolish enough to be out. So come on, closer. Trace the fur of my face, moist at the mouth, pink lips, the string of pearl's teeth. It's softer than sawdust, softer than wolves, a tangle to tug. You will yearn to be butterfly netted, clamber its rope, part it and sink into drink, and there's no whalebone stay beneath this dress to make me ship blood like your missus. No, sir, just pelt, its beast wagon scent, a thick coat that needs tonguing clean. I have watched many times how desire contorts men, how they tattoo my name down their spines, how they flail on their nail beds, gulp fire, swallow swords, how they make those sounds that are not words, how I'll make the suit and snuff, the ledgers and the way you pass the port, all your life feel like a ghost walk. So we are clairvoyant, saints or witches. I say we make you want what you most fear. If he is she, if wrong feels right, then what are you, sir? My fellow freak, come kiss this beard. Here. That wasn't a bit of Polari. That was the walk to collect your wages each week. It was very smart.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And with that, we come to the end of this session. Thank you very much, Claire.
Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you.
We now have a 15-minute tea break. Those of you who have not got your tea coupons, just collect it at the info table, and the tea is served in the corridor. You can accessible by 2 points. You can take the corridor and go for the tea. 15 minutes and we assemble back. request everyone to please come inside. We are starting the session now. Request everyone to please come inside. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We come to the post-tea session of the Hyderabad Literary Festival Kaavya Dhaara, the all-day poetry festival, which we are doing for the first time. Today, we're going to have, in this session, Gujarati poetry, and the poet in conversation would be INDU Joshi. INDU Joshi is one of the finest and strongest voices of contemporary Gujarati poetry. Her collection of poems, Gajar, was published by the Sahitya Academy in 2018. A widely published poet, she is also a playwright, translator, teacher of Gujarati, and a teacher trainer. She is currently the sub-editor of the Yuva Vibhag of the literary magazine Farbas Traimasik. In conversation with her is my colleague, Amita Desai, who is not only the head of the Geta Zentrum, but is also the honorary consul for the states of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana for the Federal Republic of Germany. So may I now invite Amita and Indu onto the stage and ask Amita to please take over.
Well, good evening. It's been a nice long day full of incredibly wonderful poems and poets that we have witnessed today. And it is my privilege and pleasure to have Indu Joshi with me. And the one comment I thought I would make is that being a multilingual festival and some of the languages offering itself and lending itself certain I won't call it idiosyncrasies, but certain traditions. So we had Kalyani Di, and Indu Joshi and I have not come to terms with what we will call each other, because in Gujarati language, it would be appropriate to say Indu Ben. And I'm going to do that simply because we are talking to a Gujarati poet and in the Gujarati language. So the introductions, thank you Kinnara for that very, very generous introduction. I'm just going to hand it over to Indu Ben to tell us a little bit about herself and about how poetry came about in her life.
Thank you, Amitaben. I would like to thank Amitaben and Hyderabad Literary Festival for inviting me here. It's a wonderful thing to be here. I was listening poem of that regional languages as well as from other nations poet also. So my journey of poetry, how I started, let me elaborate briefly. Instead of narrating I would like to say Indu. Let us see scene 1. That is the college scene. And Indu is entering in a college and she is doing graduation in Maharaja Sayajirao University at Baroda. And she is roaming here and there, sitting in the library, reading books for hours. And she is attending classes as well, not attending sometimes. And वो चाय के ठेले पे बैठती है, अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ बैठती है, गप्पे लगाती हैं कभी कभी. And she is thinking what to do with the syllabus and with the course. Literature पसंद है, काफ़ी सारी कविता, वार्ता, निबंध, काफ़ी सारे लेखक पढ़े हैं, पढ़ती है वो. लेकिन और जब भी जो भी कवि या लेखक पढ़ती है तो उसे ऐसा लगता है कि नहीं ये तो मेरे फेवरेट पोएट है या फेवरेट राइटर है, बहुत अच्छा लिखते हैं. तो इस तरह से ग्रेजुएशन होता है, फिर पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन होता है. वी हैड अ वंडरफुल सिलेबस इन पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन, वेरी एडवांस सिलेबस एट आवर गुजराती डिपार्टमेंट. दैट हम लोग पढ़ते एग्जिस्टेंशियलिज्म पढ़ते थे, फिर comparative literature also we studied, and translation, one of the paper was translation work. तो इतने सारे सब्जेक्ट वो पढ़ती है पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन में. शिरीष भाई पंचाल जो हमें एस्थेटिक्स पढ़ाते थे उस टाइम पे, तो बहुत अच्छा लगता था कि नहीं ये एस्थेटिक्स और ये सौंदर्य शास्त्र और कितने सारे आर्टिस्टिक एक्सप्रेशन जो है ऐसे होनी चाहिए. कभी लगता था पेंटिंग बहुत अच्छा लगता है, कभी लगता था नहीं राइटिंग बहुत अच्छा होता है, कभी लगता था स्कल्पचर में जाना चाहती हूँ ऐसे. तो उस टाइम पे एक पीरियड आया था वेस्टलैंड. वेस्टलैंड हमको उस टाइम पे पढ़ना था और वो हमें पढ़ा रहे थे सितांशु सर. एंड जब आए थे सितांशु सर और वेस्टलैंड पढ़ने की जब शुरुआत हुई, तब एक फर्स्ट लेक्चर में तो कुछ पता नहीं चला, फिर सेकेंड एंड थर्ड, और फिर सर से बातें करते थे, और फिर लगता था सर कहते थे कि नहीं आप कविता लिखो. लेकिन तभी पता नहीं था कि आई वॉज नॉट सीरियस दैट कविता क्या होता है या क्यों लिखना है, ऐसा पता नहीं था. तो उस टाइम पे फिर मैंने एक कविता लिखी थी. सर ने 2-3 बार बोला था, ही मोटिवेटेड अ लॉट. उस टाइम पे जो मैंने एक कविता लिखी थी, एंड that time, one of my friends, Komal Soni, I remember that also, that she ran in the corridor and coming to me, and she was telling that, see, your poem is there in Parab. Parab is a very reputed magazine of Gujarati Sahitya Parishad. So वो मुझे मानने में नहीं आता कि मेरी कविता ऐसे परब में भी छप सकती है. तो that time मुझे लगा कि अरे हम तो कवि हो गए ऐसे. लेकिन
So do you have a poem? Do you have a poem that you wrote at that time?
Yes, I have.
Let's hear it.
Okay.
So Induben spoke of Sitanshu Yashas Chandra, who's been her mentor, and of course somebody who we know is one of the finest in the Indian languages, who graced us when we had Gujarati as the language in focus. So he has been to Hyderabad Literary Festival.
उस टाइम पे ऐसा लगता था कि जैसे समुद्र किनारे जो विंड मिल होता है ना, वो ऐसे ही जब पवन आता है और फिर घूमता है, तो उसी तरह से जो भी अलग अलग विचार, ये पुस्तक या पोएट्री की बुक या कुछ भी आता था, पढ़ते थे, तो ऐसा लगता था कि नहीं ये सच है. अगर दूसरा पढ़ते हैं तो दूसरा ऐसा लगता था कि नहीं ये सच है. ऐसा वो विंड मिल की तरह वो पूरा जो माइंड था वो घूमता रहता था. Was not steady at that time.
The thoughts were moving with like the windmill.
Yes. Yeah. So here is the poem which was published in Parab. The heading is Jal. I will recite it in Gujarati. જળ. ઘરથી મંદિરનો રસ્તો થોડો ટૂંકો છે, વોકિંગ ડિસ્ટન્સ. હું દરરોજ જઉં છું એ રસ્તા પર. અભાનપણે પણ મારા પગ મંદિર સુધી પહોંચી જાય છે. ઝાંપો વટાવી, ચંપલ ઉતારી, મુખ્ય પ્રવેશદ્વાર પાસે આવી ઊભી રહું છું. સામે લિંગ છે, આકર્ષક જળાધારી અને શેષનાગનું છત્ર. એક બ્રાહ્મણ મોટેથી મહિમ્ન પાઠ કરે છે. એના ગળાની નસો જોયા કરું છું. ત્રિપુંડ, જનોઈ, ધોતિયું, રુદ્રાક્ષ. તેની આંખો બંધ છે. લિંગ તરફ નજર ઠેરવું છું. લોટો જમણા હાથે ઊંચકી આગળ લંબાવું છું અને થોડોક નમાવી જળ રેડવા જાઉં છું. જળ તો પડતું જ નથી. Thank you.
And this is what you wrote when you were in college?
Yes.
And you continued writing?
No, then it was like break. Then I got married. Means और कुछ सूझा नहीं कि after post graduation what to do with the. Actually वो टाइम पे बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन मन में आते थे, और वो टाइम पे मेरा टेम्परेचर मीन्स मेरा माइंड ऐसा था, इट वाज लाइक मीन्स आई वाज लाइक रेबेलियन टाइप. क्योंकि जो क्वेश्चन मेरे मन में उठते थे.
Can't imagine. Can you?
Yes, I was. क्योंकि जो क्वेश्चन होते थे मेरे मन में, तो उसके आंसर्स मुझे नहीं मिलते थे, और सेटिस्फैक्ट्री आंसर्स नहीं मिलते थे मुझे. तो सब ऐसे दिमाग में घूमता रहता था कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं, कुछ तो what is truth and how to understand oneself and how to understand society as well. That I could not find any way to find it out. तो फिर कुछ समझ में नहीं आया था, और फिर I met my husband and then I decided to get married. तो फिर उसके बाद तो फिर 10 साल के बाद फिर एक दिन सर का कॉल आया था कुछ काम के लिए. वो डिपार्टमेंट में कुछ काम था और वो रिसर्च वर्क के रिलेटेड था. ऑलमोस्ट पैशन, लिटरेचर मेरा पैशन था, रीडिंग मेरा पैशन था, लेकिन वो रीडिंग से अल्टीमेटली क्या करना है, वो रीडिंग का वो पता नहीं चलता था, और मैं क्यों रीड कर रही हूँ वो भी पता नहीं चलता था। तो उसके बाद 10 साल के बाद फिर से बिकॉज ऑफ सितांशु सर्स मोटिवेशन आई स्टार्टेड माई PhD वर्क एंड आई गेट बैक टू माई, फिर तब मुझे लगा कि नहीं ये मेरा पैशन है और मुझे इस तरफ जाना चाहिए। और देन आई अगेन स्टार्टेड राइटिंग पोएम। लेकिन उस टाइम पे बहुत ही वो जो देखने का नज़रिया था, दुनिया को देखने का नज़रिया, वो टोटली डिफरेंट हो गया था।
So between your first writing and the next, so when did you seriously write? And is there a poem that you can read out when you actually seriously embarked on writing? And you're saying that it was with a different set of eyes.
हाँ, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे सिर्फ मेरा था, मुझे ऐसा हो रहा है, मुझे ये क्वेश्चन है, मेरा ऐसा है, वो सब वो पूरा लिमिटेड मेरे ही और से नज़रिया था, सिर्फ मेरे पर फोकस था। लेकिन मैरिज करने के बाद आफ्टर जॉइनिंग स्कूल फॉर जॉब एंड आफ्टर चिल्ड्रन, तो फिर ऐसा लगता था कि नहीं, नज़रिया थोड़ा चेंज हो गया और मुझे लगा कि कुछ ऐसा है जो हमारे जैसा ही मेरी आसपास जो स्त्रियां हैं, मेरे आसपास का जो जगत है वो ऐसा है कि इट शुड बी नोटिस डाउन, और वो लोग भी जी रहे हैं जो लाइफ है, तो वो भी मायने रखती है। आई वॉज नॉट कॉन्शियस अबाउट दैट आई शुड राइट अबाउट दैम, but indirectly I was
drawn to that.
Yes. So मैं सोच रही थी कि मैं क्या लिखूं, ऐसे पोएट्री लिखनी है, पोएट्री लिखने का अच्छा लगता था। लेकिन each and every time when I start मुझे लगता था कि मुझे पोएट्री लिखनी है, और तब पूरा मैं ब्लैंक हो जाती थी कि अभी मैं क्या लिखूं, लिखने की ज़रूरत होती है लेकिन क्या लिखूं। वो फिर एक बार ऐसा होता है कि वो इट वाज सो स्मॉल इंसिडेंट, समर में ऐसा होता है, सबके घर में ऐसा होता है, चींटियाँ, वो लाल चींटियाँ सब इधर उधर घूमती रहती है, और वो कभी कभार वो सामान में या फिर कपड़े में कभी कभार ऐसे हो जाती है। तो वो इतने हैरान हो गए थे हम लोग। तो वो होते होते कुछ पता नहीं क्या हुआ, तो मुझे लगा कि मैं इसके बारे में लिखूं। सो हियर इज दैट पोएम, इट इज चींटियाँ इन गुजराती। शुड आई स्पीक गुजराती फर्स्ट और हिंदी?
As you wish.
Okay, I will read Hindi first.
Fine. This is about ants.
Yes.
We'll do that. We'll mix and match languages, not to worry. This is about ants, and this was one time where she sat in the home waiting to find muse, I suppose, and she found them in the ants. So she's now going to read the Hindi version of it, Chintiya. Maybe you want to say the title in Gujarati. That sounded good, huh? But she is going to read more in Gujarati, so not to worry. Let her read this one in Hindi. Kidiyo.
हाँ, कीड़ियों। चींटियाँ। परेशान कर रखा है इन चींटियों ने। अरे ओ भले मानुष, तनिक देख तो लो, इस पूरे घर में बस चींटियाँ ही चींटियाँ, बार बार भड़काती हमें। और यह है भी तो गर्मियों की चींटियाँ, लाल रंग की। अगर काट ले तो चीखने के अलावा कोई करे भी क्या? खिड़की, दरवाजे, दीवारें, कोने, कपड़ों की अलमारी, कपड़े सुखाने के तार, अन्न की कोठियाँ, रसोई घर के छज्जे, नाश्ते के डिब्बे, कुछ भी नहीं बचा नहीं है इनसे। इसी तरह चींटियाँ गेहूं, चावल और दाल की कोठियों में चलती रहेगी तो खाएंगे क्या? बार बार उनके रास्तों में पोछा लगाया। दवाई छिड़की जुनून से, तो वह जगह छोड़कर निकल आती है कोई और जगह से। एक विचार आया कि चलो डिस्कवरी चैनल पर आने वाले चींटियों को निगलने वाले जानवर, चींटी खाओ उसका नाम, उसे पाला जाए। पूरे दिन वह अपनी लंबी जबान निकालकर चींटियों को हजम करता चले। चाहे जो मर्जी करो, यह सेना तो ज्यादा जुनून से आगे ही आगे बढ़ती रहती है। और देखो तो यही वजह से मुझे एसिडिटी हो गई है। चींटी और एसिडिटी, किसी को आश्चर्य होगा। भूगर्भ की गर्मी से परेशान यह चींटियां, और करे भी तो क्या, भटकती है ठंडी नमसी जगहों के लिए और अपने को जिंदा रखने के लिए। आपको क्या कहूं, चाबी से बंद अपनी अलमारी में मेरे पर्स के भीतर मूंगफली के दानों तक पहुंच गई। जिसकी कल्पना तक नहीं की होती, उस जगह तक वो पहुंच जाती है। घर के अनछुए कोने तक को ढूंढ लेती है। हमें आश्चर्य होता है कि यह कोने पहले दिखे क्यों नहीं। मुझे अच्छी लगने लगी है चींटियां, और अब लगता है कि रहने दूं इन्हें भी इस घर में, क्योंकि मुझे मेरे घर के ही लेकिन मुझसे अनजान कोने ढूंढने हैं।
Wonderful. What an ending.
Thank you.
Nice. Now there was a request to hear you read Gujarati.
Yeah, sure.
So maybe you want to do that.
Yes. Actually, Basho, that Japanese poet and haiku writer, once he said that बहुत अच्छी कविता है उनकी, एक हाइकू है, Still pond, a frog jumps in, water sounds. तो कुछ इसी तरह हुआ। जब मैंने कविता लिखने की शुरुआत की, मुझे लगता था कि मैं किस विषय पर लिखूं, लेकिन जो सबसे ज़्यादा सेंसिटाइज मैं कर सकती थी वो मेरे आसपास का जगत था। तो निग्लेक्टिंग दैट वर्ड, वो मैं आगे कुछ सोच नहीं पाती थी। जैसे कि चींटियां हैं, तो वही सब्जेक्ट लेके फिर मैंने लिखना शुरू किया। एंड मुझे लगा कि नहीं, पोएट्री मीन्स अनछुए, जो अनजान जो कोने हैं, इसी तरह मुझे हाथ लगने लगे। आई स्टार्टेड राइटिंग पोएट्री लाइक दैट वे। एंड हियर चींटियां इन गुजराती, कीड़ियों।
So just for those who may have difficulty with Hindi and Gujarati, this is about ants, ants that have been roaming around homes and appearing from any place, every place, and how she discovers that at the end of it all, while she was very upset that where are they all taking over my home, she began to like them because they began to show her the various nooks and crooks in her home and thought that they were actually leading her to herself. In gist.
કીડીઓ, હેરાન હેરાન થઈ ગયા અમે આ કીડીઓથી. અરે ભલા માણસ, જુઓ તો ખરા, આ આખાય ઘરમાં ઉભરાતી કીડીઓ ભડકાવે છે અમને વારે વારે. અરે આ તો ઉનાળાની કીડીઓ લાલ ચટાક, ચટકો ભરે તો રાડ પડાવે જ છૂટકો. બારી બારણા ભીતો ખૂણાઓ, કપડાના કબાટો, કપડાં સૂકવવાના તારો, અનાજની કોઠીઓ, રસોડાની છાજલીઓ, નાસ્તાના ડબ્બાઓ, કશોય બાકાત નથી. આમને આમ જ આ કીડીઓ ઘઉંની, ચોખાની, તુવેરદાળની કોઠીઓમાં ફરતી રહેશે તો ખાઈશું શું? બહુ પ્રયત્નો કર્યા, વારંવાર તેની હરોળ પર પોતું માર્યું, દવા છાંટી જનૂનપૂર્વક, તો એ જગ્યા છોડી બીજી જગ્યાએથી આવે. એક વિચાર આવ્યો કે લાવ ડિસ્કવરી ચેનલ પર આવતું હતું એ પ્રાણી, કીડી ખાવું એનું નામ, એને પાળી લઉં. આખો દિવસ 6 ને એ એની જીભ લાંબી કરી કીડીઓને ખાધા કરે. ઉપાયો કરો તો વધારે જનૂનપૂર્વક આ સેના આગળ ને આગળ ધસ્યા કરે છે. અને આ એમાં જ મને તો એસિડિટી થઈ ગઈ છે. કીડી અને એસિડિટી કોઈને નવાઈ લાગે. ધરતીના પેટાળની ગરમીથી ત્રાસેલી આ કીડીઓ બીજું કરે શું? ફાંફા મારે છે ઠંડક મેળવવા ને જીવન ટકાવવા. તમને શું કહું, ચાવીથી બંધ કરેલી તિજોરીમાં મારા પર્સની અંદર શિંગદાણામાં પહોંચી ગઈ. ધાર્યું ન હોય એ જગ્યાએ પણ ઘરનો વણવપરાયેલો ખૂણો ખોળી કાઢે. નવાઈ પણ લાગે કે આ ખૂણો પહેલાં કેમ ન જડ્યો. મને ગમવા લાગી કીડીઓ, અને હવે એમ થાય છે કે આ કીડીઓ ફરતી મારા ઘરમાં. મારે મારા ઘરના અને મારાથી અજાણ એવા ખૂણાઓ શોધવા છે. થેન્ક યુ. Yeah, and it's the daily experiences that I have written in my poems, disturbing a lot sometimes. And फिर वो पोएम मैं मेरी कॉलिग्स को बताती हूँ, वो पढ़ती है तो वो बताती है कि पहले मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि ये मेरी फीलिंग है, कि मेरा ये नरेशन है. लेकिन फिर वो बोलती है कि ओ इंदु मैडम, वी आर फीलिंग ऑल्सो द सेम. सो दैट टाइम आई फील दैट oh, I am representing many women around me also.
So actually that's what you do, because you bring out the ordinariness in a very special way. It becomes an extraordinary thing. So you write about the kitchen, you write about even in this Kiriya, you actually described your kitchen already, because it's in the dabbas and in the utensils in your purse. So you do kind of deal with and engage yourself with the ordinary, everyday experience.
Yes, which matters a lot.
Which matters a lot.
Yeah.
How does it matter?
Like morning, my poem.
Yes, so that's a very beautiful one, yes.
Each morning it happens. I wrote it before some years, but it continues feeling this. And many of women sitting here, they would be feeling like this also. Morning.
Hopefully some men as well.
Yeah. It's morning again. And again, the time for me to pick up, put together, stitch up the remains of myself broken and scattered over the last night. Like a child trying so hard to glue together a broken toy. It's morning again. And again, the time to make tea and to begin to tick up the list of items of pending work. Hardly 2 or 3 of which were completed yesterday. I pick up the strainer and put in it my mind boiling hot, and I hope I could drink it up like tea. It's morning again, and as I chop up the vegetables, I think of the work now pending for today and chop up the coming day. Thank you.
Translated by Sitanshu Yashashchandra. Yeah. Would you like to read that in Gujarati, or would you like to read another one?
Yeah, clothes are like similar to that emotions, their daily life, which disturbs sometimes a lot. And these are the things which I am dealing with. And these are my poems. You may call as local poet that I am. And this is the another one, clothes. All over this room, where I have kept my books in neat rows, rows of clothes of mine, my kids, of my hubbies, lie scattered here and there, shirts, worn ones, dresses, school uniforms, lie all over for 2 days. It is not as if tomorrow is a Sunday, nor is the washing machine broken down. Each of us have 3 or 4 extra pairs. So what? In no other household, clothes are kept like this. That's exactly why, even when I am busy with other daily tasks, I keep thinking of this room, clothes, mine, my kids, my hubbies, scattered. Thank you.
So you say that you publish in various magazines and of course in books. You read them out to your colleagues.
Yes.
And does that evoke a response from your colleagues, male and female?
Yes, they like my poem, and they told me that it's like our feelings also. That sometimes when you are working and you are doing job and every day you have to go there in a particular time, that sometimes it is difficult to arrange everything and home and office and everything that. But जो मेरा कॉलेज का जो परसेप्शन था, आई वुड लाइक टू ऐड दैट वो जो एकदम मुझे अभी ऐसा लग रहा है कि एक्सट्रीमिस्ट बनने के बजाय कि जैसे तब मुझे लगता था कि क्यों एज ए वुमन वाई शुड आई वर्क लाइक दिस एंड वाई शुड आई बी ऑर्डर्ड लाइक दिस एंड दैट. लेकिन अभी ऐसा लग रहा है कि नहीं, ये जो है ये भी सच है. इट्स ऑल्सो ट्रूथ ऑफ लाइफ एंड ये मैं एंजॉय कर रही हूँ. और मैं जब ये मुझे लगता है कि इट इज़ ऑल्सो नीड टू एक्सप्रेस्ड. फिर कभी एक बार मैं गई थी कि ऐसा नहीं लगता कि नहीं, पहले ऐसा लगता था जब मैंने बोले इतने बड़े बड़े कवि हैं, इतने अच्छी तरह से वो वर्णन करते हैं और वो सब करते हैं, तो ऐसा लिखना चाहिए. लेकिन फिर सर ने बताया कि हर एक की अपनी स्टाइल होती है. दैट यू हैव टू फाइंड आउट योर वे, योर स्टाइल ऑफ राइटिंग अ पोएट्री. यू हैव टू बी योर ओन rather copying others. Your world is different than others. So
in that context, you have one poem which talks about mothers and daughters. I'm quite intrigued because, you know, that's a very different perspective. So you talk about mothers who give birth to daughters and then give them up. Why do you say that? Why is that? That's a very strong statement. What in your, because you're writing about your environment, you're writing about the daily things that, experiences that touch you. And then there is this very strong statement about women giving up their daughters. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. Actually मेरा एक्सपीरियंस ऐसा था कि जब मैं मेरी मैरिज के बाद मेरी मम्मी और बच्चे होने के बाद फिर मैं मेरी मम्मी के वहाँ जाती थी, तो वो हमेशा मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि वो ऐसा ट्राई करती है कि बहुत ज़्यादा अटैचमेंट अभी नहीं रखना है, ऐसे कि एज इफ कि मुझे कभी कभार लगता था कि वो कह दे कि तू रुक जा अभी, आज के दिन रुक जा, या फिर 2 दिन मेरे लिए रुक जा या मेरे पास बैठना. लेकिन she was so conscious about that her daughter has now family and children to be taken care of, and तो मुझे वो फील होता था कि वो मुझे बोलने के बजाय, रहने के बजाय, वो मेरी जो जिम्मेदारी है, मेरी जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, वो ही मुझे याद दिलाती है. और शी इज़ इंसिस्टिंग दैट वो तुम्हें करना है ऐसे.
Yeah, so there was a role play already
Yeah.
that the mother was kind of hinting at or asking you to take care of,
Yes.
directly or indirectly. You
Yeah.
have a daughter?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so I hope you've not given her up.
No.
Okay. Yeah, no, I do find that intriguing, because you get under the skin of. There's a poem. I don't know if we'll find the time, because we have to take audience questions. But there is a poem about the bridge, work over the bridge, where you're getting under the skin of the workers and their life, and here your own mother, or by default then your own daughter, you're trying to stay away from and remain untouched and control the emotions, and that kind of is a different extreme, a different perspective, it seems.
And I was feeling hurt that time. कि मैं तुम्हारी बेटी तो नहीं, मैं तुम्हारी, आफ्टर ऑल मैं तुम्हारी बेटी हूँ, तो अगर तुम्हें इच्छा है मैं तुम्हारे साथ रुकूँ तो तुम्हें बोलना है ऐसे. लेकिन बाय द टाइम आई कुड फाइंड दैट कि ये अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस सब्जेक्ट, मैं जाती थी वहाँ से, रोड पे जाती थी, अपने एक्टिवा लेके जाती थी, तो दूसरे भी लोग जो होते थे, जो मेरे आसपास होते थे, स्कूल में जो काम करते हैं या फिर सोसाइटी में ब्रिज पे जो काम करते थे, तो उनको देख के भी मुझे होता था कि उनका लाइफ कैसा होगा, कैसे रहते होंगे. तो ऐसी सेंसिटिविटी जो है, वो पोएम राइट होने जब शुरू किया लिखने के लिए, तब वो मुझे लगा कि नहीं, मुझे इनके बारे में भी लिखना है ऐसे. आई वॉज नॉट कॉन्शियस अबाउट दैट आई शुड राइट फॉर देम, बट आई सेंसिटाइज देम and I started writing about these subjects also.
Very nice, very nice. I would like to open up the floor, and then maybe towards the end we'll read the work over the bridge. But the floor is open for anybody who would like to ask question to Indu Ben. Yes, Sanjay.
Ma'am, most of your poems, they are actually indicating a need to be free, rebellion, free. आप सोचते किस लैंग्वेज में हैं? गुजराती में, हिंदी में या मराठी?
गुजराती में.
अच्छा, तो ये रिपीटिंग थीम जो आ रहे हैं आपके पोएम में, where you are trying to break free, जहाँ पे you're feeling oppressed, control, plus अराजकता दिख रहा है आपको. For example, in the ants that you have actually shown in your words, is that a reflection of a larger and a more creative person inside you that is urging to get out?
जी, आपने जो बोला है वो बराबर है कि जो इमोशंस कभी कभार इतने बहुत ही पावरफुल होते हैं, तो एट दैट टाइम हम, ऐसा नहीं होता है कि हम उनके पास पहुंच जाते हैं या फिर ऐसा होता है. लेकिन अभी यहाँ पे मुझे मीराबाई, जो मध्यकालीन कवित्री मीराबाई है, उनकी एक कविता याद आती है. उनकी पंक्तियाँ कुछ ऐसी है: त्रिकुटी महल में बना के झरोखा, तहाँ से झांकी लगाऊंगी. महल में बंद है, लेकिन मीराबाई ने झरोखा बनाया है और वहाँ से झांकी लगाऊंगी, मैं वहाँ से लगाऊंगी भले ही मैं महल में बंद हूँ. So I also found my way of expression, even though I have responsibility of my family and all other routine work. जब पोएट्री लिखती हूँ तब मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हाँ, ये जो झरोखा है ये मेरे लिए पोएट्री राइटिंग इज़ अ झरोखा, एंड मैं वहाँ से झांकी लगा रही हूँ अपने आप में. थैंक यू.
Came so because I was in Baroda, so I know only 1-2 words. And as I am from the Assam, there are also lots of Gujaratis are there. So my thing is that from your point, if I observe it that you are simply writing this whatever that is in your environment, and also in a global sense. The question is, what is in my mind that when we are writing the poem, is it not the here this poetry is collage, and also you are depicting the imagery, all these things. And do you not think that now in the world where we are now transiting in this pandemic, war, lots of environmental problem, so I think so that you are also, I think so, you would be agree with me that poetry in this case can give something for peace. As in the Westland you also mentioned, last line was there, Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Thank you. This is my question to you.
Yes, yes. That is why I have written birds, Kabristan Urta Pankhio. So this poem, yeah.
Perhaps you should read that as a response.
Yes.
It's a valid question. Does one look beyond as a poet, beyond the ordinary, the immediate, and beyond? So
अभी हमारे वर्ल्ड के जो हालात है तो वो भी हमें सोचने के लिए मजबूर करते हैं. But at the same time, I feel that poetry is a powerful weapon that we can use for, not use, but we are having that. So I will read birds flying around in a Kabristan. By the time I found that narration और जो वर्णनात्मक चीज़ें हैं वो मुझे अच्छी तरह से आता है, वो पोएट्री वो मेरी स्ट्रेंथ है. तो most of my poems they are narratives. So here also when narration is there, birds flying around in a Kabristan. This large expanse of a Kabristan, so full of huge green trees, comes alive with chirping of birds each early morning. Swinging in the open at the top of these trees and swooping down to the graves to eat up insects crawling around on them, the birds sing out loudly, full-throated, as if in protest against those graves. Disregarding the harsh rays of the sun floating around in the clouds, the birds now rest a bit on the compound walls of the place and then fly around amongst the trees. They keep building their nest too. Pushed by strong wings of these birds, the air around the graves shudders. The eggs are tended and baby birds keep growing. Air still around the graves keeps getting pushed by the little wings of baby birds growing. Thank you.
Any further questions?
नमस्कार मैम, मेरा एक प्रश्न है. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा आपका नज़रिया, जो रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी आप उसे देख रहे हैं और उसे एक कविता के रूप में जो है प्रस्तुत कर रही है. तो मेरा प्रश्न ये है कि आज की जो युवा पीढ़ी है जो ज़्यादातर अपना समय जो है डिजिटल माध्यम या इंटरनेट रिलेटेड डिवाइसेस पे ज़्यादातर बिता रही है, तो क्या पोएट्री को कुछ बदलने की ज़रूरत है, या मतलब कि हम युवा वर्ग को ज़्यादा इस तौर आकर्षित करें, कुछ मीटर में हो या कुछ लफ्ज़ों में हो, कुछ चेंज करने की ज़रूरी है? और मेरा दूसरा क्वेश्चन है, लाइक आप कोई फेमस राइटर को ऐसे इंस्पिरेशन मानते हैं या किसी को लाइक यू हैव वन पर्सनालिटी, ऐसा कुछ है क्या आपको? दीज आर माय 2 क्वेश्चंस. थैंक यू.
बहुत ही अच्छा क्वेश्चन है आपका कि एज सच आई एम टीचिंग चिल्ड्रन फ्रॉम 6 to 10. तो ये क्वेश्चन बार बार आता है कि बच्चों को ऐसे पढ़ाई करने के लिए या फिर उनको वो कल्चर की ओर वो लोग जा सके, तो और उनका जो ये डिस्ट्रैक्शन है बिकॉज ऑफ दैट मीडिया एंड ऑल दैट, तो वो कैसे दूर किया जाए. लेकिन उनको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अगर एक्सपोजर मिलता है ऐसे लिटरेचर का या पोएट्री का, तो मुझे लगता है कि वो लोग इस तरफ टर्न हो सकते हैं. काफ़ी सारे मेरे स्टूडेंट हैं जो उन लोगों को द थिंग इज़ इंस्टेड ऑफ टेलिंग डोंट डू दिस, वी हैव टू गिव ऑप्शन, अ गुड ऑप्शन टू देम. सो मुझे भी जब मैं कॉलेज में ये मत करो वो मत करो तो आई गॉट इरिटेटेड. लेकिन इसके बजाय हम द बेस्ट जो ऑथर के जो पोएम्स है या जो राइटअप्स है या लिटरेचर है उनको देते हैं, वो पढ़ने के लिए बोलते हैं, तो सर्टेनली इट विल हैपन. एंड दूसरा है कि कॉलेज में भी वैसे मैंने आपको पहले बताया कि ऐसा लगता था कि ये अच्छा है. जो भी ऑथर मैं पढ़ती हूँ, जो भी पोएट पढ़ती थी, तो मुझे लगता था कि ये बहुत ही अच्छा है. तो मेरे फेवरेट पोएम काफ़ी सारे हैं. अभी सितांशु सर की कविता वो तो है ही, विपाशा है, पीयूष ठक्कर है, उनकी भी बहुत ही अच्छी, सौम्या जोशी है, तो उनकी कविताएं भी मुझे अच्छी लगती है. काफ़ी सारे पोएट एज वेल एज मॉडर्न, नरसिंह मेहता से लेके वो आदि कवि से लेके आधुनिक कवि तक काफ़ी सारे उनकी अलग अलग पोएम में अलग अलग जो स्टाइल है, द वे ऑफ राइटिंग, द थॉट्स है, वो बहुत ही अलग अलग तरीके से मुझे अच्छे लगते हैं.
We are running out of time. So
Thank you so much, Indu Ben.
Thank you so much. इंदु, आपने एक झांकी दिखा दिया आपके झरोके से, बहुत अच्छा लगा. वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू फॉर दिस लवली कॉन्वर्सेशन. थैंक यू अमिता फॉर कंडक्टिंग इट सो नाइसली एंड इन सच अ पर्सनल मैनर. थैंक यू वेरी मच. We now have poetry reading by Harjinder Singh Laltu. May I invite him on? He's not here? Okay. So we go straight into the... I'm sorry, I didn't know that. So, okay. Gillian Clark. Gillian. Okay. Our next speaker will be joining us from Wales. Gillian Clarke. She was the National Poet of Wales for the years 2008 to 16 and is the president of Tai Nued, the Welsh Writers' Centre. She was awarded the Queen's Gold Medal for Poetry in 2010. Her publications include Selected Poems, Picador 2016, Zoology, her 9th collection, KERKETTA 2017, Roots, Home, Essays and a Journal, again KERKETTA 2021, and The Hours, a pamphlet, Sleep Books 2021. Her version of Aneirin's 7th century Welsh poem, E Gododin, was published as a bilingual text by Faber in May 2021. The Silence, a collection of poems, is now in progress. Gillian Clarke appears at Kaavya Dhaara, the HLF Poetry Festival, with the support of the International Literature Showcase Collaboration Fund. The International Literature Showcase is a partnership between the National Centre for Writing and the British Council. Let's welcome Gillian Clarke live.
Thank you, Gillian, for joining us this afternoon, this evening, I don't know, morning for you. As we discussed, we will begin with you telling us about your writing and your poetry and reading some of them, and then we will I will, on behalf of the audience, I will take questions and I will be asking them on their behalf. So Gillian, for the next minutes, the floor is open to you.
It's extraordinary to join you from our hill in the west of Wales, a few miles from the Irish Sea. And it's autumn here, and we're 900 feet up, and I feel I can climate while I'm reading to you. The poems I've chosen recognize that we all belong to one planet, one Earth. David, it's unstable. I hope you can hear me. The first poem I'm going to read is Neighbours, and commission. Lots of poets were commissioned to write about neighbours, and I'm the only one who didn't write about the people next door. In fact, I wrote about the explosion at the nuclear power station at Chernobyl, and as we're all heartbroken about what's going on at the moment in Ukraine, I choose this poem to begin. Neighbours. That spring was late. We watched the sky and studied charts for shouldering isobars. Birds were late to pair. Crows drank from the lamb's eye. Over Finland, small birds fell, song thrushes steering north, smudged signatures on light. Migrating warblers, nightingales. Wing beats failed over fjords, each lung a sip of gall. Children were warned of their dangerous beauty. Milk was spilt in POLLARD. Each quarrel the blowback from some old story, a mouthful of bitter air from the Ukraine, brought by the wind out of its box sorrows. This spring, a lamb sips cesium on a Welsh hill. A child, lifting her face to drink the rain, takes into her blood the poisoned arrow. Now we are all neighbourly, each little town in Europe twinned to Chernobyl, each heart
You'll have to ask if they've heard everything.
It's autumn here, and we've never had so many apples on our 4 apple trees. We've got so many apples that we had to crush them to make juice, and we're trying to store them, and we're eating them as many as we can, and we're giving them away. Apples. They fill with heat. Beautiful, a night of rain. In a week they have reddened, the seed gone black in each star heart. Soft thud of fruit in the deepening heat of the day. Out of the delicate petals of secret skin, and that irreversible moment when the fruit set, such a hard harvest, so cold and sharp on the tongue. They look up from the grass, too many to save, a lap full of windfalls with worms in their hearts. Under my thumb, the pulse of original sin. Flesh growing brown as the skin curls over my life. I drown them in water and wine, push them under, then breathe apples simmering in sugar and spice, fermenting under the tree in sacks of juice, so swollen they'd burst under a wasp's foot. Another that recognizes that we have a world at war, but this looks back to the time of the Gulf War when Iraq invaded and America jumped in and Britain joined in. And it was a short Gulf War, but nevertheless, it was yet another time when we couldn't organize peace on this earth. Lament for the green turtle with her pulsing burden in search of freedom, for her eggs laid in their nest of sickness, for the cormorant in his funeral silk, the veil of iridescence on the sand, the shadow on the sea, for the ocean's lap with its mortal stain, for Ahmed at the closed border, for the soldier in his uniform of fire, for the gunsmith and the armourer, the boy fusilier who joined for the company, the farmers' sons in it for the music, for the hook-beaked turtles, the dugong and the dolphin, the whale struck dumb by the missile's thunder, for the tern, the gull, and the restless wader, the long migrations and the slow dying, the veiled sun and the stink of anger, for the burnt earth and the sun put out, the scalded ocean and the blazing well, for vengeance and the ashes of language. Of course, language all turns into lies and at times of war. Glacier. Another warning, the ice is melting. The miles deep Greenland glaciers lost its grip, sliding 9 miles a year towards the sea on its own meltwater. As 40 years ago, the slag heap, loosened by a slip of rain-swollen mountain streams, suddenly gave for the roar, a down-hurtling flow of spoil, taking a primary school, crushing the children. The century of waste has burnt a hole in the sky over the pole. O science, with your tricks and alchemies, chain the glacier with sun and wind and tide, rebuild the gates of ice, halt, melt and slide, freeze the seas, stay the flow and the flux, for footfall of polar bear and Arctic fox. The primary school that was crushed by coal tips slipping down the hill was in South Wales, and my own father-in-law was a coal miner, and he remembers the day. He remembered the day when that happened all too well. Polar. It's about a polar bear, of course. I'm looking for it, right. Sorry about this. They were all in order. I got it. When I was a child, what I loved more than anything else was a polar bearskin rug on the floor of our living room. What I didn't know was that somebody had killed that bear just to make a rug out of it. And I wanted it to be alive, and I loved it. And my mother used to put me down on it to have an afternoon lap so she got a bit of peace. And I used to feed its open mouth with biscuits and things. She had to clean it out. But later I realized what a sad thing it was. Polar, snowlight and sunlight, the lake glacial, too bright to open my eyes in the dazzle and doze of a distant January afternoon. It's long ago, and the house naps in the plush silence of a house asleep like absence. I'm dreaming on the white bear's shoulder, in the slow hours, my fingers in his fur. His eyes are glass, each hair a needle of light. He's pegged by his claws to the floor like a shirt on the line. He is a soul. He is what death is. He is transparency, a loosening flow on the sea. But I want him alive. I want him fierce, with belly and breath and growl and beating heart. I want him dangerous. I want to follow him over the snows, between the immaculate earth and knoll, between the silence and the shot that rang over the ice at the top of the globe, when the map of the earth was something we knew by heart, and they had not shot the bear, had not loosed the ice, had not. I used to watch swans on a lake, somewhere where we used to look out down on the river in. And the swans, one day we realized that one of them wasn't there anymore. Swans pair for life. And we realized that somehow or other, during a very frozen time where the river was iced over, the female had died. So forever, her partner, the male, returned to the place and haunted the place where they had been together. It's a very sad story. And I rang up the swan rescue people, and they told me there's nothing we can do. And I said, couldn't you bring a nice young female for him? And they said he wouldn't accept her unless he saw the body of his dead mate. Swans. She was brave in the bitter river, the Mary Rose, doomed, ice chalice, lily in bloom. Thor, her feathers and bones dissolve in the flow, and she's gone. Flower that floated so light over death's undertow. In lengthening light he patrols alone, ferocious on his watery shore, where the nest from last year and the year before has drowned in a dredge of sticks and sludge. In full sail, body ablaze, bridge over unfenced water. He waits for her. The voice on the phone said, he doesn't know she's dead. There's nothing to be done. Now love, like a king's ship, all wake and quiver. And I can't tell him. It's over. There's talk of it being 100 years since the end of the World War. And a long time ago in France, we visited Oradour in France, where a terrible atrocity was committed on the 10th of June, 1944. And all the women in the village were put into the church, and somewhere else all the men were put, and they were all killed by the invading Nazis. Oradour, 10th of June, 1944. Silence in the empty streets, the square, the shuttered houses, sun-blind boulangerie, dressmaker, surgery, school, mairie. At the oil-clothed table in the shade of a vine, Mother Roufanche is pouring a rough red wine, ladling cassoulet into yellow bowls with a crusty cheese, an armful of warm loaves brought home that morning, the dew still on the fields, so quick like a cloud on the sill. We could have been here, passing through like now, could have risen, restored in love from the bed in the room overlooking the square, could have shared her table, her man home from work, and ring of glasses, the breaking of bread. That long ago summer, the house, the church, the dead in their graves, the streets, the square, all spread under the linen of silence, sunlight, noon, waiting for boots, orders, the struck match, the gun. The church full of women, fired, men in the burning barn, and safe in the future, we and our love, not born. Six bells. I come from South Wales, from a coal mining area, as my husband does too, of course. And this recalls the last really big, horrible coal accident. 44 miners killed in an explosion on the 28th of June, 1960. Six bells, that's the name of the colliery, such a beautiful name. Perhaps a woman hanging out the wash paused, hearing something, a sudden hush, a pulse inside the earth like a blow to the heart, holding in her arms the wet weight of her wedding sheets, his shirts. Perhaps heads lifted from the work of scrubbing steps, hands stilled from ringing rainbows onto slate, while below the town, deep in the pit, a rockfall struck a spark from steel and fired the void, punched through the mine a fist of blazing fire damp. As they died, perhaps a silence before sirens cried, before the people gathered in the streets, before she'd finished hanging out her sheets.
Gillian, would you like to take a few questions now and come back to your poetry after 10 minutes or so?
Questions for 10 minutes.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for those wonderful poems, Gillian, and the context that you gave us about these poems. I was also wondering, because your poetry is so firmly rooted in the Welsh rural landscape, how do you make what looks like very regional poems to reflect on what would be worldly or universal themes? How do you make the local the global?
What do I do, Adam?
How in your poetry do you make the local global?
Oh, I suppose it's impossible not to be part of the whole world now. But I think I've always been a bit like that. My father watched the BBC, so when I was a little girl, he would bring news home, and there was a war when I was a very small child. And so I was aware, even then, in living in a nice little house, a nice house by a lake and a park, when my father came home with news from the BBC, it was of what was going on. It was about France, and he woke me up in the middle of the night and took me to the window to watch planes flying over on the day when the great rescue happened in northern France. And he said to me, never forget this sight. And I didn't understand what it meant then, but so I think I've been always part of, I just feel close to you and all of them. It's where we live, and the planet is so hugely threatened. I mean, it is autumn here now, of course. It's getting cold. We're not switching on any unnecessary heating. We're just putting more clothes on, and we do have a wood fire, and we've got lots of wood lying on our land that we can burn. I just want to save the planet for the future, for my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, and for you, for everybody, for India. I have one of my best friends is from read today in your festival, IMTIAZ DHARKER. She's Indian. She's my closest friend on earth, and it's just natural to me to feel all of that.
Yeah, Gillian, of course, is referring to IMTIAZ DHARKER, and IMTIAZ and Gillian were together judging a poetry award earlier, so she considers IMTIAZ as one of her close friends. Gillian, one more thing, this is actually a continuation of a question that somebody from the audience asked the previous poet. Since many of your poems are included in textbooks, school textbooks, and you also read a lot to teenagers. So what is your sense of how the young people are taking to poetry? Are you happy with the way they respond to poetry, or what is your experience? How has your experience been?
How do children respond to your poetry?
I get messages from all over the world, where studying British exams for their general certificate education, and I find that very exciting. I find myself writing to teachers in Scandinavia, South America, Iraq, Iran, and indeed India, where they're teaching the poems, and their questions, they enlighten me. There is one poem where a boy asked a question about the last line of the poem, and I thought the last line of the poem, it's a poem about my daughter, and it's my boy. I'm celebrating. She's just slammed the door and shouted at me. It was a long time ago when she was a teenager. Oh, not quite a teenager, 11 years old. And I was very upset, cross, so I went quietly to my desk to write about it. And I remembered how beautiful she was when she was a baby and how I loved her. And why did she have to turn into a teenager and be cross with me? And so the poem ends in such a way that I thought I'd completely solved what it meant. I can't remember the quote right now. But a boy sent me a message saying, couldn't it mean the chain of DNA between you and your child? And of course it could. But when I wrote the poem, we didn't have the science of DNA. But he added, with his intelligent question, not so much a question, but a statement, to the meaning of the poem for me. So I love them. I love teenagers anyway. I love them, especially now they're not living in my house, of course. and kids altogether. I like children. I like the young.
Before I invite you to read some more of your poems, and particularly the stone poems, I would also want to know a little bit more about translation, because you have translated from Welsh and your own poems have been translated into close to a dozen languages. So how is that, how do you look at that entire process of poems which are rooted in one language getting translated into others? And of course, I remember what is lost in translation, poetry. But what is your take on translation, the process of translation?
Your thoughts on the process of translation?
Well, I translate for a friend of mine, Menna Elfyn, who writes in Welsh, and she translates me into Welsh. We do that for each other, and there I try and Welsh is very different in its structure from English, so I have to find a way of making a natural musical English out of a natural musical Welsh. But the big piece of work I've recently done, within the last 2 years, the Gododdin. The Gododdin were a tribe in 7th century British Isles, at a time when there was no such thing as England or Wales or Scotland, just tribes. And the piece called the Gododdin, which was written down as a manuscript, edge to edge, a very long time, brought down to the Middle Ages by recitation all over the place, at fairs, in great houses, in public squares and so on. It is 100 laments to the dead of the tribe of the Gododdin. Right. Faber has published it very beautifully. And on one side is the Welsh poem, which is nothing like in shape or sound to my version on the English side. Now, there have been translations of Gododdin, but they've just been academic, and there's no music at all in the English. So my intention was to turn all of the poems on the right page, hand page, into poems, all of them into musical. Poetry is word music, and if it's not music, it's not poetry. So I've tried to make a new, bringing in all the meaning, all of the images, but it sometimes quite different, shaped into lines, which it wasn't originally, shaped into lines, verses, and sound. And it was, I was obsessed with it, obsessed. And I'm reasonably satisfied with the result, and people seem to like it. The Gododdin, Faber.
Yeah, Gillian, if I may request you to give us some taste of Welsh. Is it possible? I mean, do you have any Welsh poems with you? That even a few lines would be fine.
What do I do?
Read it, Ergwaith.
Right.
They want
Yes.
to hear some Welsh.
Yes, certainly. I have a poem here, which I'm very happy to read to you. And it's about the day David and I got married. A long time ago, but we were together for a very long time before we thought we'd better get married. And married in Welsh. I had been married in my very long distant youth before, and at that time the service was in English. So I thought, I can't say the same thing again. So we got married in Welsh. Now let me say this, that it's called Ergwaith, for better, for worse. And each verse begins with a line which is part of the marriage vows. For better, for worse, with this ring I thee wed, with my body I thee worship, with all my worldly goods I thee endow. and the word cariad means darling. So here we go. Gwell, gwaith. Ar fodrwy hon i'r briodaf. Something about the ring in the blackbird's eye on an April evening, the raptor's jeweled stare, the marriage of sun and rain on the circle of my arms round sheets off the line, yours bringing armfuls of wood for the fire. Am corff idd am rhydedaf. Something of touch, taste, tongue, the language of hands, those chemical gifts one to the other, grace and gesture, silence, reflection, that pair for life two swans on a river, soundlessly sculling the stream, lover to lover. Am holl olidbadol idd gynydd gaedaf. My dowry, a derelict house on a hill, 5 fields, 2 acres of bluebells under oaks. Yours a vision. You made sound the ruin, dreamed space and light, a room of oak and glass. Let in the sky, the hills, and all of Ceredigion, Cariad, in a glance. Ceredigion is the county we live in the west, and it does a nice patterns of sound with Cariad, darling. Ceredigion, Cariad, in a glance.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Julian. It was wonderful listening to you, and what you described at the beginning as neighborhood is indeed true. Here we are sitting in Hyderabad and you there, and it's indeed a neighborhood, and we are all neighbors listening to each other. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, and once again, for you, and if we could, we can send you some summer warmth to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, it's lovely.
We now have a pre-recorded video of Telugu poet AFSAR Mohammed. He's not only a very well-known Telugu poet, he's a literary critic too. He currently teaches at the University of Pennsylvania, and his most recent book is Evening with a Sufi, 2022. The poem presented is translated into English by Jamal Jones.
పద్యం పుట్టుక గురించి మళ్ళా కాసింత నేలని తవ్వి ఒక సీసాలో కాలాన్ని కట్టేసి దాన్ని కప్పేశాం, గుర్తుందా? మరీ చిన్నప్పటి సరదా కదా, గుర్తుండి ఉండదులే. పద్యం కూడా అంతేనా? రాయడానికి ఏమీ లేనితనం, నీకు నాకు బహుశా అందరికీ. ఖచ్చితంగా ఇప్పుడే ఇష్టపడలేని హోంవర్క్ లాగా, ఎంతకీ ప్రేమించలేని సిలబస్ లాగా. రాయలేనితనం బాధ లేదని కాదులే, కాకపోతే ఎవరి బాధో తప్ప రాయలేనితనం. అరువు కళ్ళతో ఏడుపు, కొయ్య కాళ్ళతో పరుగు. ఏదో ఒక కొయ్యకాలు చాలదేమో లోపలి పద్యానికి. సొంతము పరాయి అని కాదు, కానీ నువ్వు నీ దేహంలో సంచరించడం మానేసి ఎంతకాలం అయ్యింది చెప్పకూడదు కాస్త? చర్మం కూడా పరాయి చొక్కాలాగే అనిపిస్తోంది ఈ మధ్య. మాటల్లో తేలిపోతుంది నిజమేదో కానిదేదో. తవ్వోడ దొరికింది సరే, అదే పద్యం అనుకుంటున్నాం నువ్వు నేను అందరం. లోపల బయట చాలా తవ్విపోసాం, కానీ లేని చోట తవ్వుకుని వెతుక్కుంటే దొరుకుతుందా పద్యం? పద్యం పుట్టుక అసలేమైనా గుర్తుందా? ఉండి ఉండదులే, మరీ చిన్నప్పటి సరదా కదా. పద్యం పుట్టుక గురించి మళ్ళా.
Another poem about the birth of verse. We dug up a little dirt, stuck time in a bottle and hid it, remember? Wasn't youth such fun, even if you don't quite remember? Isn't a poem just like that? Not able to write, not even a word, it happens to you, to me, likely to all. Like the homework you can't stand, like the syllabus you'll never love, and it's not because it's painless. Without some pain, there's no writing, just crying with borrowed eyes, running with wooden legs. And a wooden leg isn't enough for that poem inside. It's not that it's strange or personal, but how long has it been since you last wandered in your own body? Come on, tell me, even your skin seems like a stranger's shirt now. Truth or untruth, one of them will float on the word. Sure, we found the dredger, but we called that the poem, you and me both. We keep digging inside and outside, but if you dig where there's nothing, will you find a poem? Have you any memory of the birth of a verse? Even if you don't quite remember, wasn't youth such fun? Another
Now for the finale, we go back to England and we have Nadine Aisha JASSAT, who is the author of the poetry collection Let Me Tell You This from 2019. Her work has also been published in popular anthologies such as It's Not About the Burqa, Picador 2019. She has performed her work internationally, including at the Edinburgh International Book Festival's Outriders Africa, and has appeared across media, including BBC's The Big Scottish Book Club. She has taught creative writing for the likes of BBC Words First and the Airborne Foundation. She recently took part in Moniac Moore's International Writers Residency and is currently a writer in residence with the Scottish Book Trust. Her debut novel for children, The Stories Grandma Forgot and How I Found Them, is forthcoming. Nadine Aisha JASSAT appears at Kaavya Dhaara, the HLF Poetry Festival, with the support of the International Literature Showcase Collaboration Fund. The International Literature Showcase is a partnership between the National Centre for Writing and the British Council. Let's go on to the live session with Aisha.
Hi. It's so lovely to be here.
Hey
Hi,
Aisha,
everybody.
how are you?
I'm good. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, thank you very much. And as we discussed, let's go straight to your first installment of reading and speaking about your poetry. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that Nadine is not just a poet, but she's also a performer. So she writes both kinds of poetry and she also performs poetry. So for the next 10 minutes or so, Nadine, you can tell us about your poetry, contextualize them, and then I will come back in about 10 minutes, and then we will have a chat, and then we take the second installment of your reading and speaking about it. Does that sound right?
That sounds perfect to me. And yeah, thank you so much for having me and for such beautiful introductions and welcomes. I'm joining you all from Glasgow today, where it's very grey. It's very grey, but hopefully I'm going to read you some poems that are shiny.
Yes.
And not grey, like our Scottish weather that we have. So I thought I would begin with reading a selection of poems from Let Me Tell You This, from the collection that was mentioned. Or as I read, I will, I guess, introduce myself to you through the poems. So the first one that I thought I would start with, which is often one of my favorite ones for when I'm introducing myself to new friends, as we are, is a poem I wrote about my parents' voices and their words and how they shaped my sense of identity growing up. For context, my mum is English. She is from Yorkshire and has a very Yorkshire accent specific to the region. And my dad is from Zimbabwe and he is of mixed heritage. So lots of different words and slang that I was growing up with, making this medley of me. So this is my poem for them, and it's called The Old Codgers. My parents' mouths pull at the corners of mine. A tug I will share with yours if I try sing to their tune. My father's is a dance of Hindi meets Shona, meets Gujarati, meets Afrikaans, where a woman is a honey, a child is a lighty, and heaven help you if you hear futsek, kutri, or woe. But I grew up fluent in the tightened jaw of my old Bali on the phone. Hello, this is Mr. JACINTA speaking. His accent so suddenly English from a county we'd never visited, never mind own. But me mother, all Yorkshire, all drawn out vowels. She calls a poem, and greets my auntie with a rounded mouth, and the Zimbabwe of her mind pressing on her tongue. She releases each sentence as a question, punctuated by an outside laugh that makes me want to ask who it is when it's at home. And I say oat and note and summit and in it. I say lychee, not lychee, samosa, not samosa, and I, and lush, and loo, and snicket. Bath is never bought. Room is never them. And when I greet you, I may say, now then, just like my mum. And when I leave you, I may say, assalamu alaikum. So that's my first poem, The Old Codgers. And I think something that I really wanted to define with it and explore with it was that you're allowed to use all the words that make you you. And definitely, I know I can't see you guys in the audience, but I would sort of reach out my little heart from Scotland to anybody there who is a writer and say that something that I find really encouraging and liberating in my writing is being able to use all the different words and languages that are part of me. And something that I found really freeing in the act of writing is that ability to claim yourself and say who you are. So like I said, Let Me Tell You This was my debut, and I think so much with debut books, you are claiming yourself and saying this is who I am and this is what matters to me. And so some of the key themes that came through it, the first section is very much about heritage and childhood and figuring out myself as this mixed child of the Zimbabwean diaspora in the UK. And then the middle part is so much about women's words and women's voices and the women who raised me. So I'm going to read you a couple of poems from that section. And so this one is called Auntie, and it's for my auntie from Harare. My aunt's hands are soft and brown, and they smell like cumin and coriander. She is a gardener in the kitchen. Auntie, I remember your skin the way some people remember the bus route. I know I need to trace it to go home. The world of work and bus bells and sirens are harsh alarm clocks. I would rather wait gently in 5 a.m. light to your softly whispered duas welcoming the morning. So I wrote that poem when I'd just come back. I'd been in Cape Town visiting family in South Africa and my auntie, and I'd been there for over a month, and every morning I woke up to the sound of my auntie praying, and then I came back to Scotland and I was so on my own. And I really missed, instead I was waking up to the sound of the fire engines and the sirens in the city, and I missed the sound of her at prayer. And I tried to capture that in a poem to keep it by me. So yeah, it's one of those, I think a poem sometimes it doesn't need to be long to say everything it needs to. And I'm going to read you another short one. This one now for my mother, since you're getting my whole family today. You're getting a real family tour. And so I was always a writer. I wrote from when I was a child. I would write poems and I would stand on the chair in our living room and read them out to my family's friends. But it was only sort of in my mid-20s, which was a long time ago, that I started writing professionally, I guess you would say. And so this poem was one of the first poems I wrote on that journey. And it's called Mother. He told me not to heed the old wives' tales, superstition and elaboration bound in proverb and fable. But at home, by the kitchen table, I watch my mother's hands spin the yarn of meals and housework, of duty and obligation. Mother, I long to hear the tales in you, to know that self beyond dinner time and bedtime, to know the time of the tick of your heart, which echoes in mine. I press my ear to you like a shell, to hear the ocean of you, to know the roar that is yours. What if it gets washed away too quickly and I live my life without your tales, searching in the empty space by the kitchen table, in the silence, for the words which were my mother? Thank you. I'll read one more poem for you, which aligns in my timing, and then we'll have lovely VJ back. So my last poem for you. After I said a poem doesn't need to be long, this one's slightly longer than the other two. But as you can tell, probably from the poems that I've chosen to read so far, a lot of them are about women's words and the impact of family on me. And I'm Nadine Aisha JASSAT, and the Aisha in my name is named after my aunt, and her and my grandmother were the matriarchs in the family. So me and my younger brother, Samir, we both carry their names in our middle names, and we carry part of them in us. And my little brother, he's called Samir, which means storyteller, because my aunt and my grandmother were such storytellers. So our names are to honor them. And his middle name, Ali bin Muhammad, was actually the family surname before JASSAT. So if you put our names together, if you take Nadine Aisha JASSAT and Samir Ali bin Muhammad JASSAT, you get the name of Aisha Ali bin Muhammad, you get the name of one of our ancestors. And I think that's the beautiful thing about naming. They carry such love and such power, but also, and again, in a UK diaspora context where we face prejudice and racism at many turns, and every turns, it was so easy for people like Samir to say, actually, I want to be called Sam. I just want to fit in. So this poem's about that, and this will be my last one. He asked us to call him Sam. He cut off his ear so the name we would hear was this. 3 letters, 2 syllables, 1 word. Fits on a keychain, fits on a form, fits in. Smear. If you say it fast, mouth lazy and half shut, it sounds like the long, thick mark laid against us. Our names, our faces, our skin. Sam, yeah. If you give it time, say it slow and let it grow. Each letter lands in your mouth, which opens wide like a greeting. You could almost be forgiven for hearing Samir, 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 same here, same here, same here. We have far more in common than that which divides, yet it's your name that split. Straight down the middle, your letters to islands of 3 amid a silent sea that I, too, have crossed. Sam, ear, that last lost syllable calls me here. Littlest brother, 6'3", and yet to me you will always be. That scrawny bundle of 7 years old, sat on the floor of an airport lounge, spelling out the letters on your passport, each sound a question. A, le, e, b, e, n, m, a, h, o, m, e, d. A pause, and then, I've got 5 names, and one of them's Bin. We heard the other people called you Wheelie, and joked if you wanted to go to America, you might not get in. Sam, Samir, Ali Bin, Mohammed, JASSAT. My middle name ends where yours begins. A family tree held between you and me on paper. These are stories passed down, stories remembered in our names. Don't shorten them now. Don't tell half the tale. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll let PJ come back now.
Lovely, from personal names to heritage, and you took us to your different homes, in fact. But Nadine, I want you to say a little bit more about what you began by describing yourself, your mixed heritage, and your attitude towards it, and more importantly, how do you see yourself, and how does the society around you sees you as?
Yeah, I think I think as a mixed individual, you learn very quickly from early childhood how important it is to define yourself for yourself, because everybody else will have an opinion of you. And certainly in my poems, for example, I talk about how it's not uncommon for people from many different places to come up to me and say, "Are you from here? Are you from here? Are you from here?" And of course, that can sometimes be a welcome, but it can also sometimes be a way of pushing you out as well. And so as a mixed person, I think I've had to learn to navigate my own path. And I think writing and the ability to say, hey, this is who I am on the page has really helped me to figure that out. And then, of course, in my children's book that comes out next year, my main character is this very specific mix of, Southern African and Indian and Arab and Malay that comes together so specifically in Zimbabwe, and is so much a medley that tells the history of that place. And so I think writing her exactly as me in the children's book has been really wonderful as well to continue that journey of claiming myself.
Since you mentioned you were writing for children, you write both for children and the grown-ups. When you write for children and when you write for grown-ups, is it a different way of writing, or do you deal with similar themes but write differently?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and one that I think I'm also learning as I go to answer myself, But I think I kind of feel, and I don't know if you feel this way as well, but I kind of feel like each story has its own outlet that it needs to be told. And so sometimes I know that a story has to be told in a poem, and sometimes I know that actually I need something much longer. And in the children's book, I knew that I had a story to tell about childhood and about being mixed and about also my grandmother, and the relationship that the grandmothers and granddaughters have that could only be told in a full world of a book. So it was a very natural process, but it's one that I wrote kind of in full flow and authenticity with myself. And then as you go back through the editing and that process, you think, okay, is the language I'm using here language that a child would use, and how can I make sure that the world that I'm writing is one that's led by children, so that you're making those really conscious craft decisions, as well as balancing the decisions that you make as any storyteller makes from the heart. And yeah, it's been a real pleasure, but I truly hope that I read a lot of children's fiction. I think so many of us, our first loves in books were children's books when we were younger. So I see it, well, it's a children's book in essence. I hope its readers will be of all ages.
Apart from poetry, you are also very active in storytelling. So, how do you use these two together? I mean, you know, your skill as a storyteller and your skill as a poet. Is there something that brings these two together?
I think everything is a story for me. But also I think I was raised on such rich storytelling traditions, I guess, in a way, as I said with my poem Sam, after my grandmother was the storyteller of the family. You know, my essay in It's Not About the Burqa, the book that was named, is called Daughter of Stories, because I feel, especially as a diaspora child, especially as a child who, you know, only got to go to Zimbabwe once a year, and what a gift that was, that the way that I was connected to my sense of self, my heritage, my family, when we didn't have things like Zoom back in the 90s, you know, we didn't have video calls, was through stories of, hey, this one time your grandmother did this, and you know that from that you're descendant from a strong woman and a powerful woman. And so I think it was a legacy that I inherited, and one that I've just enjoyed spinning ever since. So that, well, my father would say that I can spin a good story, but he wouldn't say it in a complimentary way.
Yeah. I asked you this question about storytelling because I don't know whether you agree with me, but I think for, as you said in the beginning, for children of mixed parentage and in a society where such children are in a way in a minority and always looked at as minority, stories are really important as an alternative to official histories. Would you say that?
Oh, 100%. And certainly, you know, for example, and let me tell you this, there's a poem that kind of really reckons with also the stories that I wasn't told, and I want to find and colonialism and the way things are silenced. And so certainly for me, especially in a Zimbabwean context, being stories are sometimes the only ways that truths get documentation was not kept in that way, you know? So I think that stories can be everything from comfort to resistance, you know? From the thing at bedtime to the thing that is part of a rebellion. Yeah.
Yeah, before I request you to give us some more of your work, I would like you to also tell us a little bit about your forthcoming novel, which is interesting. The reason why I asked you earlier about poetry and storytelling coming together is the reason, ladies and gentlemen, is that her first novel, which is coming out soon, is a novel in verse. You know, it's written in the form of poetry, fiction in the form of poetry. So do tell us a little bit more about that, Nadine, and then of course go ahead with your second installment of reading.
Yeah, of course. And also what's funny as well, because we've obviously been talking about stories, is the book is called Grandma Forgot. So it's very much that we are discussing today are so much at the heart of me and my work. But yes, it's a novel in verse, so it's told through poetry. And I think what I find so beautiful about that is you're able to totally go with a plot and get carried away just like you would in a prose book. But you have those beautiful moments of sheer emotion that only poetry can bring. You know those moments when poetry stops you in your tracks? And it's about a little girl called Nyla, and her dad passed away when she was young, and her grandmother has Alzheimer's. And so between the absence of her father and her grandmother losing her memory, Nyla at 12 years old is really struggling to find out who she is. And she goes through the journey of the book, unraveling a mystery within her family, unraveling this huge family secret, to at the end of the book being able to reckon and say, hey, this is who I am. And it tells the journey of how she gets there. Yeah, so it comes out in May, so do look out for it. It's something that's been a huge part of my journey, and one I'm really excited to share with readers. But of course, I've not just been writing for children. I've been writing my adult work as well. So I thought for the next reading, I would actually treat you to some new poetry, so stuff that isn't published in Let Me Tell You This, but actually stuff that's new, and maybe, I guess, talk a bit about the growth behind that. And so, like I said, I kind of first committed myself to my writing in my 20s, and I'm now well into my 30s. Though very much usually most people think not so that's fun. But I really, as my practice has grown, I've been really interested in forms of poetry that come from around the world, and in particular forms that might connect with different aspects of my own heritage. So the first poem I'm going to read for you is a ghazal, so an Arabic and Persian poetry form, where the last word repeats, and I imagine this might have come up in other conversations today as well. I wrote it during the pandemic. I wrote it kind of when I was on my own, completely isolated on my own during lockdown, and thinking about my favourite qualities about myself is that I'm brave, but how sometimes the call to be brave can be quite exhausting too. So this is my ghazal, and it's called Brave. I learnt it like a commandment from childhood. Be brave. Whispered after every fortune and fall, brave. Shaming every tear, I bent myself to its shape, this compulsion, habit, comfort, and cage, brave. It looped my body into an ever-changing snake, always shedding tight skin, becoming new, brave. And on the road behind me, 1,000 shorn selves wait. Each one has a story of its namesake, brave. And when I forget the word that those 5 letters make, their memories speak it through sound and taste, brave. They are the ghosts of my unmaking, and I thank them remade. 1,000 Nadines are joined together, living, brave. Thank you. It's one of my, when you have a favorite new poem and you're like, a bit like the conversation we had about being mixed, it's my favorite for me, and it's my favorite because I love it for me rather than, I guess, what I expect or hope from others, which I think is a lovely place to be in. But of course, if I'm reading you new poems, I could not abandon some of the characters that you met in my first reading, some of the family figures who came through. So I wanted to read you another new poem about my auntie, so the same auntie whose prayers I listened to. And so, like I said, when I, right at the cusp of the pandemic in February 2020, I was in Harare with her, and then I was doing a project with the book festival at the time, the Edinburgh International Book Festival, and had to come back really soon because of lockdowns, and and I missed her. I was meant to have 3 months with her, and we had to shorten that. So I decided to write a poem about her voice to keep her near me. I love this way that writing can take us to a different place and can keep that love so close to us. And at least this time we were able to have video calls. At least this time it wasn't the 90s, and I could see her, and what a treat that was. But this is My Aunt Says Yes. My aunt has different ways of saying yes. There's the exactly hey when she is in passionate spirits, usually about some social etiquette another has failed to achieve. There's the yes, you see, which belongs to tree and can be extended to things such as political commentary. There's the yes, we are, usually followed by good girls or butternuts, and shortly accompanied by a laugh or a smile. There's the yeah, right, said slightly softer, and yes, this is also okay, said when substituting a recipe or inspecting my crochet. There's G to the uncles, of course, when she agrees. Yes, please, sung to the supermarket clerk. Thank you, rung to anyone offering anything for free. There's, shame to anything that hurts me. And there's the way she always goes quiet the day before I leave. And I wonder if it's because she'll miss me. Yes. And there's her hands clapping at the airport when I come home to her again. Yes, yes, yes. So yeah, that's another one that makes me smile. And I'm going to be seeing her very soon, in fact, actually. She got a visa to come visit here in Scotland, and I can't wait. I can't wait to see her. I've planned, there is no tour guide like me, let me tell you. I have planned 2 years worth of tourist trips around Scotland just for her visit. So, like I said, I write a lot about family and heritage, and I've been enjoying in my new work trying new forms like the ghazal. And as I mentioned earlier, part of my heritage, again in a way that's quite specific to Southern Africa, and specifically to my great-grandmother, who was from South Africa, was Cape Townian, is Malay. And so I wanted to write a Malaysian poetry form, which is a pantun. So it has a series of repeating lines, which you'll hear as I read it. I wanted to write a pantun that honoured her and that helped me connect to her. And I first read this poem in Cape Town on South African soil. And, you know, me and Vijay spoke earlier about how stories can be what is passed down when other things are not. And for me, you know, there was so much that wasn't in official records, but what was passed down from this particular ancestor was recipes and her cooking. So this poem, which is written in the Malaysian form of pantun, is kind of in honor of her and that way of connecting to her through cooking, through recipes. And it's part of a duo of poems called Pantuns for My Mixed Matriarchs. Over the pot, I stir smoke enough for my ancestors to wake. Recipe passed down from my great-grandmother to me, I know her only in this shared taste. I mirror her hands at the stove for days, repetitions becoming refrain. Recipe passed down from my great-grandmother to me, I wonder, how patients we have been mixed race. I mirror her hands at the stove for days, repetitions becoming refrain. Only in glimpses do I catch her face. I wonder how many generations have we been mixed race? Ink thrown like spices, deepening on the page. Only in glimpses do I catch her face. I bite my tongue, salt river stays. Ink thrown like spices, deepening on the page. Over the pot, I stir smoke enough for my ancestors to wake. I bite my tongue, salt river stays. I know her only in this shared taste. Thank you. I feel very, very tender towards my new work as it grows, and I kind of don't want to rush it. I kind of just want to let it come and be as it is. And something that I like about the pantun in particular is that traditionally the last two lines would be flipped in a pantun, but I wrote them think of it almost as that in itself being like a mixed poetics and a way of, again, continually exploring who I am through the form. But I wanted to close with actually a film poem because I feel so lucky to have been invited to Hyderabad virtually. I feel so lucky to be there, and I want to share a little bit of my home with you. And so, like I said, my mother was English, and I grew up with my parents in the north of England, but I've been in Scotland for more than 10 years now. I've been here for more than a third of my life, and I call it my chosen home, the place that I make for myself. So I wrote a pantun on this theme called Chosen Book Festival. And then I was on a residency earlier this year with our writers' centre, Moniac Moor, and they took us up to Orkney, one of these tiny little islands at the top of Scotland. And I was on Orkney, and I recorded just a little film of the sunset when I woke up, and me reading this pantun about Scotland and about how it was my chosen home. So I'm gonna play it for you now. But if it doesn't work, I'm trusting that you're going to jump in, Vijay. Oh, well, not quite working. So maybe I've talked it up and then it's not going to work. But I can read you the poem straight. How about that? And then I will, maybe you can go on YouTube after and you can see the beautiful video of Orkney.
Why don't you try? Why don't you give it a try?
Should I try again? Yeah, it's not going to let me screen share. But shall I read you the poem?
Okay, if that is not working, we would be happy to at least listen to you, to read it out.
Are you not sick of me by now? No, I will happily read it for you. Let's try one more time. I think it says my, oh no, it is working. Perfect. Yeah, because you can actually hear the birds too, which I just, yeah. So here we go, it's called Chosen Home. Chosen Home. When I came to Scotland, I came to the sea. My growing up was grey, forgotten concrete. I was a child in full colour, learning how to be. My heart, as it beat, longed for the sea. My growing up was grey, forgotten, concrete. I don't know how to choose that land, or let it choose me. My heart, as it beat, longed for the sea. I'd turn my ear to the tap and dream and dream. I don't know how to choose that land, or let it choose me. I collect homes like paths and hold them close in speech. I'd turn my ear to the tap and dream and dream. I carry blue gold within me, hear it in sleep. I collect homes like paths and hold them close in speech. I'll love you and leave you, and that's true for me. I carry blue gold within me, hear it in sleep. I need a space to roam for it to speak. I'll love you and leave you, and that's true for me, that love can be transported and life lived free. I need space to roam for it to speak. In this place I choose, I can hear myself breathe. Love can be transported and life lived free. I'm a child in full colour, learning how to be. In this place I choose, I hear myself breathe. When I came to Scotland, I came to the sea. Chosen Home by Nadine AISHA JACINTA, recorded on a very early beautiful morning in Orkney.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just trying to figure out how I get out of YouTube now. There we go. But yeah, thank you for letting me share that little slice of home.
Yeah, that's wonderful, particularly your second round of poems, which were so touching, so moving, and you know, your new poems seem to be taking you, if I can say, a kind of a nostalgia, but they are so personal and so touching. Thank you so much for sharing this new work with us, Nadine. And you have lived in many homes, and consider Hyderabad as your next home.
Thank you. That genuinely means so much. And I will hold you to it when I turn up on your doorstep.
Yes. There is one question from the audience. Yeah. Yes. There's a mic there.
Yeah. I enjoy your poetry. Beautiful one. You are a dynamic person. Thing is that you are from a multicultural fabric. And thing is that you also create your new culture. Do you find sometimes a cultural identity crisis when you are now in this juncture with your old or your multicultural fabric with the new identity? Especially I find in your poetry so lucid things and so many contemporary things also there. So I enjoy it. But anyway, I want to know from you that do you find any this type of cultural identity crisis sometimes in your thinking or in your creative world?
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for your question. And I could hear you. I couldn't see you, but I could hear you. And I think actually the answer is in some ways in the question. So as you were asking, I heard you talking about the fabric, and you were saying this word fabric a lot. And I was thinking about the tapestry. We take all these different parts of ourselves, and the tapestry is always ongoing. And so I think for me, it doesn't feel like a crisis, but it feels like a weaving. And it feels like having all of these different threads and tapestries that come before me, but that also I make going forward, and that also my children will inherit with their unique identities too. And all of it is about taking those individual threads and deciding how we are going to weave them, and the tapestries that we're going to make. And it is, oh, I can see you all. And it is all a journey. It is all a journey in that way. But I love that you use this word fabric in your question, because I think it relates directly to how I see it in my answer.
Thank you so much, Nadine, once again, for sharing your work with us and also telling us about your forthcoming work. And we thoroughly enjoyed your rendition of your. Let me just end by making this request. If you have that poem, read it out. Otherwise, I'll understand that. If you have this, your well-known spoken word poem, Hopscotch. So
Yeah.
we can end with that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I have hopscotch. Yeah.
I hope to see you in Hyderabad sometime in the near future.
Oh, I can't wait. I'll be on a plane tomorrow. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the poetry collection, let me tell you this, is in 3 sections. And Hopscotch is, it opens the last section, which is about women's voices and women's words. And I think so much of what motivated me with this piece was writing about the experience I had. In particular, you know, a mixed woman moving through the streets of the UK and the different things that had been said to me on the street and wanting to take my voice back. It's a poem about street harassment. And all of these words is something that a man has said to me on the street or in a public place, many of them from an early age. I'm not sure if I can do it performative justice on Zoom, but I will try. So it's called Hopscotch. All right, tight pants, he says to me. I am 16. I like the way you wear that piece. I am 23. Nice puss. I'm not a cat. Yowza, hey, beautiful. Isn't she gorgeous? Stunning. Bollywood, babe, I want you. I'm sat on a bus with a stranger's hot breath. I want you. I can still feel his heat in my ear when I hear sexy, pretty, beautiful, fit. Stuck up bitch, I'd give her one. What's wrong? Can't you take this? It's just a compliment. Where's your boyfriend? What's your name? Darling, No. Has anyone ever told you you look like that celebrity? Has anyone ever told you you're beautiful? Has anyone ever told you they're telling me? They are paving my streets with cobbles of, are you Spanish? Are you Greek? Do you speak Iranian? Oh, you're just another sunbed addict. No, I'm tripping as I walk on, but your hair, but your eyes, but your skin, but you don't look Scottish. And where are your family from originally? And how I wish I had your tan. Is your dad in the Taliban? You should go back home now. Go back home. Go back to where? Your mum. Your mum's a Paki lover. I was 14. Slut. She was 43. Slag. This isn't just me. These words, they are like Tuesdays. There is one every week. And I have held them between pressed palms and Yale locks. I have consulted these words like a guidebook to my own hometown. I have clenched them in fists that now mark the imprint of nameless men trying to name me. And I stare hard at hands and fists and feet. Don't walk, don't look, don't think, don't be that key in my hand turning a lock in my throat. Don't feel another man's teeth as I walk these streets of you and me, yet I exist. I exist somewhere between, are you Asian and nice tits, and let's just name the problem here. These streets I have walked in fear, and never once have these words begun in a woman's mouth. But still, I am leaving them here. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's meant so much to me, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadine. There couldn't have been a better closure to this one-day poetry festival, and we are delighted that you have been able to join us from Glasgow, and thank you very much once again. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this one-day Kaavya Dhaara, the HLF Poetry Festival. Let me end by once again thanking several people who made this possible. And I'll begin, of course, with our advisory committee, and particularly Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, who made this venue possible for us. We thank the government of Telangana, and we also thank the ILS, International Literature Showcase, Norwich, the T-Hub, the Getty Zentrum, and all their staff here who have been working to make this possible at all. The Arts and Humanities Council, HRC, the Cadel Fest, Vibrant Nissan, and Mark 7, the event management team, who saw us through some very difficult moments. And thank you very much, Satya, Purnima, and all others from Mark 7. We thank Bookpoint for organizing at a very short notice a display of books. We thank Library Solutions for introducing our audience to a very innovative model of a library, a portable library. And we thank most importantly, we thank our volunteers. The volunteers who have been running around and making this possible. I know some of them spent the last night here and went back only around 4 o'clock in the morning. So without them, this wouldn't have been possible, and this complicated format of some in person, some joining live, and a few others pre-recorded, this entire exercise would not have been possible without the active support of several others. So I thank each one of them, and finally, our most grateful thanks to all of you who have taken the trouble to come here to join us on this wonderful day of poetry and imagination. Thank you very much, and we see you very soon on December 10th. We have another event on translation. And of course, we hope to see you, your friends, your family, your neighbors, everybody at the annual festival in January 27, 28, 29 January at the Vidyaranya School. We hope to see all of you there. Thank you very much.